Chapter 824. After dealing with the bearded guest, Li Zishuan went home and planned to take an afternoon nap. However, he suddenly thought of something and couldn't fall asleep no matter what. What was the bearded guest's purpose in coming to Cloud Mountain? Li Zishuan wouldn't believe that this old fellow was here to give him pointers on martial arts and help him break through. There was no such thing as love for no reason in this world. Moreover, from what Li Jing said, the bearded guest had always been active overseas. Why did he suddenly come to Chang'an? Could it be that he came back with the imperial court's fleet? But that didn't make sense. He was a pirate leader. Why would he mix with the imperial court's army? Wasn't he walking right into a trap? Li Zishuan suddenly felt a headache coming on at the thought of this. "Hubby, you're not asleep yet?" At some point, Han Yushi walked in from outside. As the future matriarch of this family, she wouldn't sleep in at this hour. "Yes, there are some questions that I can't figure out. Wife, come and talk to your husband for a while." Since he couldn't figure it out, Li Zishuan simply sat up from the bed and said to Han Yushi. Han Yushi smiled, walked to the bedside, and sat down. She said, "Hubby, what can't you figure out?" "Sigh, I'm thinking about what Zhong Zhongjian's intentions are in coming to Cloud Mountain today. I was only focused on beating him up earlier. When I wanted to ask him, Auntie Hong Fu came over again." Li Zishuan hugged his wife's slender waist and said regretfully, "Phut tilde." Han Yushi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She said, "I met Auntie Hong Fu at the entrance of the academy earlier. She looked very angry and said a lot of bad things about hubby to me." Li Zishuan touched his nose embarrassedly and said speechlessly, "You can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame the bearded guest for being too barbaric. Can't he just talk nicely?" Han Yushi calmed herself down before getting to the point. "I've heard of that senior. He was sworn brothers with granduncle and grandaunt a few years ago. After that, he went to the sea to roam freely. I heard that although he's a ferocious person, he's very principled in his dealings. He only snatches merchant ships from other countries at sea. Not only does he not snatch merchant ships from our Great Tang, he even helps us when we're in danger. Such a person is definitely not an evil person. Since he came to Cloud Mountain to look for you today, he must have a serious matter. As for what it is, he did not have the time to say it. He will definitely come again in the future. You will know his purpose when he comes. Why do you need to think about it?" Li Zishuan thought about it seriously, then nodded and said, "Yes, what my wife said makes sense. She is the female Zhuge of the present age." Han Yushi said angrily, "Husband, you're talking nonsense again. I'm just a bystander. Ha ha ha." Li Zishuan had planned to go to the workshop in the afternoon to teach Forbert and the others the next step of the rubber regeneration and molding process. However, such a big thing happened at the last minute, and the original plan was definitely ruined. He ordered someone to pass a message to the workshop to let Forbert and the others continue to refine the rubber latex in the workshop warehouse. Li Zishuan stayed in the courtyard to consolidate his martial arts realm. He had just broken through to the middle stage of Grandmaster, and his realm was still very unstable. If he slipped back because of slacking off, he would have no place to cry. At dusk, in the Ganlu Hall of Taiji Palace. "Your Majesty, this is the secret memorial from Commandery Prince Hajian." Li was flipping through the account books submitted by the Ministry of Civil Affairs when Zhao Song walked over quietly with a booklet in his hand and said softly, "Xiaogong." Li raised his head and muttered in confusion. Then he said, "Present it to me." "Yes." Zhao Song handed the memorial to Li. Li took it and began to read it carefully. After a while, he closed the memorial, stood up, and walked down. "How is Yunshan now? Did the pharmacist go and take Zhong Zhongjian away?" Li asked with his hands behind his back. "Your Majesty, the battle on Yunshan has been settled. Duke Wei and his wife went to Yunshan personally after receiving the news and brought Zhong Zhongjian, who was covered in injuries, back to the residence." Zhao Song bowed and replied, "Covered in injuries?" Li was surprised when he heard that. "Then what about Li Zishuan?" "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong'an is unharmed." Seeing the surprise on Li's face, Zhao Song did not dare to keep him in suspense and quickly explained. According to the report, when Zhong Zhongjian was fighting with the Marquis of Yong and Mo Huai, the master of the Mo family, rushed to help. His realm was actually at the peak of Grandmaster. The Marquis of Yong broke through and entered the middle stage of Grandmaster. He joined forces with the master of the Mo family to fight against Zhong Zhongjian. One attacked and one defended, and Zhong Zhongjian was beaten to the point that he could not fight back. When Duke Wei and his wife arrived, Zhong Zhongjian was already beaten beyond recognition. Li who had always been calm in the face of changes, was surprised when he heard that. He broke through again. What kind of freak is this kid? He broke through 2 realms in a year. Was he born to be a martial artist? It was no wonder that Li was surprised. The strength of a middle-stage grandmaster was already at the threshold of becoming a famous general. The number of generals in Great Tang who had reached this level could be counted with one's fingers. If not for Li Zeshuan's young age, with this strength and his relationship with the family of generals, even if he could not become the great general of the 16 guards, he could easily become a general of 1,000 bulls. Zhao Song smiled bitterly. I have never heard of the Marquis of Yong'an's talent in martial arts. His achievements in martial arts have already caught up with the martial arts seniors of the older generation. I'm afraid that I won't be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. Li pinched his chin and said happily, I wonder why Mount Longhu did not force this kid to stay. This way, the imperial court will have another young talent. Haha. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for finding such a talent. Zhao Song smiled knowingly. Li waved his hand. He thought for a moment and said, Do you know why Xiao Gong sent the secret memorial? I don't know. Plead for leniency. Li's face was expressionless as he slowly said, Xiao Gong is pleading on Zhong Zhongjian's behalf. According to him, Zhong Zhongjian helped the imperial court when they were ambushed on the sea route back to the imperial court. Furthermore, Zhong Zhongjian protected him when they were in Feiniao capital. He hopes that I will not blame Zhong Zhongjian for trespassing on Cloud Mountain on account of these 2 matters. Zhao Song's fingers trembled slightly, but he did not say anything. Li continued, Fine, seeing that this fellow did not cause any major trouble, and that he has received the punishment he deserves, I will not pursue the matter. Your Majesty is wise. Li smiled. He had been having a good time recently. The imperial court now had money and food. Today, Li Zeshuan's breakthrough made him sigh in admiration. Remember to bring that kid to the imperial court the day after tomorrow. For some reason, Li suddenly ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 825. The Battle of the Pinnacle on Cloud Mountain only caused a stir in a small area, and not many people knew about it. For the ordinary people, martial arts were too far away from them. What they cared about on a daily basis was clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Zuaxian Restaurant was the food vein of the entire Chang'an city. As soon as the century eggs were launched, its special taste immediately conquered a large number of diners and caused a very enthusiastic response in a small circle. The next day, as expected, there was an advertisement about century eggs on that Ang Daily. The words fresh taste, refreshing feeling and fragrant but not greasy, refreshing the mind made many people curious about this new food. Coupled with the word of mouth of those who ate century eggs at Zuaxian Restaurant yesterday, the sales volume of century eggs exploded directly on the second day of the market. At noon, the small window of Zuaxian Restaurant, which specialized in century eggs and soaring prosperity, had already sold more than 2,000 century eggs. It was only a little more than 2 hours after the opening of the Western market. Not to mention that Zuaxian Restaurant also sold a lot of century eggs, such as century egg tofu, century egg and lean meat porridge. Hey! It seems that the consumption power of the people is indeed huge. Now, you don't have to worry that we can't sell those century eggs that we saved a while ago, right? In the courtyard, Li Zeshuan couldn't help but laugh after hearing Han Yushi talk about the sales volume of century eggs. Now, Han Yushi had begun to learn to take over the business in the mansion. There was no phenomenon of evil servants bullying their masters. After all, Han Yushi was not stupid and knew a lot of new arithmetic. Besides, Li Zeshuan was now Marquis and had a great reputation. Which blind servant would deceive his wife? Han Yushi rolled her pretty eyes. She was already used to the strange words that often came out of her husband's mouth. Husband, I'm not worried that we can't sell the century eggs in the stock. Now, I'm worried that our stock is not enough to sell. According to the speed in the morning, we'll sell at least 5,000 century eggs today. Besides, the flaming yellow chamber of commerce that you set up last time, except for the East Palace and the Wang family, all the other families are asking if they can distribute century egg. Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and thought for a while. This is a good thing. This was the only way to quickly solve the problem of the farmers not being able to sell their eggs. Since the supply could not meet the demand, then expand the scope of the purchase of eggs. Now that your husband has many more fiefs, he can purchase all the eggs in the fiefs and transport them to the mansion in Chang'an City, so that all the servants in the mansion can participate in the production. Make sure they strictly divide the work. Each person can only do one process to avoid leaking the secret. Han Yushi's eyes lit up and she praised, Husband, this is a good idea. This concubine was worried that the formula would be leaked. Li Zishuan patted Han Yushi's shoulder and said with a smile, as for the other members of the Chamber of Commerce who want to distribute, of course we have to agree. This is a benefit they deserve. We can even sell all the century eggs to them. Wife, you can just hand it over to Uncle Wang to make the arrangements. Give them the corresponding number of century eggs at 80% of the market price according to the proportion of shares they subscribed. Yes, I understand. Han Yushi replied sweetly. Young master, the eldest son of the Cheng family is here. At this moment, Xiao He came over and said, Didn't this guy return to Chang'an City yesterday? Why is he here now? Li Zishuan muttered softly. Although he said so, he still went downstairs. Haha. Xiaoxian, you're good. I heard that you beat up that person yesterday and even had a breakthrough. What kind of medicine did you take? Why are you so fierce? As soon as Li Zishuan came to the living room on the first floor, Cheng Chumo came up to him, grabbed his arm, and said excitedly. Li Zishuan was not used to this kind of intimacy between the same sex. He quickly shook off someone's hand and said angrily, I took an aphrodisiac. Why, do you want to take it too, Chonyo? Huh? Cheng Chumo was stunned. An aphrodisiac has such an effect. Why didn't I know about it? This idiot. Li Zishuan was really speechless. Tell me, why didn't you stay in Chang'an City? Why did you come back to Yunshan? Cheng Chumo hesitated for a moment, scratched his head, and said, Hehe, because you caused too much of a commotion here yesterday. My father was worried and asked me to come over and take a look. Sigh, it's a pity that I wasn't here yesterday. That's it. What? You've learned how to hide things now? Li Zishuan glanced at Cheng Chumo and said meaningfully. He could tell at a glance that Cheng Chumo was hiding something, which was why he said so. Ah. Xiaoxian, you can tell? Cheng Chumo was a little dumbfounded. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. What he meant was, aren't you talking nonsense? It's like this. My parents want me to come over and ask you if you can bring along the 5 farms of my family when you collect eggs next time. My farm has a lot of eggs that can't be sold. Cheng Chumo explained the purpose of his visit embarrassedly. Li Zishuan came to a sudden realization. Back when he had been promoting the idea of raising chickens, the Cheng family had been his staunchest supporters. As a result, they had raised the most chickens among the court officials. No wonder there had been a situation where they couldn't sell their eggs. That's it. No problem, but it's too troublesome. Moreover, I have limited manpower here. Why don't I teach you the method of making century eggs? Your family will provide the manpower, material, and financial resources. Just don't spread the recipe. Li Zishuan thought about it and decided to rope the Cheng family in. The Cheng family had always been his staunchest ally. This could be considered as a form of repayment. Secondly, he did have limited manpower. The 2 farms under him had more than 100,000 chickens. There were also other farms in the new fief. It was even more difficult to get all the chickens. Therefore, he might as well rope in the Cheng family, who had a large business, as well. Ah! No. My father said that we can't take advantage of you. Because of this, my father scolded my mother. Cheng Chumo was shocked at first. Then, he shook his head repeatedly. Li Zishuan didn't want to ask about his family matters. He said directly, "If I say it's okay, it's okay. It won't make much money. Moreover, I really don't have enough manpower here. Later, you can ask the housekeeper of the Cheng family to come to my house to learn what assembly line work is. This can prevent the recipe from being learned by others." Seeing that Li Zishuan was determined, Cheng Chumo could only agree gratefully. Although this brother of his liked to trick him sometimes, he was still very loyal at critical times. "Ah, right, Xiaoxian, when will you help me to improve my realm? If I don't break through soon, my father will kill me." Chapter 826. Do you think that raising your cultivation base is as easy as growing cabbages? Cabbage? In the Yunshan villa, Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said angrily after hearing Cheng Chumo's unreasonable request. Cheng Chumo grinned and said matter-of-factly, Hey, it's not the same for others, but for you, isn't it as easy as growing cabbages? You were at the peak of qi refining at the beginning of the year, and now you're at the middle stage of Grandmaster. Even cabbages aren't as fast as you." Li Zishuan was speechless. The reason why he was able to break through 2 realms in a year, other than the constant life and death crises, was because of his special experiences and unique understanding of martial arts. This was also the reason why his martial arts improved so quickly. In other words, his fast breakthrough speed could not be replicated by others, because there could not be a second time traveler in the world, and everyone's martial arts were different. "Chumo, you've been in military training for so long, and Uncle Cheng has organized so many special training for you. Don't you have any premonition that you're about to break through?" "Nonsense. Every day, I feel nothing except that my body is hollowed out." Cheng Chumo fell hard on the sofa and said with annoyance, "Hey, Xiaoxian, didn't you break through last time because of a set of swordsmanship? It's called Taiji sword, right? Oh, and Uncle Qin also broke through because of your Taiji fist. Why don't you teach me the fist and swordsmanship?" Cheng Chumo suddenly thought of something, quickly stood up and said excitedly. Li Zishuan asked curiously, "Uncle Cheng, don't you know how to do it?" He had taught Qin Qiong Taiji fist and Taiji sword, and Cheng Chumo later learned them from Qin Qiong, so he felt strange when he heard Cheng Chumo's words. Cheng Chumo immediately complained, "Don't mention it. My father's Taiji fist is like a drunkard's. I don't dare to learn from him. Besides, even if my father learned Taiji fist and Taiji sword, he didn't break through. It means that he went astray. Little Xian, your teachings are still the most reliable." Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. This guy was getting bolder and bolder. He even dared to talk about old Cheng like this. If Cheng Yaojin knew about this, he would definitely beat him to death. "All right then. Next week, I will find time to teach all the students Taiji fist. When the time comes, how much charm they can learn and whether they can use it to break through will depend on your luck. Tai Chi combined the changes of yin, yang, and 5 elements of the Yi school, the study of meridians in traditional Chinese medicine, and the Daoyin technique and breathing technique of Taoism. It was a real boxing technique that cultivated both internal and external, and combined hardness and softness. Not only was it a martial art treasure for warriors, but it was also an excellent way to cultivate temperament and strengthen the body for ordinary people. Therefore, it was not impossible to implement Tai Chi in Yanghuang College. Schools in the future could carry out radio gymnastics, so why couldn't Yanghuang College carry out Taiji fist? Li Zishuan thought to himself. Haha, that would be great. In this way, even if I can't break through, my father will have nothing to say. Cheng Chumo laughed proudly. This made Li Zishuan feel that this guy was purely doing it to complete the task handed over by Cheng Chumo, and not really wanting to break through. In the afternoon, around 3:45 p.m., Li Zishuan brought a few blueprints to the new workshop by the Ba River. At this time, in the open space of the workshop, sheets of raw rubber could be seen drying everywhere. They looked like freshly crushed white paper, and it was a spectacular sight. "Forbert, you're still busy. When Li Zishuan arrived at the original paper workshop, he saw Forbert instructing people to work. He quickly walked forward and greeted him. "Hey, young master, you're here. Forbert wiped the sweat off his forehead and replied, "Young master, You brought back too much rubber before. We have to hurry up. Otherwise, we don't know when we can finish refining all the rubber. Now, the 3 paper machines in the workshop have all been modified into machines for crushing rubber. Fortunately, there was a lot of stock before, or else Chitsu culture would be anxious for paper again. Forbert's words were more or less complaining. It was really because Li Zishuan bought too much rubber latex from the Wang family this time. It was more than 500 tons. With the current manpower alone, it would take about 4 to 5 days to finish refining these latex. Forbert, take it slow. As long as those latex are stored in the cellar, there won't be any problems in a short period of time. You put down the work in your hands first, and I'll tell you how to use these rubber. Li Zishuan dragged Forbert out of the workshop and said. Forbert glanced at the blueprints in Li Zishuan's hands and said, "Young master, let's go in and talk." He knew that Li Zishuan was probably going to invent something. In order to keep the technology confidential, of course, he couldn't talk about it directly outside. Okay. After a while, Li Zishuan came to Forbert's office. He walked to the table, spread out the blueprints, and began to explain directly. Forbert, I told you before that rubber is a very plastic material. As long as the conditions are right, you can make it into any shape you want. Next, we have to do this. First, we have to crush the flaky rubber that we refined and crushed. This is a crusher that I designed for you. Its principle is very simple. You should be able to understand it after looking at it for a while. Forbert went forward to take a look. After a while, he was a little puzzled. Young master, we finally made the rubber as thin as paper. Why do you want to crush it? Isn't this superfluous? Li Zishuan heard this and laughed. Forbert, this isn't superfluous. In the beginning, we crushed the rubber into thin paper mainly to dry the water in it as soon as possible. Now, we're crushing it into powder to make it easier to heat up later and then form it. Look, this is a high-temperature steam generator that I designed. When the time comes, you put the crushed rubber into it and heat it up with a fire below. Then, the water inside will start to heat up. The heat will cause the rubber powder to melt. Then, pour it into the mold. After cooling, the rubber will become the shape you want. This was the first time that Forbert heard about the molding process of rubber. He couldn't help but listen with great interest. This rubber is so magical. I wonder what kind of rubber you want, young Master Tilda. Li Zishuan chuckled and took out 2 blueprints from his sleeve. He said, after all, this is the first time that the workshop is using rubber to make products. Let's do something simple first. Forbert, get someone to make the mold according to this blueprint. When it's done, send it directly to Yunshan. Forbert couldn't help but go forward to take a look. He couldn't help but frown when he saw that there was only a big circle and a big ball drawn on it. What the hell is this? What use can it be, Tilda? Young master, this. Chapter 8:27. Forbert, don't ask first. You'll know in the future. That thing in the back was just a plaything for people to amuse themselves with. The things at the front are more useful, but it's hard to tell now. We need to build something to carry it. The most important thing now is to build the crusher and the high-temperature steam generator. Li Zishuan saw Forbert's confused expression and knew what he was thinking. He quickly explained. Okay. This old man will arrange it now. These 2 machines aren't complicated. I'm sure they can be completed within 3 days. Forbert nodded and didn't continue asking. Oh, right. Forbert. Li Zishuan patted his head and suddenly shouted, when you melt the rubber in the high-temperature steam generator, you can add a certain proportion of sulfur. As for how much to add, Forbert, you have to send someone to do an experiment. As far as I know, adding a different proportion of sulfur into the rubber will affect the hardness and wear resistance of the final rubber. The 2 things I want to make require a certain degree of hardness and wear resistance. Forbert, if you can't make up your mind, you can show me all the vulcanized rubber obtained from the experiment. I'll choose the most suitable one. The rubber extracted from raw rubber latex was called raw rubber. Raw rubber was a kind of linear polymer that was relatively soft and easily melted under heat. After adding sulfur, the rubber could be vulcanized under high temperature. A portion of the carbon-carbon double bonds in the raw rubber would open and form a disulfide bond with the sulfur. This caused the originally linear rubber to transform into a reticulated polymer structure. The vulcanized rubber would also have better physical properties. Raw rubber would crack under heat. Its mechanical properties were poor, its wear resistance was weak, and its texture was soft. After vulcanization, due to the cross-linking between the molecules, the melting point and strength of the vulcanized rubber would increase. Vulcanization of rubber was an indispensable step in the modern rubber manufacturing process. Vulcanized rubber was used in many industrial products, such as tires. Forbert didn't ask where Li Zexuan got all this information from, because he knew it would be a waste of time. His young master seemed to have been born with knowledge. He had too many secrets. Young master, will all the rubber in the future be processed like this? Forbert asked worriedly after pondering for a while. Li Zexuan thought for a moment and replied, most of them should be dealt with this way. What's wrong? Except for a few industrial rubber products that did not need to be vulcanized, most of them needed to be vulcanized. Forbert smiled bitterly and said, young master, in this way, I'm afraid we'll need a lot of sulfur. Where are we going to buy so many? This time, in order to refine the rubber latex, we have almost emptied all the vinegar shops in Chang'an City. As a result, the price of vinegar has increased. If we continue to buy sulfur like this, I'm afraid that the price of sulfur in all the medicine shops in Chang'an City will also increase. If that's the case, then we've committed a sin. In ancient times, sulfur was mainly used for medicinal purposes. The sulfur that Li Zexuan had used to make explosives to blow up the Snake Spirit Mountain was bought from a pharmacy. Sulfur was first used for medicinal purposes in Shennong's Materia Medica. In this book, sulfur was used as a traditional Chinese medicine. It was listed as the third medicine in the medium-grade medicine, and it could cure more than 10 diseases. Forbert was afraid that the large-scale purchase of sulfur by the workshop would cause the price of sulfur to increase. After all, the sulfur in the medicine shops was used to treat diseases. How could they prepare so much in stock? If the patients who needed sulfur for treatment could not afford it, it would be a sin. After listening to Forbert's words, Li Zexuan could not help but feel a little strange. He never thought that refining rubber would cause the price of vinegar in Chang'an City. Of course, he also did not expect that the necessary industrial raw material for the practical use of rubber, sulfur, would be so difficult to obtain. Then let's produce it on a small scale first. Anyway, the 2 rubber products that I drew for you, Forbert, are not in a hurry to be mass-produced. Forbert, do you have any trustworthy people who are willing to work hard? At this moment, Li Zexuan realized that even if he had a bellyful of good ideas, without resources, he would still have to give up. The Don't Touch Me carriage from before had not been mass-produced until now. Why? It was not because the workshop lacked manpower or technology, but because they lacked iron. Also, the horseshoes that he made before had not been promoted to the imperial court because of the lack of iron. According to historical records, during the Zhongguan period, the annual steel production of the Tang dynasty was only a few hundred tons. That's right, it was just a few hundred tons. What could a few hundred tons of steel do? It would probably be difficult to arm an army of 10,000 people. Therefore, steel was an extremely important strategic resource for the country. Most of it flowed to the imperial court, and only a small portion was left to the common people. Therefore, no matter how advanced Li Zexuan's workshop was, and no matter how high the production efficiency was, it was impossible to produce a few hundred to 1,000 Don't Touch Me carriages in a month. In the end, it was because he did not have a mine. Li Zexuan thought helplessly. Young master, what are you planning to do? Forbert asked with a strange expression. Look for ores, mine ores, Li Zexuan said fiercely. In his previous life, he was a poor loser. In this life, he was a rich second generation. He wanted to be a mine owner. As the saying goes, with a mine at home, one's heart would not panic. That was the logic. Look for ores tilde. Forbert muttered, and then asked, young master, the world is so big, where should we look for ores? Even the most hard-working people would not be able to bear it. Li Zexuan's expression had returned to normal. He smiled and said, this is not a big problem. I know the specific locations of a few ores. We just need to send people to look around there. He had just recalled the geography books in his previous life. He knew that there were a few large pyrite ores in the Shanxi area. The so-called pyrite ores were mainly the sulfide of iron. When the time came, he would find a way to refine it. Not only would he be able to obtain iron, but he would also be able to obtain sulfur. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Forbert's heart shook again. He thought that his young master really knew everything. He seriously thought about it, and his face revealed a rare embarrassed expression. He said, "Young master wants to find someone to help find ores. This old man would like to recommend someone." "Oh." "Forbert, quickly say it." Forbert coughed twice and said, "Cough cough. Young master, this old man has a nephew called Fubin. His parents passed away early, and this old man raised him. This child, although he is usually a little playful, as long as it is a serious matter, he will definitely treat it seriously. Young master, if..." "Haha. That's fine. Tomorrow afternoon, Forbert, bring that kid to Yunshan to find me. I will also tell him the general location of these ores." Without waiting for Forbert to finish, Li Zishuan directly interrupted with a smile. Forbert said in surprise, "Young master, this. No need to say more. Forbert, I still trust the person recommended by you." "Oh, right, Forbert, if you have a way to directly buy the sulfur ores in other people's hands, as long as the price is not too outrageous, just tell me. I will buy it." Chapter 828. After confirming the candidates for the mine exploration, Li Zishuan suddenly thought of two new things. Thus, he walked to the side of the table, picked up a brush, and quickly drew a simple blueprint. He said, "Uncle Fu, I have two more things here. When the time comes, please help me get them out. The first one is to use latex as a pillow, make a mold like this first, then directly inject latex into it, then heat it up in a high-temperature steam generator, pull it out and wash it. This guy wants to make a latex pillow. After all, the reason he came to this world was to improve his living conditions. Now that he has the materials and technology, how can he not make something good for himself to enjoy?" The pillows of the ancient people, at the beginning, were made with stones and bundles of grass. Bamboo pillows and rattan pillows appeared in the spring and autumn period, and in the Qin and Han dynasties, people started to use soft pillows like silk pillows. The Tang dynasty was a bit more ruthless. Porcelain pillows were popular in this era. That's right, made with porcelain, it was really hard. Although there were many different types of porcelain pillows, child-shaped, tiger-shaped, dragon-shaped, etc. And they looked good, they were obviously not Li Zishuan's cup of tea. The pillows on his bed had already been replaced with cotton pillows. But cotton pillows were definitely not as comfortable as natural latex pillows. When Forbert heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He knew that the rubber in the workshop was brought back from Nanyang by the Wang family. It was very precious, but Li Zishuan used his position to abuse his position for personal gain. This made him want to criticize him. But he just recommended his nephew to Li Zishuan. How could he have the nerve to speak now? So he could only reply, "Okay. Young master, how many do you want to make?" Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, 5. "Oh, no, make 8 first. One of them is slightly smaller, it's for Lan. Counting the number of people, his father, mother, wife, sister, Xiao He, Xiao Shi, and his father-in-law, wouldn't there be 8 of them in total? As for his brother-in-law, this brat had thick skin and flesh, and most of the time, he lived in the dormitory. Iron Egg fainted from crying in the toilet. All right, I'll remember that. What is the other thing that young master mentioned?" Forbert made a mental note and asked. "There's one more thing. Its structure is relatively simple, so I won't draw a blueprint for you. Do you still remember the thin tube I used for Uncle Chin's blood transfusion? This time, I want to use rubber to make a batch of these thin tubes in case of emergency." There were many uses for rubber. In Li Zishuan's future industrial empire, rubber was absolutely indispensable. Things like latex tubes were also easy to make. Most importantly, it could save lives during critical moment. Li Zishuan didn't mind making a batch of them. What if they came in handy in the future? Forbert's eyes lit up when he heard that. "Young master, if this rubber is really as soft and elastic as you said, then it's very suitable to be used as a blood transfusion tube." "Of course. These were all experiences from his previous life. When he returned home from the workshop, he was informed by his parents that someone from the palace had sent a message for him to attend the court meeting the next day. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel depressed. What court meeting? What did it have to do with him? What could he do if he went? Well, he definitely couldn't stay in Yunshan tonight. Under the urging of his parents, Li Zishuan and Han Yushi simply packed up and went back to Chang'an in the horse carriage. Lan the little cutie, was used to living in the modern-style house in Yunshan. Of course, she was unwilling to go back to Chang'an. His parents had no choice but to stay behind to take care of the little girl. Of course, to be honest, the living environment in Yunshan was really better than in Chang'an City. In the evening, Li Zishuan and Han Yushi finally made it back to Chang'an City before the sky turned dark. Young master, you're back. San Bao missed you so much. After not seeing Li Zishuan for so many days, San Bao and Ah Fu, who were standing at the porch, were about to cry when they saw him. The entire Li family moved to Yunshan. Other than Xiao He and Xiao Shi, they didn't bring any other servants. The main reason was that when the Yunshan residence was initially designed, it was only designed as a mini manor. San Bao and the rest wouldn't have a place to stay even if they went there. They couldn't possibly stay with the owner like Xiao He and Xiao Shi, right? Speaking of which, Pang Feiji and the rest were still living in the academy. It seemed like he had to get the academy's construction team to expand the Yunshan residence. He could even soak in the hot spring there during winter. Go away. You're not a young lady. Why are you thinking of me? Li Zishuan stopped San Bao, who was about to pounce on him, and said angrily. Ayo. However, it was this somewhat inappropriate words that provoked the beautiful lady beside him. Husband, what nonsense are you talking about? Haha. Nothing. San Bao, ask the kitchen to boil some hot water. I'll take a bath first and ask Aunt Zhao to start cooking while I'm at it. Li Zishuan laughed and then led his wife into the residence. I'll go now. Young master, young mistress, please wait for a moment. San Bao answered with a grin and then ran off into the distance. Hihi, let's go, my wife. Let's go back to the room and take a bath together later. Seeing that the servants were happy for a while and then went back to their own things, Li Zishuan suddenly leaned over to Han Yushi's ear and laughed mischievously. Stinky husband, you're being indecent again. Han Yushi's ears immediately turned red. Hihi, we're already an old couple. My wife, why are you still shy? Li Zishuan said shamelessly. Speaking of which, it wasn't the first time that the two of them had taken a bath together under his urging. The next day, after the bell and drum had been struck 4 times, the Li residence was already lit up. The servants were busy lighting the fire and boiling water, preparing to wash their master and make breakfast. The coachman washed Big White clean and prepared a saddle. Li Zishuan was going to ride a horse for today's court assembly. There was no reason for him to take a carriage. Big White, who understood human nature, seemed to know that it was about to be put to good use. It shook its head excitedly and snorted. The Li residence's personal guards were still serving as instructors at Yun Mountain. However, Pang Feiji, the head of the personal guards, personally brought 2 people back before the city gates closed after receiving the news yesterday evening. Li Zishuan in the west courtyard finally got out of bed after Han Yushi's repeated urging. After putting on his court attire, he hastily washed up and drank some porridge. Li Zishuan rode on Big White and brought Brother Chicken out of the residence, heading towards the imperial palace in the north. Sigh, being a civil servant is really tough. I have to go to work so early in the morning. Looking at the deserted streets, Li Zishuan once again lamented about the ridiculous morning court assembly system. Until now, this fellow still didn't understand why Leah had called him over today. Chapter 829. In the Tang dynasty, there was a morning court held every day. It was called Changshan. According to the system, every civil and military official in the capital had already reached the 9th rank. Every morning, they would be Wang Chaoshan. The 5th rank had already reached the consecrated officer, Yuan Wai Lang, imperial censor, and Taichung doctor, and they would be Changshan. Normally, there was no need for a ceremonial procession, nor was there any extravagance. It was a real administrative day. The participants were called regular staff officers. There were few of them, but their ranks were high. They were all above rank 5 and held important positions. In addition to the daily reference, there was also the annual reference, which was on the 1st and 15th of every month. On the 1st and 15th of every month, there would be candles, banquets, incense burners, and other ceremonial rites. Under the leadership of the imperial censor, the officials would take their positions in the hall according to their ranks. The emperor would sit on the throne as soon as he appeared, and the officials would sing praises before bowing to him. The grandest was the imperial court assembly held on the Lantern Festival and the Winter Solstice Festival. It required a grand display, a display of the palace and the drums, and a display of carriages and imperial carriages. At that time, the emperor would wear a ceremonial crown, the winter solstice dress reaching heaven crown and crimson gauze robe, the imperial carriage would be set out, the imperial bodyguards would be as usual. He would receive the congratulations of the officials and guests attending the imperial court assembly. What Li Zhaoxuan was going to attend today, strictly speaking, was not called the imperial court meeting. It was called the lunar palace meeting because today was not the lantern festival, nor was it the winter solstice. Today happened to be the 15th of October. Entering the imperial city, he saw that there was already a crowd at the bottom of the stairs of the Taiji Palace. Officials dressed in court attire of various colors were chatting in groups of 3 to 5. They were talking and laughing, looking very amiable. However, it was hard to say whether or not there was a knife hidden in his smile. In addition to the courtiers that Li Zhaoxuan often saw in the past, he also saw a group of unexpected people today. A group of brown-skinned people. Aren't they the emissaries from the Southeast Asian countries who came back with Li Xiaogong last time? Hey, you're finally here? Out of everyone in the imperial court, you're probably the one who hates attending the imperial court the most. While Li Zhaoxuan was still in a daze, Li Xiaogong walked over from the side and pointed at Li Zhaoxuan with a smile. Ah, Your Highness. Li Zhaoxuan came back to his senses and said awkwardly, "What are you talking about? I have always been very willing to participate in the morning court. It's just that the academy is usually too busy." "Hey, you brat," Li Xiaogong said with a faint smile, "do you think this king doesn't know you? Before you say that, you better wipe the boogers off the corners of your eyes before you speak." When Li Zhaoxuan heard this, he subconsciously rubbed the corners of his eyes, but, sigh. "Your Highness, you also have boogers at the corners of your eyes." Li Zhaoxuan pointed at Li Xiaogong's face and shouted in all seriousness. He really didn't expect that he, a transmigrator, would be tricked by Li Xiaogong, a person from ancient times. Li Xiaogong did not fall for it at all. He laughed loudly and said, "Haha, interesting. You're really interesting. Alright, I won't joke with you anymore. I heard that you broke through again the day before yesterday. Not bad, not bad. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Right now, your martial prowess is catching up to the old generals of our generation. I reckon that even this king is no match for you now." Li Zhaoxuan smiled and said, "Your Highness has been through hundreds of battles. I am no match for you. Hee hee." Li Xiaogong smiled but didn't deny it. "Your Highness, today's court session should be mainly for the envoys from the various countries, right?" Li Zhaoxuan glanced at the Southeast Asian envoys in front of him and asked Li Xiaogong. It should be. Since the founding of the Great Tang, it's rare to see so many envoys from so many countries. Logically speaking, today's court session should be mainly for these envoys to present their tribute." Li Xiaogong stroked his beard and smiled. "Oh, that's good then." Li Zhaoxuan sighed in relief. As long as they weren't looking for trouble with him, it was fine. The time has come. All civil and military officials, enter the court for an audience. As the two spoke, a eunuch walked out of Taiji Palace and shouted in a shrill voice. The officials immediately fell silent. They stood in line, lowered their heads, and walked up the stairs into Taiji Palace. After the courteous formalities, the court session finally began. "Your Majesty, the fleet has not only brought back abundant resources for the imperial court, but also the friendship of the Southeast Asian countries toward our Great Tang. These envoys have brought various gifts to Your Majesty, and they hope that they can present them to your majesty today to continue the friendship between their countries and the Great Tang. Kui Shanfu had been in the imperial court for so many years, and for the first time, he was the first to speak at the court session. Li was elated to hear this. Haha. Good. The various envoys have traveled thousands of li to the Great Tang. Not only are they tired from the journey, they have also brought gifts for us. We are gratified. Beloved official Kui, make a record and return the gifts one by one. Kui Shanfu bowed and said, this subject obeys the decree. The Chamberlain of Dependencies naturally provided a translator to translate Li Er's words into the languages of the various countries. An envoy stepped forward and excitedly said, after the translation, Envoy Puyatu of Junla pays respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang. On behalf of my country, Puyatu presents 20 pairs of top-grade ivory, 2 leopards, 4 top-grade jade, and 5 kilograms of top-grade spices to Your Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang. I wish Your Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang good health and longevity. Li was pleased with himself, but he smiled calmly and said, I appreciate the kindness of the King of Junla. Puyatu, how have you been in Chang'an these days? After the Junla envoy heard the translation, he immediately smiled and replied, Your Majesty, Puyatu has been living very well in Chang'an these days. The prosperity and vastness of Chang'an are something that Puyatu has never seen before. 10 Junla capitals are not comparable to it. Puyatu hopes that the Great Tang can maintain friendly relations with Junla. In this era, as the largest city in the world, no one could resist the charm of Chang'an. Li smiled and said, as long as the countries are friendly to the Great Tang, I will be friendly with them. Puyatu, rest assured. Thank you, Your Majesty. Puyatu smiled and tactfully retreated. The second envoy came forward and bowed humbly, saying, the envoy of Funan Kingdom, by Yinche, pays his respects to Your Majesty. I present 10 pairs of top-grade white jade, 50 high-quality tiger skins, and 2 tiger cubs to Your Majesty. I wish Your Majesty good health. The envoy of Piaro Kingdom, by Wayu, pays his respects to Your Majesty. In this way, the 32 envoys from the small Nanyang countries who came back with Li Xiaogong came forward one by one to present their gifts to Li. Each gift list was very long, mainly because they were already shocked by the huge fleet of the Great Tang when they came. After coming to Chang'an, they were conquered by the prosperity of Chang'an. In the face of such a powerful country, of course, they would try their best to please. Kui Shanfu, who was suffering, was sweating profusely just by remembering the list of gifts. The courtiers stood by the side, each of them feeling proud in their hearts. The arrival of tens of thousands of countries was a sign of the coming of a golden age. Li, who was sitting on the dragon throne, was overjoyed and full of pride. When I deal with the Turks, I think it will be time to welcome the arrival of tens of thousands of countries. Chapter 830. Aronashun, the Grand Minister of Genri Dynasty, pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of Tang. On behalf of my king, Aronashun presents 50 pairs of the best ivory, 30 precious Buddhist scriptures, and a golden jade Buddha statue to His Majesty. May His Majesty the Emperor of Tang be in good health and may Tang prosper forever. As time went by, the gifts presented by the emissaries gradually came to an end. Those who had finished presenting their gifts stood aside leisurely, waiting to see if the gifts presented by the emissaries were as valuable as theirs. For a moment, their faces alternated between joy and annoyance. It was a wonderful sight. What surprised many people was that the last person to present the gifts turned out to be the Prime Minister of a country. Other countries had sent emissaries. What was this Genri dynasty up to? They had even sent the Prime Minister of a country. Sitting above, Li could not help but feel shocked. He straightened up and looked at the middle-aged man who wore a white turban and was as black as a charcoal ball. He said in a low voice, King Genri has troubled you. Aronashun, when you return, please express my gratitude to King Genri on my behalf. Putting aside political factors, the Buddhist scriptures and Buddha statues brought by Aronashun were very much to Li Ernyen's liking. When Li Ernyen was young, he had formed an indissoluble bond with Buddhism because of his physical condition. Moreover, starting from Li Yuan, the entire Li family respected Buddhism very much. Of course, the Li family also respected Taoism very much. This family believed in both Buddhism and Taoism. As for the Buddhist scriptures that came from the Genri dynasty, they were simply too precious. To a true Buddhist enthusiast, they were priceless treasures. This was not an exaggeration at all, because Genri dynasty had a great background. In terms of land area, it was currently the largest country in Southeast Asia. In terms of geographical location, it was the later northern India, and India was the birthplace of Buddhism. Oh, speaking of Genri dynasty, there was one person who had to be mentioned, Chen Xuanzang. Counting the days, it would be next year. This guy would start to go to the west to seek scriptures. This was not journey to the west, but a real trip to the sacred land of Buddhism to seek the true scriptures. In fact, this year, Xuanzang had written to Li Er that he wanted to travel west to seek Dharma. However, Li Er did not approve of it. However, Xuanzang had already made up his mind. In the second year of Zhengguan, Xuanzang, who was 29 years old, started his journey west to seek Dharma. In the 5th year of Zhengguan, an eminent monk with a dusty face came to India. He traveled to the states of India and preached the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism. He became famous and attracted the attention of King Jieri. He was Chen Xuanzang from the Tang of the East. King Jieri specially held an open meeting for Xuanzang in Quanf City, the capital. More than 20 princes and more than 5,000 senior scholars of Mahayana Buddhism and Brahmanism attended the meeting. Xuanzang preached the doctrine of Mahayana Buddhism, and no one could refute him. Therefore, he was given the title of Mahayana Heaven. After the meeting, King Jieri invited Xuanzang to ride an elephant around the world and preach. For a time, the China fever in India started. In fact, it was also an opportunity to unify the doctrines of Buddhism and eliminate disputes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Aluo will definitely convey His Majesty's goodwill to my king. In addition, my king has entrusted you with a task, and I hope Your Majesty can agree to it. Aluo Nazhun bowed to Li Er and said with a smile. After hearing the translation from the translator of Honglu Temple, Li Er raised his eyebrows and said, "Please speak." Aluo Nazhun pursed his lips. Under the gaze of everyone in the hall, he slowly explained the purpose of his visit. Your Majesty, my king admires the culture of the Tang Empire very much and is willing to build a good relationship with the Tang Empire for 100 years. I heard that Your Majesty has a virtuous princess, so my king sent me to propose a marriage to Your Majesty to build a friendship between the two countries. Silence. As soon as the translator of Honglu Temple translated Aluo Nashian's words, the hall immediately fell into silence. The officials and envoys in the hall were all shocked. It was clear that they had not expected this. Li Chengqian, who was standing in front of the officials, was stunned for a moment and suddenly became anxious. No. There was one person who was faster than Li Chengqian, and that was Li Zishuan. This fellow was originally taking advantage of the time when the envoys were paying tribute and was secretly sleeping with his eyes closed. Who knew that someone actually dared to cause trouble and set their sights on Chang'e? How could he sit idly by and do nothing? God had mercy on him. Chang'e was only a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Although he did not know much about the bullshit King Jieri, he should be at least 30 or 40 years old. Even if they were close in age, Li Zishuan did not want the princess of the Tang Empire to marry a foreigner. Marquis Yong'an, don't be rude. In front of the envoys, don't be impulsive and ruin the friendship between the Tang Empire and the other countries. Kui Shanfu rolled his eyes and immediately jumped out and said in a sarcastic tone, "Impulsive your mother. Get out of this Marquis's way." For some reason, Li Zishuan, who had never lost his composure in court, felt a ball of fire burning in his heart at this moment. When he saw that Kui Shanfu still didn't forget to dig a hole for him to jump into, Li Zishuan was instantly enraged. He slapped Kui Shanfu to the side, and before that old thing could complain, he fiercely looked at the translator of the Chamberlain of Dependencies standing to the side and said, "You are not allowed to translate what this Marquis is about to say, or else you will be betraying the Great Tang. Do you understand?" Li Zishuan had been made a Marquis at a young age and was skilled in both the pen and the sword. He was extremely famous in Chang'an. When the interpreter saw that Li Zishuan looked like he was about to eat someone, he did not dare to refuse and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. In truth, When the foreign envoys had come to the Great Tang, they had brought interpreters with them. But today was a court session, and on such an important occasion, their interpreters naturally did not have the right to enter. They could only use the official interpreter from the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Your Majesty, please forgive this official for being rude just now. After explaining to the interpreter, Li Zuxuan cupped his hands and said to Li Er, "Humph. You better give me a reason, or else I'll teach you a lesson." It was hard to tell whether Li Er was happy or angry as he spoke to Li Zuxuan. After hearing Li Er's words, Kui Shanfu, who had climbed up from the ground, temporarily gave up on the idea of suing Li Zuxuan. Li Zuxuan raised his head and said firmly, "Your Majesty, the princess is still young and should not be married off to another country. Furthermore, this official believes that the Great Tang does not need to be married off to another country. Even if there is a marriage, it should be the other country marrying the princess to the Great Tang, not the Great Tang." Today, he had only wanted to be a bystander. But after encountering such a situation, he could no longer be a bystander. In the history books of his previous life, the Great Tang was the pride of all the descendants of the Yellow Emperor. However, there was a flaw in this otherwise perfect situation, and that was that the Great Tang's Princess Wencheng was married to Tubo. As powerful as the Great Tang was, it also accepted the marriage policy. Now, Li Zuxuan would definitely not allow such a thing to happen again. Chapter 831. According to the history books, King Jieri only began to send envoys to visit the Tang dynasty in the 15th year of Zhengguan, and he had never asked for the Tang princess's hand in marriage. Now things had developed like this because of Li Zuxuan, the butterfly, who had flapped his little wings and caused the trajectory of history to deviate a little. If he had not urged the imperial court to organize a fleet to trade with the south, King Jieri, who was thousands of miles away and was racking his brains to unify the entire Indian peninsula, would not have seen the powerful fleet of the Tang Empire, and would not have sent a minister to Chang'an to ask for a marriage. In the end, he wanted to get on Li Er's ship and quickly unify the whole of India. Ridiculous. What a load of nonsense. During the Western Han dynasty, Zhao Jun went out of the frontier and created the eternal story of the Han people and the Xiongnu. Why can't the Tang dynasty marry the princess to the Jieri dynasty and repair the friendship between the two countries for 100 years? Kui Shanfu flicked his sleeves and pointed at Li Zuxuan, scolding angrily. Li Zuxuan glared and raised his hand to beat him. Seeing this, Kui Shanfu immediately took 3 steps back and kept a safe distance from Li Zuxuan. T. Zhao Jun going out of the frontier is the greatest shame of the Han people for thousands of years, but you said it as if it was glorious. Li Zuxuan resisted the urge to beat Kui Shanfu up. He pointed at the latter and scolded angrily, "You only know that Wang Zhaojun brought 60 or 70 years of peace to the Western Han dynasty and the Xiongnu, but you haven't heard the Song of Sorrow at the 5 Watch, composed by Wang Zhaojun on his way out of the frontier, full of hidden bitterness and infinite sadness, right? The Great Han dynasty actually needs to use women to exchange for peace, and you scoundrels are not ashamed but proud of it. It's disgusting. You don't deserve to be in the imperial court. Preposterous. Preposterous. You've actually turned this beautiful story into a great humiliation. Marquis Yong'an, you're talking nonsense." Kui Shanfu's old face was red with anger, and he pointed at Li Zuxuan and trembled. "Eternal story? T. You shameless scholars are just using it to cover up the cowardice in your heart." When the Zhaojun left the fortress, the Xiongnu people had experienced the internal strife of the 5 Chanyu, and their national strength had long been declining day by day. Emperor Yuan of the Han dynasty was enjoying the fruits of the Zhaojuan's resurgence. 3 years after the establishment of the Zhaojun, he had destroyed the Chanyu of Jiji in the western region. The Western Han dynasty could be said to be like the sun in the sky. Huangxi only came with the mentality of joy and fear. Why would there be a need for a political marriage? It was because some cowards were insatiably greedy and satisfied with the status quo. They wanted the so-called eternal peace, and then ruined the life of a good girl for no reason. A Xiongnu leader who had been beaten into submission had come to the suzerain kingdom to pay a court visit. Not only did he enjoy good food and drinks, he even brought home a beauty. Don't you think this is laughable? That was fine. What was even worse was that after Hu Hangxi passed away, Lady Zhao went to court and became the emperor. She requested to return home but was rejected. She could only remarry Hu Hangxi's eldest son. In the end, she lost all will to live and died by poison. The swords of the Han people are not used against foreign enemies, but they are used against the women of their own country. Don't you feel ashamed, Tilda? Furthermore, did the Han people manage to achieve peace through marriage? During the rebellion of the 8 princes of the Western Jin dynasty, the Xiongnu, Xianbei, Jie, Qiong, and Di tribes took advantage of the chaos to rebel against the Jin dynasty. The Han people were almost wiped out by the foreign tribes. Reality proved that a wolf will always be a wolf and will never become a loyal dog. It is because there are many people like you that there is such a so-called eternal story to deceive the people and fool the world. Li Zexuan's eyes were red and he was crying tears of blood as he complained to Kui Shanfu angrily. The eternal story that had been glossed over for hundreds of years was exposed by Li Zexuan, revealing the bloody scars of history. All the officials in the hall were silent. Even the righteous defender Wei Zheng, who always liked to nitpick, did not say anything. Instead, he had a thoughtful look on his face. Unlike the end of the Ming dynasty and the Manchurian Qing dynasty, most of the officials in this era had strong ethnic feelings. It could only be said that everyone's ethnic backbone was still there. Kui Shanfu wanted to say something, but when he saw that none of the officials stood up for him, he immediately felt a little scared. This was because the Cheng Yaojin next to him was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. If he continued to speak, he would probably be beaten up again. Because the translator of the Chamberlain of Dependencies was stuck at this time, the envoys of the various countries could only see an extremely young official arguing fiercely with the official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies who had brought them here. But the sad thing was, they could not understand what the two were arguing about. They could only give the translator of the Honglu Temple a look, especially Alone Nazhan of the Jiari dynasty. At this moment, he was like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious. If Kui Shanfu had not warned them not to speak carelessly in the court, Alone Nazhan would have jumped out to criticize the translator for not doing his job. But after receiving Li Zexuan's warning, even if the translator of the Honglu Temple was criticized by Alone Nazhan, he would definitely not dare to translate for the envoys. As the saying goes, spoilers may feel good for a while, but the whole family will feel bad. In order to preserve his life, he did not dare to spoil Alone Nazhan and the others. Good. Well said. I, old Cheng, have not read many books and do not understand many principles. But I, old Cheng, only know that those who use women to exchange for peace are definitely cowards without balls. Our great Tang does not need to use women to exchange for peace. The princess cannot marry. Little Xian is right. If anyone is to marry, it should be the princess of the Jiari dynasty who marries into the great Tang. Seeing that Kui Shanfu did not continue to jump out to criticize him, Cheng Yaojin nodded in satisfaction. Then, he stood out to support Li Zexuan. This old official agrees. Although the Marquis of Yong'an's words contain a lot of personal feelings, the current Great Tang does not need a political marriage. Besides, Her Highness is still young and her body is delicate. It is not suitable for her to marry outside. From the civil officials' camp, a slightly hunched old man walked out. He was the decisive Du Ruhui. If nothing went wrong, Du Ruhui would replace Li Jing as the Minister of War next year. For a civil official to be able to become the Minister of War, it was enough to show that old Du was a very courageous man. This old official agrees as well, not to mention that the Jiari dynasty has no enmity with our Great Tang. Rejecting the political marriage will not cause the two countries to fall out. Even if they fall out, our Great Tang is not afraid. If they want to fight, then let's fight. The men of Great Tang are never afraid of war. Furthermore, Her Highness is of noble birth. How can she marry into a barren land? The commander-in-chief of this South Sea operation, Li Xiaogong, also stood out to express his opinion. This old official agrees. Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jindar, Li Jing, and the rest of the military officials unanimously expressed their support for Li Zexuan. This old official agrees as well. It is not suitable for the princess to marry far away. After hesitating for a moment, Fang Xianling also expressed his opinion along with Zhongsun Wuji. At this point, the civil and military officials had basically reached a consensus. That is, no political marriage, no marriage to the princess. Chapter 832. Your Highness, bad news, bad news. In Changal Palace, a little palace maid hurriedly rushed into the palace and went up to the small attic where Changal lived. She said in a panic as she ran. Changal, who was sitting by the window and reading a newspaper, couldn't help but turn around when she heard the commotion. She frowned and asked, "Leah, what happened to make you so flustered?" Leah didn't even have time to catch her breath and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, bad news. The Prime Minister of the Jieri dynasty proposed to His Majesty in the court. Their king wants to marry Your Highness as his consort." Clap. As soon as the little palace maid finished speaking, the newspaper in Changal's hand fell to the ground with a clap. Her little face instantly turned pale and her pair of lively eyes lost their luster. Political marriage. These two words subconsciously appeared in Changal's mind. Although she knew from a young age that she was born in a royal family and could never decide her own marriage, she had never thought that something like a political marriage would fall on her head. She couldn't help but feel a trace of sadness in her heart. Who was King Jieri? How old was he? What did he look like? Which country was he the king of? She didn't know any of the information, but she had to accept her father's arrangement and marry a person she had never met before. How sad. What did my father say? After a long time, Changal, whose heart was in a mess, raised her head and asked with tears in her eyes. Your Highness, I don't know. I heard from Xiao Lunzi outside Taiji Palace that King Jieri wanted to marry Your Highness, so I immediately rushed over. When I came back, the Marquis of Yong'an was arguing with the Chancellor of the Honglu Temple Tilda. Hearing Changal's question, Leah frowned and said with a bitter expression. Marquis of Yong'an? Leah, you're saying that brother Xiao Xian also went to court today? Changal, who had just felt that the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, heard the words Marquis of Yong'an from Leah and immediately seemed to have found a faint light in the darkness. Her tone was not as desperate as before and seemed to have a trace of vitality. Yes, Your Highness. It is said that His Majesty personally issued a decree for the Duke of Yong'an to attend today's court conference. Leah wanted to say that even if Empress Zhongsun came, she might not be able to help in such a big matter as the political marriage. Li Zishuan, the Marquis of Yong'an, had even less hope. However, when she saw Changal's expectant expression, she buried these words in her heart. A glimmer of hope rose in Changal's heart. She hurriedly said, "Then, Leah, quickly go and find out what my father has decided. I don't believe. Father would be so heartless. I don't believe that big brother little Xian would watch with folded arms and remain indifferent." Of course, the last sentence was only said to herself in her heart. "Yes, Your Highness, please wait here. This servant will go right away," Leah responded and immediately ran down the pavilion. Changal walked to the window. A pair of magpies happened to fly over from the branches outside the window. They were playing with each other on the branches, chirping noisily. Seeing this, Changal thought with some sadness. Bird, if only I could be like you, and find the one I like, and live with him freely all my life." Taiji Palace. All the civil and military officials in the court had basically expressed their opinions. Now that things had developed to this point, they only needed to wait for Leah's judgment. Great Minister Aluo Nazhun, my beloved daughter is still young and sickly. It is not suitable for her to marry far away. I have already felt the desire of King Jieri and the Tang Empire to build a harmonious relationship for 100 years. However, the political marriage still needs to be discussed at length. Leah looked at Aluo Nazhun, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and the other envoys who were watching the fun and didn't mind blowing things up. Hearing Leah speak in person, the bitter official translator of Honglu Temple knew that he could finally return to normal work. He quickly translated Leah's words to Aluo Nazhun and the other envoys. Boom. After the Southeast Asian envoys understood Leah's decision, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Some were surprised, some were angry, and some were gloating. Of course, most of them were gloating, especially the envoys from the neighboring countries of Gouda, Mud, and Wallaby. None of the envoys sent to the Tang Empire were fools. Anyone with a little common sense could guess the reason why King Jieri wanted to marry the princess of the Tang Empire. If King Jieri really got his way, then the small countries around the Jieri dynasty would be in danger of being wiped out at any time. Therefore, when they heard that Li Er had rejected Aluo Nashian's request, they heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel happy. Your Majesty, if Princess Changle's body is inconvenient, the other princesses can do it. My king is very sincere in building a harmonious relationship with the Tang Empire. Aluo Nashian's face was red. He paused for a moment and still spoke unwillingly. This old bastard, is there no end to it? At the side, Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown. If it weren't for the fact that this was not the right place, he really wanted to beat this guy up and then throw him out. We have said that the matter of the marriage alliance will be discussed at a later time. Aluo Nazhun, if there is nothing else, please take your leave. Li Er frowned. To be honest, he was also a little irritated at the moment. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Aluo Nazhun was the Prime Minister of a country. Although the translator of the Chamberlain of Dependencies had translated Li Er's words very smoothly and naturally, he could still hear the displeasure in Li Er's words. Therefore, he decisively retreated to the side and no longer spoke. After all, he had only come to propose marriage, not to make enemies. Moreover, the Tang Empire was a colossus. Their Jieri dynasty couldn't afford to make enemies with it. Good. We are very pleased with the gifts that the envoys have brought us. Apart from the marriage alliance, if you have any other requests for the Tang Empire, you can speak freely here. After discussing with the officials of the court, we will take appropriate measures to resolve them. Li Er nodded and said to the envoys of the 32 countries of Nanyang with a smile. He had just rejected Aluo Nashian's proposal, and now it was time to give some benefits. As the saying goes, give a slap and give a sweet date. As the monarch of the Celestial Empire, he still had to have this demeanor. After understanding the meaning of old Li's words, the envoys looked at each other, not understanding how sincere Li Er's words were. While the envoys were hesitating, a brown-skinned short man walked out and slightly cupped his hands to Li Er. Envoys of the Lini Kingdom reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Empire, our monarch hopes to exchange trade and goods with the Tang Empire. The Tang Empire has vast territory and abundant resources, and its army is good at war. Our monarch also hopes that His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Empire can send troops to ensure the safety of the sea route. We hope that His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Empire can reconsider. Chapter 833. Your Highness, good news. In Changle Palace, Li Er, who had just run out to scout for news, ran back. Unlike before, the little palace maid's face was brimming with an excited smile as she shouted while running. Changle had already come down from the attic. How could she still have the mood to quietly read the newspaper upstairs at such a crucial moment? Hearing Li Er's voice outside, she couldn't help but feel happy. She hurriedly stood up and looked towards the door. Your Highness, there's good news. His Majesty didn't agree to the Prime Minister's request for marriage. Your Highness doesn't have to marry to another country. In the blink of an eye, Li Er ran in and said to Changle with a grin. Speaking of which, if Changle really married to the Genri dynasty, as her personal palace maid, she would definitely have to accompany her. Thinking of the Prime Minister of the Genri dynasty who was as black as a coal ball in the imperial court, Li Er couldn't help but shudder. Now that there was such an outcome, she was sincerely happy for Changle and herself. Really? Imperial father really does love Changle. Hearing this, Changle's pair of beautiful eyes instantly glowed with a dazzling radiance. Li Er curled her lips in her heart. She was clearly one of the insiders. However, there were some words that she wouldn't dare to say even if she had 10 times the courage. She could only change the topic and talk about something else. Your Highness, just now in the imperial court, the Marquis of Yong scolded Minister Kui badly in order to prevent you from marrying. Hehe, but the Marquis of Yong really good scolding. Listening to those words makes this servant feel relief. Hearing Li Er mention Li Zishuan, Changle's heart couldn't help but thump violently. She restrained the abnormal expression on her face and pretended to be calm as she asked. Oh. Li Er, quickly tell me, What did Brother Xiao Xian scold in the imperial court? Yes, it's best if you tell me everything without missing a single word. Ah! Do you want to tell me everything? Li Er was instantly dumbfounded. Although she enjoyed listening to some words, how could it be so easy for her to repeat them without missing a single word? Li Er, quickly tell me, Changle urged impatiently. Oh, Li Er scratched her head and began to recall with a frown. Kui Siqing first compared Her Highness with Zhao Jun of the Western Han. Along with Li Er's narration, Changle finally found out how intense the debate in the imperial court earlier was and how much Li Zuxuan had done for her. The dignified Dark Han dynasty actually needs to use women to exchange for peace, yet scoundrels like you actually don't feel ashamed and instead feel proud of it. Simply disgusting. An eternal story? Bullsh *T. You shameless scholars are just using it to cover up the cowardice in your heart. The swords of the Han people are not used against outsiders, but you use them to deal with the women of your own country. Don't you feel ashamed, Tilda? A wolf will always be a wolf, it will never become a loyal dog. It's precisely because there are so many people like you that there's such a thing as an eternal story to deceive the people and fool the world. Li Zuxuan's hoarse shouts seemed to be ringing in Changle's ears. Changle couldn't help but be dazed. Brother Little Xian, thank you. Thank you for working so hard for Changle. Taiji Palace. The emissary of Lini Kingdom's request for trade made the other emissaries restless. Emissary of Funan Kingdom, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Tang. Before I left, our monarch also said that he hopes to trade with Tang. Everyone in Funan Kingdom loves the porcelain and silk of Tang and hopes to use food and spices to exchange for them. Emissary of Zhonla Kingdom, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Tang, our monarch also hopes to trade with Tang. We can use food and elephants to exchange for goods with Tang. Emissary of Piaro Kingdom, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Tang. The emissary of Lini Kingdom's request for trade immediately attracted many people to follow the trend. The Great Tang's southward fleet had not only brought the Great Tang rich profits, the imperial courts of the small countries that the fleet had passed through had also benefited greatly. This was because the fine porcelain and silk they had bought from the Great Tang could be casually resold in their own countries for astronomical prices. Therefore, these countries that had tasted the sweetness all hoped that Tang could give them a window of foreign trade so that they could continue to profit domestically and maintain their leading position. Sitting at the head of the table, Li Er could not help but smile when he heard the requests of the emissaries. This was because even if these emissaries did not say anything, he had already planned to open up trade with Tang. In the end, it was the rich profits brought back by the fleet that moved Li Er's heart. Since sea trade was so profitable, why not carry it out to the end? Li Er, who was used to being poor, did not want to continue being poor. He had greater ambitions. Haha. Good. Since all the emissaries want to trade with Tang, I have decided to set up a department of merchant shipping. In Guangzhou and other coastal prefectures, there will be specialized trading places. At that time, countries that want to trade with Tang only need to send caravans to the Department of Merchant Shipping. The Navy of Tang will also patrol the South China Sea to protect the merchant ships of your countries from pirate attack. Li Er laughed heartily and revealed the plan that had been brewing in his heart for a long time. The Department of Merchant Shipping was originally a government organization set up in the ports of China during the Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties to manage sea trade. To think that it would be brought forward 300 to 400 years in advance. This was truly an epoch-making matter. According to historical records, during the Tang Xuanzong era, there was already an emissary of merchant shipping in Guangzhou. Usually, the position was held by eunuchs. It was the predecessor of the Department of Merchant Shipping. Li Er had taken a step further and completed the work that his great-grandson wanted to do. Furthermore, he had done it even more thoroughly and directly set up the Department of Merchant Shipping. The Ming and Qing dynasties had repeatedly banned sea trade, and the one that was banned and abolished was the Department of Merchant Shipping. Thank you, Your Majesty. After hearing Li Er's decision, the envoys all excitedly saluted Li Er with a babble. Li Er chuckled and said, "Haha, emissaries, please go and rest first. We will set up a banquet to welcome you later." Official Kui. Kui Shanfu quivered and hurriedly stepped forward. This old official is here. Li Er glanced at him indifferently, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He ordered, "Bring the emissaries to the side hall to rest first. Treat them well, understand?" Actually, Li Er was very unhappy with Kui Shanfu because this old man had just compared his most beloved daughter to Wang Zhaojun and wanted to use this opportunity to marry Wang Zhaojun to another country. It would be strange if he was happy in his heart. If there was a good opportunity, he really didn't mind killing Kui Shanfu. This old official obeys the decree. Kui Shanfu didn't notice the cold light that flashed in Li Er's eyes and bowed with a businesslike attitude. Chapter 834. We wish to establish a left and right commissioner in the Bureau of Shipping to coordinate the maritime trade of the Great Tang. This position will be placed under the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but it will not be under its jurisdiction. If there is a problem, it will have to report directly to us and will have the authority to act first and report later. In Taiji Palace, after Kui Shanfu led the emissaries of the 32 Nanyang countries to a side hall to rest, Li Er looked down at the officials and asked, "The left and right commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping?" The officials couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. This emperor was truly too domineering. Earlier, he had announced that he wanted to establish the Bureau of Shipping without discussing it with them, and now he was directly informing them of the personnel structure of the Bureau. He was simply too domineering. But some people began to think. The imperial court had sent a large fleet south to trade, and the enormous profits it had made everyone understand just how vast the wealth of the sea was. If it was as Li Er said, the commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping would have far too much authority, and at the same time, the profits from this position would be astonishing. It was clear that this was a lucrative job. "Your Majesty, the commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping is of great importance, and tens of thousands of dollars will be handled every day. Forgive this old subject for speaking bluntly, but this position is extremely prone to corruption. If Your Majesty really does decide to establish the Bureau of Shipping, this old subject hopes that Your Majesty will be extremely cautious in choosing the commissioner. It would be best if Your Majesty could choose someone with both ability and integrity. This will ensure that the Bureau of Shipping operates normally and also increase the revenue of the Great Tang's treasury." Fang Xianling glanced at the buzzing officials behind him, then stepped forward and clasped his hands to Li Er. To be able to say these words was proof that old Fang was truly devoted to the country and had no selfish motives. For the sake of the country, he was even willing to offend despicable people. Li Zishuan couldn't help but nod when he heard old Fang's words. The Bureau of Shipping was in charge of the entire country's maritime trade, and it was similar to modern customs. Just the taxes alone could bring in thousands of strings of silver every day. This was not an exaggeration at all, especially in this era when maritime trade had just begun. The imperial court had a monopoly on all maritime trade, and the Bureau of Shipping was even more profitable than a bank. And for Li Er to give the commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping so much power was simply a hotbed for corruption. Throughout the two dynasties of the Ming and Qing dynasties, the collusion with the local tyrants, corruption were simply too numerous to enumerate. Who knew how many coastal tycoons were created, and some of them were so rich that they could rival a country. These people were all parasites of the country because they earned money that originally belonged to the country. Minister Fang is right. We will carefully consider the candidates for the Ministry of Shipping. I wonder if Minister Fang has any suitable candidates in mind. Li Er narrowed his eyes and asked Fang Xianling kindly, "Your Majesty, I have no ideal candidate in mind at the moment." Fang Xianling thought for a moment before replying. He knew a lot of officials who were honest, not greedy, and upright. However, it was too difficult to find someone who could meet these conditions, understand sea trade, and have a strong view of the overall situation. For the time being, he couldn't think of anyone who could take on this heavy responsibility. What about the auxiliary machine? Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Li Er nodded and asked as he looked at Zhongsun Wuji, who was like an old monk in meditation. Hearing Li Er's question, Zhongsun Wuji tidied his clothes and answered unhurriedly, "Your Majesty, Xuanling's concerns are extremely reasonable. Therefore, I think that there should be a place for Prince Hejian in the Ministry of Shipping. Prince Hejian is an upright person and will not disregard the interests of the imperial court for mere money. Furthermore, Prince Hejian led a fleet to the south not long ago to trade. He is the most knowledgeable about sea trade. Therefore, I think Prince Hejian is the most suitable candidate. Surprise! Li Xiaogong, who was standing in front of the courtiers, couldn't help but feel surprised after hearing Zhongsun Wuji's words. Logically speaking, he didn't have a deep friendship with Zhongsun Wuji. Why would Zhongsun Wuji praise him like this? More importantly, he didn't want to be the minister. Because he was a member of the imperial family of Li Tang, he had to avoid suspicion. He felt that his current position was enough. If he went any further, it would be a bottomless abyss. He understood that he couldn't participate too much in the imperial court to avoid being disliked or arousing Li Er's suspicion. Your Majesty, I also think that Prince Hejian is the most suitable candidate for the Ministry of Shipping. Hearing Zhongsun Wuji's suggestion, Fang Xuanling's eyes lit up as he agreed. He didn't think of Li Xiaogong previously. Now that Zhongsun Wuji said this, he instantly felt that Li Xiaogong was the most suitable candidate. Yes, that's right. Xiaogong is indeed suitable. Li Er's gaze turned and looked at Li Xiaogong. Just as he was about to speak, Li Xiaogong quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Shipping is very important. I don't have much experience in sea trade and have only traveled a few more miles. It is really difficult for me to take up this heavy responsibility. I hope that Your Majesty can choose someone else. To others, this position was a delicious fat piece of meat, but to Li Xiaogong, this position was a hot potato. With his current status and reputation, there was really no need for him to do such things. Not to mention that it would easily cause him trouble, it was also very tiring to be busy every day. Moreover, he had just returned from the sea and didn't want to go to a coastal city for a business trip so soon. How good would it be to stay in Chang'an? Xiaogong, why are you so humble? I know your ability the best. He, don't worry, I won't let you go to Guangzhou so soon. You have just returned from the sea, so you should rest well for a few days. It just so happens that the Ministry of Shipping has just been established and needs to be staffed with many officials. I appoint you, Xiaogong, as the Left Minister of Shipping and give you 3 months' time to organize the members and court officials below the 3rd rank. After the Ministry of Shipping is established, you will head to Guangzhou to be in charge of the nation's shipping matters. Li Er smiled and without any explanation, he transferred Li Xiaogong to the newly established Yamen of the City Shipping Department. Li Xiaogong was completely speechless. Li Er was simply acting like a hooligan. Who would force the position onto someone who wasn't willing to take it? He was too unreasonable. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Li Xiaogong knew that he couldn't reform someone who was purposely acting like a hooligan, so he could only accept this appointment. As for the right Minister of Shipping, I have decided to appoint Li Zishuan as the Left Minister of Shipping. What do my beloved subjects think? Li Er smiled with satisfaction and then used the same trick again. He extended his fangs towards Li Zishuan, who was leaning against the wall and half asleep. F***CK. Old Li, don't trick me. Your Majesty, I don't think so. I'm only 15 this year. I just celebrated my 15th birthday last month. My ability is limited and I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the masses. Moreover, I've been prone to seasickness since I was young. If I go to Guangzhou, I might lose my life. Furthermore, I still have to teach and educate people in Yunshan and nurture talents for the Tang Empire. I really can't leave. Your Majesty. Chapter 835. Shameless, lying through his teeth, shameless to the extreme. Li Er's mind was instantly filled with these words when he heard Li Zishuan's lousy excuses to evade the position of right supervisor of the Department of Shipping. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to maintain his demeanor as a ruler, he would have already kicked Li Zishuan's butt. Water sickness? Seasickness? You're a Grandmaster level expert. You can fly for half a day without getting dizzy, so how could you get dizzy from this? Li Er felt that if he believed Li Zishuan's nonsense, then he would really be a retard. Bastard. Zhen saw that you had a good understanding of sea trade, so Zhen gave you the position of right supervisor of the Department of Shipping. You better not fail to appreciate kindness. Moreover, you don't have to stay in Guangzhou for long. You only need to help set up the internal system of the Department of Shipping. Li Er glared at Li Zishuan and said frantically. Li Zishuan inwardly curled his lips. Old Li said so much just to give him a job. Seeing that this young master has a good understanding of sea trade, TSK, Li Zishuan really wanted to say, please don't look down on me. Just treat me like I'm invisible. That's right, this fellow didn't want to improve himself. Now that he was the founding marquis, what else could he ask for? In any case, it was unlikely that his title would rise during Li Er's reign. As for the actual position, what did he need that for? He was already busy enough managing such a large academy. He just wanted to be an idle marquis. However, the latter half of Li Er's words surprised him. He didn't think that old Li would make such a big concession in order to poach him to the Department of Shipping. Your Majesty's praise is too much. This subject's talent is shallow and cannot be worthy of your Majesty's attention. I hope that your Majesty can choose someone else. He couldn't agree. Even if he didn't have to go to Guangzhou, he definitely couldn't agree. He couldn't make himself uncomfortable. Marquis Yong'an, national affairs should be the most important thing. Since you have the ability, why don't you use it to your advantage and serve the court? His Majesty trusts you so much. You should live up to His Majesty's trust. Fang Xianling couldn't stand it any longer. He turned to Li Zishuan and earnestly said. In truth, Old Fang also felt that Li Zishuan was quite suitable for the position. After all, Li Zishuan was the first person in the entire Great Tang to propose the idea of organizing a fleet. Li Zishuan's teeths. Moreover, Li's wealth was so great that he probably wouldn't be tempted by the temptation of money. It could be said that apart from his age, apart from Li was the most was Li's. His court is dismiss. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, was furious at Li Zishuan's stubbornness. He immediately announced the end of the court session. Li Zishuan, you stay. The rest of you, leave. Li Er stamped his feet and added. F***CK. What's the meaning of this? I'm going to be done for. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. He could act shamelessly in the court as long as Li Er didn't catch him red-handed. That was because Li Er had to take care of Junyi. But now, old Li didn't play by the rules and wanted to have a one-on-one talk with him. Wouldn't he be done for? Seeing this, the officials all cast a sympathetic and pitiful look at Li Zishuan. Then, they turned around and left the hall with smiles on their faces. Xiaoxian, in my opinion, you should obey my imperial father. Otherwise, when imperial father gets angry, Ari, forget it. You're on your own. When Li Chengqian passed by Li Zishuan's location, he whispered something to him before leaving without a word. Obey your imperial father? Obey your sister. Hearing such ambiguous words, Li Zishuan felt his chrysanthemum tighten. He really wanted to grab Li Chengqian back and ask him what he meant. Could they still have a proper conversation? This fellow was still thinking about such messy things at such an important time. There was really no one else like him. Marquis, His Majesty wants you to go to the Sweet Dew Hall. After Li Er, Li Chengqian, and all the officials left the Taiji Palace, a eunuch walked out from the back of the palace and spoke to Li Zishuan. Oh. Li Zishuan replied unhappily. Then, he followed the eunuch to the Sweet Dew Hall. Speaking of which, he really wanted to sneak away. Cough, cough, this subject greets your Majesty. Not long after, they arrived at the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Zishuan was looking at the map on the wall with his hands behind his back. The eunuch who had led the way had long disappeared. Li Zishuan could only cough dryly and bow to Li Er's back. Do you know why I set up the Department of Trade? Li Er didn't turn his head and asked Li Zishuan with his back facing Li Zishuan. What's the matter? Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little confused. After a while, he replied, the sea trade can bring a lot of income to the Great Tang. Your Majesty set up the Department of Trade to relieve the pressure on the national treasury. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Er seemed to have already prepared a question. He immediately asked, then do you know why I'm in such a hurry to fill the treasury? Why else? Isn't it because you want money? Li Zishuan cursed in his heart, but he replied, this subject doesn't know. Indeed, other than the reason in his heart, he really didn't know why Li Er suddenly liked small amounts of money so much. 3 months ago, Shweyentuor, Hueha, Bayegu, and other tribes that had submitted to the Turks rebelled. Sheli Khan sent Tuli Khan to suppress them but failed to win. The rebel army flourished and Tuli Khan's light cavalry fled. Sheli Khan was furious and imprisoned him. Tuli Khan was resentful because of this. Just half a month ago, Tuli gathered his 30,000 troops and wanted to rebel against the Turks and return to the Great Tang. Sheli naturally didn't allow it. He personally led the remaining troops to encircle and suppress Tuli. At this time, Sheli was facing enemies from all sides. The Turks' civil war was raging. I wanted to take this opportunity to let the imperial court recover from last year's huge loss at the Wei River Alliance as soon as possible and accumulate the capital for a counterattack. When the Turks' civil war was at its worst, I would send troops to the Turks to avenge the enemy that year. The Department of Trade can quickly fill up the treasury of the Great Tang. That's why I value it so much. Do you understand? Li Er looked at the map on the wall and slowly explained some military information that Li Zishuan didn't know. Then, he turned around and looked at Li Zishuan with a burning gaze. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Li Zishuan didn't expect that a small department of trade would involve the Turks. Was old Li trying to trick him, or was he trying to trick him? Chapter 836. Your Majesty, since the Bureau of Imports is of such great importance, we must be even more cautious in selecting candidates. This lowly subject is still young and lacks experience. It is difficult for this lowly subject to take on such an important post. Within due hall, Li Zishuan was silent for a long time before refusing. This wasn't because he didn't love his country, but because he felt that there was no need for him to personally take on this matter. With Li Xiaogong presiding over the Bureau of Imports, he could basically guarantee that no major corruption cases would occur. Other than helping to perfect the Great Tang's customs system, he really couldn't think of anything else he could do. In addition, he felt like old Li was trying to trick him. The Great Tang's border situation had not yet reached the point where war could break out at any moment. Based on the normal course of history, Li Er would only send Li Jing and the others to attack the Turks in the 8th month of the 3rd year of Zhongguan. It was still too early. After all, the Great Tang still had to deal with the locust plague next year. Li Er's gaze abruptly darkened, and his face instantly lost its composure. Logically speaking, as the emperor, he was already giving a great deal of face to his subjects by personally advising them. However, Li Zishuan was still as stubborn as a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. Still young. Lacking experience. Brat, you've done so many things, but which one of them is something that someone as young as you can do? Based on what you're saying, shouldn't we also remove you from your Marquis title? Since ancient times, has there ever been a 15-year-old Marquis? Even Hua Tsubing, despite his illustrious achievements on the battlefield, was only made a Marquis champion at the age of 20. Li Er walked down from above and stopped 5 steps in front of Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was a little anxious at these words. It was fine if he didn't become an official, but he had to have a title of nobility. This sort of thing was the foundation of a feudal society where one would not be bullied. Cough, cough, Your Majesty is the sovereign of the 9 and 5, so your words naturally carry enormous weight. How can you take back a title you've bestowed? Li Zishuan awkwardly smiled. Li Zishuan angrily flicked his sleeves. If it weren't for the Empress' prestige, he would have stripped Li Zishuan of his title. Tell me, what do I have to do to make you willingly take up a position in the Department of Shipping? As long as the request is not too excessive, I will consider it. Since ancient times, there was no lack of officials begging the emperor to become an official. But now, he, the emperor, actually had to beg his officials to become an official. This made Li Er gnash his teeth in anger. However, in his opinion, if he wanted to build the Department of Maritime Trade from scratch, quickly establish it from scratch, and quickly display its proper functions, he must find someone with a long-term vision, a free mind, and a true understanding of maritime trade to manage it. Although Li Zishuan had personally gone to sea before, in terms of ideas, he was far inferior to Li Zishuan. Letting Li Zishuan be the head of the Department of Maritime Trade and overseeing the overall situation, and then letting Li Zishuan be the second head of the Department of Maritime Trade and be responsible for formulating the specific rules and regulations. In Li Er's opinion, this was the most perfect personnel allocation. Your Majesty, I am greatly indebted to the Empire. As long as the Imperial Court needs it, I will do my part even if I have to go through water and tread on fire. This kind of thing where I haven't even done anything yet is definitely not something I can do, Li Zishuan said with awe-inspiring righteousness. Li Er snorted and said, "You brat, don't take it for granted. If you continue to dawdle, don't blame me for being impolite. Your Majesty, I want a few mines." As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Li Zishuan hurriedly called out, "Mines? You brat, you want iron ore?" Li Er's face suddenly became serious. For a feudal emperor, iron ore was a very sensitive thing. During the spring and autumn period, Guanzhong of the state of Qi proposed the salt and iron monopoly policy in his Guanshan theory. It allowed the state of Qi to quickly become rich and become the first hegemon of the spring and autumn period. However, although Guanzhong was highly respected by later generations, in the hundreds of years after his death, other than Xiangyang who was determined to reform, there were very few people who followed his policy of strengthening the country. It wasn't until the time of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty that the imperial court, due to years of expeditions against the Xiongnu, that the central government's finances were gradually emptied. The rich people of China smelting and boiling salt could make a fortune of tens of thousands of gold, but it wasn't for the urgent needs of the government. Only then did Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty realize the importance of smelting and boiling salt to the country's tax collection. Thus, it gave birth to the salt and iron monopoly policy that was implemented intermittently in the history of China for more than 2,000 years. The so-called salt and iron monopoly meant that the right to smelt iron and boil salt was all taken over by the central government. However, it was important to note that the salt and iron monopoly was not the salt and iron official monopoly. In terms of smelting iron, it was implemented between the state and the private. The state generally implemented a monopoly policy on all mining resources. As long as the private found a mine, it would immediately be protected and sealed by the state. The ruler controlled the pricing power of the ironware and bought and sold all the ironware that was produced. Under these conditions, the imperial court opened up the smelting workshop industry and allowed the private merchants to operate it. The added value would be 70% for the merchants and 30% for the ruler, which was equivalent to a 30% income tax. However, due to the unavoidable problems of the bureaucratic system, the salt and iron official monopoly also had some serious problems. In order to complete their tasks, the official ironware only focused on production. Most of the ironware produced were large farming tools that were not suitable for farmers to use. Not only that, the official ironware also had problems such as high cost, low quality, not being able to choose, not being able to buy, and forcing farmers to work. More importantly, the price of the official salt and iron was expensive, and many poor people could not afford it. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, the ruler removed the salt and iron monopoly policy and implemented a tax system. The three kingdoms and two jin focused on purchasing, and the tax system was implemented during the northern and southern dynasties. From the Sui to the early Tang dynasty, the salt and iron taxes were removed, and they were taxed like other goods. After the Tang-Anshi rebellion, due to financial difficulties, the salt and iron monopoly was implemented once more. Since then, the successive dynasties strengthened the salt monopoly and implemented a tax system on iron, no longer treating it the same as salt. The salt and iron monopoly allowed the feudal country to gain considerable benefits, especially salt. It had always been the most important monopoly product that the feudal government firmly controlled, and the income from it was an important source of income for the successive governments. Your subject not only wants the iron, but also a few sulfur mines. Your Majesty, please grant me this. Seeing Li Er's suddenly serious expression, Li Zishuan suddenly had a bad premonition, but he still braced himself and said. Previously, when he was in the workshop, he took it for granted that as long as he found the iron ore based on the memory in his mind, he would be able to own it. Later, when he went back and told his father, he found out that he was wrong. Today, he had such a rare opportunity to negotiate with Li Er. If he did not do so, he would be letting himself down. Chapter 837. Li Zuxuan had taken the ownership of the iron ore in this era for granted, and he hadn't thought about the extraction of pyrite when he was in the workshop. The composition of pyrite was mainly ferrous sulfide. At that time, he wanted to extract sulfur and iron from it through a series of chemical processes. However, after he went home and calculated carefully, he found that it was easier to extract sulfur from pyrite, but it was too difficult to extract iron. It wasn't that it couldn't be extracted, but with the current conditions, it was very difficult to do so. Even if it could be done, the cost was too high. It wasn't worth it. Therefore, if he wanted to get a large amount of iron, he would need some magnetite, which was mainly made up of iron tetroxide. However, other than extracting sulfur from pyrite, there was also an extremely important industrial material. He would talk about this later. What do you need iron for? Leah didn't care much about sulfur. Besides, the imperial court didn't have much control over sulfur, but iron was different. During the early Tang dynasty, although the imperial court had abolished the special taxes on salt and iron, basically all iron mines that had been discovered belonged to the imperial court. In principle, private individuals weren't allowed to own iron mines. Your Majesty, my workshop is lacking iron. I've already bought all the iron that can be bought near Chang'an City, but it's still not enough. Addressing and using words was a very deep knowledge. Li Zuxuan referred to himself as little brat here and not minister or little minister to show that he was speaking to Li as a junior and not as a minister. Because the topic he was talking about was, after all, a business matter, it was very inappropriate to use the identity of a minister. Useless. Do you really think that your workshop is a treasure? I won't give you the iron ore, because not only do you lack iron, but the imperial court also lacks iron. Do you think your workshop is more important, or my imperial treasury and northern capital military weapons supervisor? The Tang dynasty implemented the system of 3 provinces and 6 departments. The military weapons workshops were under the management of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War. They were called the Imperial Treasury and Northern Capital Military Weapons Supervisor respectively. After hearing this, Li flicked his sleeves and said in a bad mood. During the early Tang dynasty, the Tang dynasty adopted the prefectural military system. There were 574 to 800 prefectural prefectures throughout the country, and 627 of them were famous. This number was constantly changing, which meant that the lowest number was 574, and the highest number was 800. The House of Subjugation was split into 3 grades, with 1,200 men, 1,000 men, and 800 men respectively. Therefore, in the early Tang dynasty, there were around 800,000 soldiers, of which 260,000 were from the Guanay circuit. They were the main force, the 16 guards of the Great Tang. The weapons and equipment for these 260,000 soldiers were made by the Imperial Treasury and the Northern Capital Military Weapons Bureau. The equipment for the soldiers of the other prefectures were made by the local prefectures, but the metal they used was still provided by the central government. With such a huge consumption of ironware, the imperial court's demand for iron ore was also very high. Your Majesty, you misunderstood. This little one doesn't want the Great Tang's existing iron mines. What this little one means is that this little one will find an iron mine myself. After I find one, can this little one send someone to mine the iron mine? Li Zuxuan explained carefully. Leah raised his eyebrows in surprise and said with some surprise, "Oh? You also know geomancy and gold mining?" In ancient times, it was known as one of the 8 outer gates of Jianghu. It could be considered as the application of feng shui in the exploration of gold mines and other mineral deposits. The art of prospecting was known as the 9th gate, gold mining. Because the people of Jinmen served the government for a long time, they had very few descendants. But if they found a good gold mine, they would make a lot of money every day. In any case, Li Zuxuan was also a member of the Dao sect. Of course, he had heard of mining, but how would he know how to do such a thing? He didn't seem to have any knowledge of geomancy in this life. His confidence in finding ores came from the memories of his previous life. But he definitely couldn't say that to Li. Under the influence of my master, this little one knows a thing or two about this, a thing or two. Li Zuxuan's mind turned quickly, and then he seriously spouted nonsense. Li glanced at him, and after a while, he said, "If that's the case, I will grant you an iron mine, but at the same time, you have to help the court find a similar iron mine. When the time comes, you won't have to pay taxes to the court and can mine as much as you want. How about it?" At this time, although the iron mines were owned by the country, a large part of it was mined by the people. Old Tang Book, official records recorded, any mine that comes out of the copper and iron state prefecture will be taxed by the officials. As the emperor, Li still had a lot of room for manipulation. When the time comes, he could ensure that the other officials couldn't find fault with him. Old Fox, old Li's advantage wasn't something that ordinary people could take advantage of. Li Zishuan silently cursed in his heart. After a moment of consideration, he nodded and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Your Majesty. The sulfur mine." Li smiled proudly, and then said, "You can have the sulfur mine. As long as you can find it, it's yours. I won't ask about it." Although he didn't know what Li Zishuan wanted the sulfur mine for, he was too lazy to ask. This thing wasn't an important strategic resource of the country. He would just treat it as a benefit for Li Zishuan to join the Department of Commerce. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will do my best to help Commandery Prince Hejian manage the Department of Commerce well and increase the revenue of the Tang Empire's treasury." Although this result wasn't ideal, Li Zishuan could accept it. He would treat it as a contribution to the country. The more iron the court had, the better the military's weapons would be, and the stronger the country would be. As for the right promotion of the Department of Commerce, he didn't have to go to Guangzhou to work. He only needed to use his brain. It wouldn't have much impact on his current life. "Humph! Get out of here." Li snorted in annoyance when he saw Li Zishuan seeing a rabbit. He immediately let go of the falcon look. "Damn, old Li is too disrespectful. Getting rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness." Li Zishuan was a little unhappy, but he did have the upper hand in this matter. Therefore, he didn't argue with old Li. He cupped his hands and left. "Humph, I don't want to stay in this lousy palace." After leaving Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan secretly gave Li the middle finger. Then, he walked towards the palace gate and prepared to go home. "Brother Xiaoxian." At this moment, a pleasant female voice came from beside him. Li Zishuan looked over and saw Chang'e walking over with graceful steps. She was very dignified and elegant. "Your Highness." The reason why Chang'e was so dignified was that she was in the palace and had to follow the rules. Similarly, Li Zishuan had to follow the rules. Therefore, he cupped his hands and bowed. "Brother Xiaoxian, don't be so polite. Chang'e is here to thank Brother Xiaoxian. Thank you for speaking up for Chang'e in the court just now." Chang'e asked her servants to leave and hurried over. The little girl's eyes seemed to be made of water, which made her look very gentle. Chapter 838. On the stone arch bridge outside the Taiji Palace. Li Zishuan looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and thought that if he hadn't argued for her in the imperial court, Chang'e would have been sent to northern India for a political marriage thousands of miles away. How sad and unfair it was. In his impression, the so-called Genri dynasty did not last long. This was because in the history after Zhengguan, he had never heard of the Genri dynasty. This meant that even if Chang'e married over, she would only end up with a sad ending. It was true. According to the historical records, in the 21st year of Zhengguan, King Genri drowned in the Ganges River and didn't leave any heirs. At that time, the country was in chaos. Prime Minister Aluo Nazhun usurped the throne and the huge empire that was maintained by force collapsed instantly. "Haha, Your Highness is too polite. What I did was just what a Han person should do." Li Zishuan smiled kindly. What he said was both right and wrong. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was a bit angry. After traveling to ancient times, he certainly didn't want his country to trade women for peace. If what happened today happened to any princess, Li Zishuan would speak up for her. However, if it weren't for Chang'e, he might not have been so nervous and worked so hard today. The reason was that he didn't like Chang'e. He did like her, but it was definitely not the kind of love between a man and a woman. After all, Chang'e was only a 7 or 8-year-old girl. If he, a modern man, really had feelings for Changle, it would be too abnormal. It was undeniable that Changle, like her name, was born beautiful and charming. At such a young age, it could be seen that she would grow up to be a beauty. However, on the one hand, Li Zishuan only treated Changle as his younger sister. Lan Er was lively and lovely, while Changle was gentle and well-behaved. Li Zishuan felt that it would be perfect if he could have two sisters like her at the same time. On the other hand, Li Zishuan, who had a soft spot for the Tang dynasty in his previous life, felt that the two most respectable and pitiful women in the Zhenguan dynasty were Empress Zhongsun and Changle. These two women were extremely virtuous, but unfortunately, their lives were very short. Compared to Empress Zhongsun, Changle had completely inherited her virtuousness, but not her scheming and means as an empress. Therefore, Changle was a gentle and weak woman who was extremely virtuous but not protected by a hard shell. Li Zishuan had traveled through 1,000 years. After seeing the real person, it was inevitable that he would feel pity and protect her. However, he was only treating her as his little sister and doting on her. He was not that perverted. This is what a Han should do. But why is it that out of all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, only you, brother Xiao Xian, speak out for justice and argue for what is right? Changle muttered in her heart. After that, she looked at Li Zishuan with her watery eyes and said with a smile, "No matter what, Changle should thank brother Xiao Xian." "All right, brother Xiao Xian, you can go and do your work. Changle should go and find father." She also knew that there were many eyes and ears here. If she chatted with Li Zishuan for a long time, it was inevitable that people would gossip. "All right. Take care, Your Highness." Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands in salute. Li Zishuan kept addressing her as Your Highness so politely, which made Changle slightly dissatisfied. She felt that it was very distant, but in this situation, there was nothing she could do. She could only nod and sigh in her heart. Then, she turned and left. "Young master, you're back." When it was close to noon, Li Zishuan returned to the Li residence. San Bao hurriedly took over the reins and greeted Li Zishuan warmly with a smile. Where's Yushi?" Li Zishuan clapped his hands and asked casually. "Young mistress is in the kitchen right now. Young master, you can go and wash your hands first. The food will be ready soon." San Bao held Big White's hand and bowed. Li Zishuan nodded and walked into the residence. He thought to himself that his wife was really too good to him. Ever since they got married, Han Yushi had been making delicious food for him every day. She was simply raising him like a pig. If he didn't have martial arts in this life, he would definitely become a fat otaku again if Han Yushi continued to raise him like this. After a sumptuous lunch, the couple returned to the bedroom. Han Yushi asked, "Husband, is everything okay during the morning court today?" Han Yushi had never asked or cared about the matters of the imperial court. However, she saw that Li Zishuan was not in high spirits after returning today. She hesitated and asked. Li Zishuan thought for a while and replied, "Today, the main thing is that the small Nanyang kingdom is presenting tributes to His Majesty. It wasn't a big deal, but later, the Prime Minister of the Jedi dynasty proposed to His Majesty. Their king wants to marry Changle." Han Yushi was shocked and covered her mouth. "Ah! How could this be? Husband, did His Majesty agree?" She had always had a good impression of Changle. When she heard that Changle might be married to another country, she couldn't help but worry. Li Zishuan shook his head and sighed. "No, His Majesty is not muddle-headed. It's just that I have another task now." Hearing that Li Zishuan didn't agree to this marriage, Han Yushi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When she heard the second half of the sentence, she couldn't help but raise her head and ask, "Husband, did His Majesty arrange another task for you?" Li Zishuan nodded and roughly told Han Yushi about the matter of the shipbuilding department and the iron mine. After Han Yushi heard this, she whispered with a complicated mood, "Yes. Husband, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. His Majesty thinks so highly of you and has given you so many important tasks. Whether it's for the country or the people, you should treat them seriously. With me at home, husband, you don't have to worry." From a personal point of view, Han Yushi certainly hoped that Li Zishuan could foolishly do nothing every day and stay by her side. However, she knew that this was impossible. Her husband was so capable that he was destined to not be an ordinary person. Since the moment Yanghuang College was built, Li Zishuan spent less and less time at home. At that time, Han Yushi truly tasted what it meant to regret teaching your husband to seek the title of Marquis. Thank you for your understanding, wife. Li Zishuan smiled. Han Yushi shook her head and asked again, husband, are we going back to Yunshan in the afternoon? We'll go back to Yunshan after resting for a while. In the afternoon, Forbert still has something to do with me. According to yesterday's agreement, Forbert would bring his nephew for an interview this afternoon. He had to tell him the location of several magnetite and pyrite mines. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Zishuan took his wife out of the mansion in a carriage and went to Yunshan. Naturally, San Bao and Fu were extremely resentful. They didn't expect their young master and young madam to leave after only staying in the mansion for a day. Such a master was extremely rare in Chang'an. Chapter 839. Young master, this is my nephew, Fu Bin. When they returned to Yunshan, Forbert was already waiting outside the courtyard with a young man. Li Zishuan directly brought them to the study on the first floor. Forbert smiled and introduced the young man beside him to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan nodded and then began to size up the young man. This young man was about 25 or 26 years old. He had a delicate face, a high nose bridge, and a pair of eyes that were 70% clever and 30% timid. It was said that one's appearance was born from one's heart. Just by looking at his face, this young man was somewhat clever and somewhat timid. Fortunately, Li Zishuan didn't need someone who wasn't afraid of anything. He felt that a person should have a heart of reverence, so that they wouldn't overstep the rules when doing things. Brat, why aren't you greeting young master? Forbert slapped the back of the young man's head and scolded. The young man staggered 2 steps forward and hurriedly bowed to Li Zishuan and said, Fu Bin greets young master. Li Zishuan smiled and said, no need to be so polite. I treat Forbert like an elder. Since you're Forbert's nephew, then your family. Fu Bin lowered his head and said, young master is too kind. I don't dare. Li Zishuan didn't force him and asked, you know martial arts? He saw that Fu Bin's lower body was very stable, so he asked this question. Fu Bin scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I don't know martial arts, but I know some boxing. Forbert couldn't help but interrupt at this moment. This kid didn't like to study since he was young. He didn't learn how to dance, but learned a lot of fancy boxing. If it weren't for young master's favor, he wouldn't have made a name for himself. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, Here, Forbert, you can't say that. There are 360 professions, and each profession has its own master. Studying is not the only way out of a person's life. As long as Fu Bin is down to earth, he will definitely have his own future. Hearing this, Fu Bin's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but have a good impression of Li Zishuan. Speaking up to this point, Li Zishuan took out a map from the bookshelf and beckoned to Fu Bin. When the latter came over, he said, let's go. Fu Bin, as long as you can accomplish this task, I will arrange you to work in the workshop. If you do well, you might even take over the position of Forbert in the workshop. By then, you will have a bright future. Fu Bin's expression lit up and he hurriedly said, many thanks for young master's promotion. Young master, if you need anything, just tell me. Even if I have to go through water and tread on fire, I will definitely complete the task given by young master. Li Zishuan smiled and said, I don't need you to go through water and tread on fire. I have marked 4 locations on this map, corresponding to the 4 mines. They are not far from here, and they are all in Hudong Road. You can take some people there and look for the mines near the locations I marked. If the local government obstructs you, you can just show them my warrant. In the 2nd month of the 1st year of Zhengguan, Li divided the country into 10 roads, namely Guanay Road, Henan Road, Hudong Road, Hebei Road, Shannan Road, Longyu Road, Huainan Road, Jiangnan Road, Jiannan Road, and Lingnan Road. The counties were abolished and replaced with provinces. The 4 mines marked by Li Zishuan on the map were all located in Shaanxi Province, which was Hudong Road in the Tang dynasty. Among the 4 mines, there were 2 magnetite mines and 2 pyrite mines. The magnetite reserves should be at least 30 million tons, which was enough for Li Zishuan's workshop to squander for decades. At the same time, it could also alleviate the extreme shortage of iron in the Tang dynasty. Fu Bin took the map and suddenly had a bitter expression. "Young master, this map." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said, "What's wrong? You don't know how to read a map?" Fu Bin had a long face and nodded. Forbert was furious and slapped the back of Fu Bin's head again. "Ignorant and incompetent. I usually told you to read more books, but you didn't listen. Now you have lost your face here. What a bastard." Li Zishuan smiled. As the saying goes, when one is concerned, one must be responsible. From this, it could be seen that Forbert was very concerned about his nephew. "Haha. Forbert, this map of mine is marked with a new method. It is normal that Xiao Bing does not understand it. You just need to teach him these 2 days. Don't worry, the mining is not urgent." Forbert knew that Li Zishuan was purposely giving him face. He said gratefully, "Thank you, young master." "Young master, don't worry. Even if this kid does not eat or sleep these 2 days, he will learn to read the map. He will not delay young master's work." "Alright, it's not that serious. By the way, Uncle Fu, I have a few drawings here, and I've marked the detailed size requirements on them. They'll be used together with the thing I drew for you in the workshop last time. Can you make them for me recently?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and turned around to take out a few drawings from the bookshelf. He passed them to Forbert. Forbert took the drawings and glanced at them. "Young master, this is not a problem. Don't worry. Then Forbert, you guys can go back to your work." Seeing that there was nothing else to say, Li Zishuan sent him off with a cup of tea. It was not that he did not want to give face, but that he and Forbert had been very busy recently. "Then this old man will take his leave." Forbert cupped his hands and left with Fu Bin. Li Zishuan meditated for a while in the study before leaving for the academy. He had to check on the students' recent military training before teaching them Taiji Fist. After all, he had promised Cheng Chumo a few days ago. "It's you. Senior, what brings you to my humble abode again?" What Li Zishuan did not expect was that the moment he stepped out of the door, he met the uninvited guest from 2 days ago, the bearded guest who was beaten black and blue. Perhaps it was because Li Jing's medicine was too effective or because the half-step great-grandmaster's recovery ability was too strong. In just 2 days, the bearded guest's injuries were almost healed. "Why? Marquis Yong and isn't inviting me in? Could it be that you're still angry with me?" The bearded man's aura was restrained and he looked just like an ordinary farmer. He didn't bring a saber today and just walked towards Li Zishuan empty-handed and said with a smile, "I wouldn't dare. Senior, please come in." Li Zishuan still had to give face to Li Jing during the Battle of Yunshan. Moreover, he had a breakthrough during the battle and it could be said that he benefited greatly. If he followed the normal progress, he did not know how long it would take for him to break through. Therefore, although he had some complaints in his heart, he did not hate the bearded guest as much as he did in the beginning. "Haha. Marquis Yong'an, if this is your humble abode, then there are no luxurious mansions in this world." Seeing that Li Zishuan's attitude towards him had improved slightly, the bearded guest laughed loudly. Chapter 840. Last time, he was still shouting about killing, but this time, he came to visit as if nothing had happened. It had to be said that the bearded guest's skin was really thick. However, no one in the Li family gave him a good face. Li Jingmo only nodded at the bearded man in greeting before leaving. Han Yushi and Madame Li didn't even go downstairs or greet him. When Xiao He came over to pour tea for the bearded guest, she heavily knocked the teacup on the table to express her dissatisfaction. Lana held a small wooden sword and quietly hid at the staircase. Her 2 bright eyes stared at the bearded man without blinking, as if she was ready to deal a fatal blow to the bearded man in the main hall at any time. This little cutie didn't know that her every move had been noticed by the 2 people in the main hall. "Haha. Marquis Yong'an, even if I did something wrong last time, you don't have to be so stingy, right? This old man heard that you have good wine at home. Why bring out this tea to embarrass this old man?" The bearded guest didn't care much about the Li family's reaction. In his opinion, Li Zhuan's family was already very polite for not cutting him with a knife. Now, they were just a little cold to him, so what? He looked at the teacup on the table and said to Li Zhuan without any trace of politeness. He came to Chang'an with the imperial court's fleet. Counting the days, he had stayed in Chang'an for quite some time. Naturally, he knew of the Li family's reputation of drunken immortal and gentle village. Moreover, he had tasted it many times at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Although it was a little expensive, the bearded guest still felt that it was worth it. Besides, how could a pirate like him lack money? Spending money to buy enjoyment was what people like him liked to do the most. It's not that I don't want to, but my family's wine is extremely strong. If Senior has something to say, please talk about business first and then talk about other things. Li Zhuan replied indifferently. He didn't fall out with the bearded guest because he was giving face to Li Jing. As for the good wine and good dishes, it could only be said that the bearded guest was overthinking. Hearing the coldness in Li Zhuan's words, a hint of embarrassment appeared on the bearded man's face, but it disappeared in a flash. Ahem, I don't like to beat around the bush with people, so I'll be frank with you. I want your complete sea chart. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. If I can do it, I won't say a word. Li Zhuan was shocked. Only now did he understand that the dragon-bearded guest deliberately came to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble 2 days ago. He went through so much trouble just for his sea map. However, how did this old man know that he had the sea map in his hands? That's impossible. Senior, please don't mention it again. Li Zhuan didn't think too much about it and directly refused. The curly-bearded guest immediately asked anxiously, "Why is that? There should always be room for negotiation. Marquis Yong'en, why are you so heartless?" Feelings? Li Zhuan sneered and said sarcastically, 2 days ago, someone wanted to annihilate my entire family. Why should I care about feelings with such a person? I'm already giving face to Duke Wei by not sweeping him out of the door. When the curly-bearded guest heard this, his face turned green and white. The fight 2 days ago was a misunderstanding. I've already explained it to Marquis Yong'an. Although my words were inappropriate, I didn't have any ill intentions. Marquis Yong'an, why do you have to take it to heart? Some people don't mean much to you, but to me, their lives are more important than my own. You'll never understand this. Li Zhuan stared at the curly-bearded guest and said word by word. The curly-bearded guest was speechless, and the hall fell into silence. After a while, Li Zhuan asked, "Senior, how did you know that I have a detailed sea map?" The curly-bearded guest suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He was about to explain when he saw the servant girl who served him tea earlier walk over and said to Li Zhuan, "Young master, there's a person called Meng Yuliang outside who wants to see you." Meng Yuliang? Li Zhuan muttered to himself. Only then did he remember that Meng Yuliang was Meng Wenhao's father. He just didn't know why he came over at this time. "Let him in." "Yes, young master." Xiao he responded, and then turned around to go out. The curly-bearded guest who was about to speak saw that Li Zhuan summoned Meng Yuliang without hesitation. He rolled his eyes and actually shut his mouth. Meng Yuliang pays his respects to Marquis. After a while, Meng Yuliang walked in. He saw the curly-bearded guest sitting in the main hall and a trace of joy flashed across his eyes. He then turned around and bowed solemnly to Li Zhuan. "Uncle Meng, you don't have to be so courteous. Now that you're an official, you don't have to be so courteous." Li Zhuan helped him up and said with a pleasant smile, "Don't worry. Marquis, you're too courteous. You've done a great favor for my Wenhao, and you deserve to be courteous." Meng Yuliang said with a sincere face. Li Zhuan smiled and didn't insist. He pointed to the sofa beside him and said, "What's there to be courteous about? Uncle Meng, take a seat first." Meng Yuliang paused and didn't sit down immediately. Instead, he turned around and faced the curly-bearded guest. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Today, Meng Yuliang knew that Benefactor was here and specially came to thank Benefactor. "Once again, I thank Benefactor for saving my life." Get up, get up. How can a man kneel just because he wants to? It's just a small matter for you in our hometown. You don't have to worry about it for so long. The curly-bearded guest quickly stood up and helped Meng Yuliang up. Benefactor? Li Zhuan saw this scene and was a little confused. How could these two people who didn't have anything to do with each other have an intersection? What kind of drama is this? Uncle Meng, you know each other? Li Zhuan frowned and asked aloud. Meng Yuliang turned around and replied, Marquis, the fleet was attacked by pirates at sea. I was seriously injured and almost died at sea. Fortunately, Benefactor came to my rescue and saved my life. Hearing Meng Yuliang's words, Li Zhuan suddenly thought of something. After a moment of frowning, he looked at the curly-bearded guest and said in surprise, Previously, Commandery Prince Hejian told me that when the army landed in Japan, there was a mysterious master protecting him. I didn't expect that person to be you. Haha. It's just a coincidence. It's not worth mentioning. Although the curly-bearded guest was proud, he still had an indifferent expression on his face. This old guy is really good at acting tough. Li Zhuan pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. He was now curious about how Meng Yuliang knew that the curly-bearded guest was with him. The curly-bearded guest had been staying at Li Zhuan's house recently. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't know his whereabouts. How did Meng Yuliang, who had no foundation in Chang'an, know? Chapter 841. Old Master, do you think Li Zhuan has agreed to Big Brother's request? Duke Wei Residence, study room. Hong Funu held her hair with one hand and swayed in front of Lord Li Jing as she spoke wittily. Lord Li Jing held his forehead and sighed helplessly. Chu Chen, I think you shouldn't have done that. Little Xian is also our junior. How could you scheme against him? When Hong Funu heard that, her eyes widened and she said loudly, Scheme? How did I scheme against him? I was only telling him the truth. Could it be that Big Brother didn't save that person called Meng Yuliang at sea? From the beginning to the end, did I make up any lies? So how can this be called scheming? Lord Li Jing was instantly speechless. He thought to himself that he really couldn't reason with a woman at any time. Forget it. Just take it as this old man owes that child a favor. Lord Li Jing sighed in his heart and thought to himself. Marquis, Benefactor, you two go ahead. If there's a chance in the future, Meng Yuliang will visit again. Cloud Mountain Residence. Meng Yuliang only sat for a while before he stood up and bid farewell. He also understood that Li Zhuan and the dragon-bearded guest must have something important to discuss. It wasn't convenient for him to continue disturbing them. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the fact that the dragon-bearded guest was constantly drifting about and came and went without a trace, he wouldn't have rushed over immediately upon hearing news of the dragon-bearded guest. All right, Uncle Meng, take care. Li Zhuan stood up and smiled. Although he had many questions about how Meng Yuliang knew that the dragon-bearded guest was here, the dragon-bearded guest had saved Meng Wenhao's father. This was an irrefutable fact that couldn't be changed no matter what. Everything else didn't seem too important. After sending Meng Yuliang off, there were only two people left in the main hall. An old man and a young man. The two of them stared at each other for a while before Li Zhuan spoke. I can give you the map, but you have to promise me one thing. The bearded man was overjoyed. Previously, there was no room for negotiation. Now, although there were conditions, there was finally room for negotiation. The difference between the two was not small. Ultimately, it was because he had inadvertently saved the father of Li Zhuan's favorite disciple. Even though Li Zhuan did not say it explicitly, it was obvious that he had accepted this favor. Otherwise, his attitude would not have changed like this. What conditions? The bearded guest hurriedly asked. Li Zhuan stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and lightly said, in the previous martial arts competition, it should be considered as your loss, right? The bearded man thought about it seriously and then nodded. That's right, this old man lost. Although Li Zhuan and Mo Huai had teamed up to fight him in the end, he had already lost when Li Zhuan forced his acupoints open due to the threat of death coming from Li Zhuan. A loss was a loss. He, the bearded guest, had traversed the 4 seas. He would never do something so shameless as to refuse to admit his loss. Good. Before the martial arts competition, you said that if I lost, you would exterminate my entire family. But in the end, you clearly lost, so it's a different story, Li Zishuan said with a smile. The bearded guest's face darkened. He said impatiently, Marquis Yong'an, just tell me what you want. If I can do it, I will definitely do my best. When Li Zishuan heard this, he revealed a devilish smile, causing the curly-bearded guest, a great demon who had killed countless people, to tremble in fear. This Marquis has always been kind-hearted. I won't do something like exterminating someone's entire family. But since you lost the martial arts competition, you should pay a corresponding price. Moreover, you want this Marquis's sea map, so the price you should pay naturally cannot be low. How about this? As long as you are willing to fulfill your responsibilities as a guard at Yanghuang College for a year, this Marquis will hand over the sea map to you. In addition to this request, after you take this Marquis's sea map, you also need to help this Marquis find a few things overseas. Once you find them, you will send them back to Chang'an. How about it? Do you agree to these two requests? Be a guard for a year. The bearded guest's eyes widened. If it was someone else who said this to him, he would definitely smash that person into a meat patty with his fists. What kind of person was he, the bearded guest? He was the overlord of the sea. How could he be someone's guard? If this were to spread out, how would he be able to survive in the south? However, he had no choice but to agree. First of all, he did lose the martial arts competition that day. Logically speaking, Li Zishuan should be the one to make a request. Moreover, that sea map was truly too important to him. After wandering the sea for so many years, no one knew better than him how rich the wealth of the sea was. If he had the help of Li Zishuan's sea map, where in the world could he not go? This. Can you change the conditions? For example, this Marquis can use money to buy this sea map. The bearded guest said unwillingly. As for the latter condition, he didn't think much of it. At most, it would just take some effort to find something. However, the first condition was asking for his life. As the island master of the 72 islands, he also wanted his face. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, do you think this Marquis is someone who lacks money? Just these two conditions, there's no way to change them. Senior, you also know that I originally didn't want to negotiate with you. However, now that you're unwilling to agree to my conditions, this Marquis is powerless to do anything. 2 days ago, other than threatening Li Zishuan's family, the bearded guest also committed another crime, which was to disrupt the order of Cloud Mountain. Accordingly, he had to pay the price and set an example to the people who came after him. He had to let them know that no matter who it was, if they dared to cause trouble in Cloud Mountain, they must be punished. The atmosphere in the main hall suddenly froze. The bearded guest's face was gloomy. He tapped the table with his finger and didn't say a word. Seeing this, Li Zishuan didn't rush him. He waved at Lan who was hiding at the stairs. The little girl put away the wooden sword in her hand and ran towards Li Zishuan with a smile. The brother and sister played a childish game of rock, paper, scissors in front of the bearded guest. They were very happy. After a long time, the bearded guest coughed heavily and said, Marquis Yong'an, this Marquis has thousands of brothers under me. This Marquis is not someone who can do whatever I want. This matter is very important. Please give this Marquis 1 day to consider carefully. Before sunset tomorrow, I will definitely give you an answer. Although his martial arts skills were basically unrivaled, he still had to listen to the opinions of his subordinate. Otherwise, what future could he have as a commander without an army? Fine. This Marquis will wait for you for 1 day. Li Zishuan nodded. He didn't expect the bearded guest to not reject such an unreasonable request on the spot. It was really inconceivable. Then this Marquis will take his leave first. The bearded guest cupped his hands and left. Of course, in the entire courtyard, no one sent him off. Chapter 842. The next day. Li Zishuan finally woke up early. After having breakfast in the courtyard, he went to Yanghuang College. Recently, due to various things, as the principal, he had not shown up at Yanghuang College for a long time. Mr. Li Gang had complained about this countless times. If this guy did not show up, Li Gang would probably come personally to catch him. Good morning, Mr. Li. Have you had breakfast yet? Coincidentally, Li Zhaxuan, the principal who often liked to slack off, happened to meet the vice principal who had always been conscientious. Seeing Li Gang looking at him expressionlessly, Li Zhaxuan could only bite the bullet and go forward to greet him. Yes. Li Gang nodded and then walked forward with Li Zhaxuan while saying in a muffled voice, seeing that the military training is about to end, Yamacho, you have to arrange the teaching work of the academy as soon as possible. There are so many teachers in the academy, they are all waiting for you to say something. Li Zhaxuan replied, Sir, you are right. I will arrange the teaching work as soon as possible. In fact, he was groaning in his heart, because he had just received another job from Leah yesterday, and now the academy was about to get on track. With two things happening at the same time, it was estimated that he would be as busy as a dog in the next month. Oh, Mr. Yang and Mr. Wang came to me yesterday. They asked me to remind you not to forget about their bet last month. Seeing that Li Zhaxuan agreed, Li Gang felt a little relieved. Suddenly, he remembered something and suddenly said with some amusement. Li Zhaxuan was startled. Only then did he remember that Wang Ji and Yang Sailu had a quarrel that eventually evolved into a bet. If Li Gang had not mentioned it to him today, he would have really forgotten about it. Sir, don't worry. I have always remembered this matter in my heart. I will never forget it. Li Zhaxuan lied through his teeth. Li Gang was old and shrewd. How could he not see that Li Zhaxuan was lying? However, he didn't expose her. He just smiled and left alone. Beep tilde beep tilde beep. Attention. Look to the right. Look forward. At ease. At 7 in the morning, the students of Yanghuang College, who had just finished their breakfast, began to gather on the sports field. Unlike in the past, they didn't start training immediately after they gathered today. The instructors of each class didn't give any more orders after they were in formation. The students were all secretly puzzled. After a while, they saw Li Zhaxuan on the rostrum of the sports field. Today, Li Zhaxuan didn't wear a scholarly robe like before. Instead, he wore a loose white silk undershirt, which was a bit similar to the modern training clothes. He looked very elegant and unrestrained. Li Zhaxuan stood on the rostrum and looked at the neat rows of students below. Each of them had their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They were like sharp swords that pierced the sky. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In less than a month, this group of motley crew had been trained by him to look like a decent person. You've become darker and thinner. He was looking at the students, and the students were also looking at him. Just like this, you look at me, I look at you. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Li Zhaxuan suddenly opened his mouth and said these 4 words. The students were instantly amused. However, what he said was also true. In this era where there were no skincare products or sunscreen, anyone who was exposed to the sun for a month would become darker. Li Tai's change could be said to be the biggest among them. The white and fat little fatty in the past had now become a young man with dark skin and a medium build. Those who hadn't seen him in the past month would probably not be able to recognize him when they suddenly saw him like this. After a while, the laughter gradually died down. Li Zhaxuan continued. I know that you've all worked hard in the past month, but the improvement that all of you have received from this military training is obvious. A month of military training has taught you to be strong, and it has also taught you to be united and patient. Haha, alright, let's stop with the small talk. Today is not the day to summarize your military training. Your military training is not over yet. The first half of his words made the students sigh with emotion, but the last half of his half-joking words made many of them smile. Most of them had never seen Li Zhaxuan speak in such a chatty tone. Now that they heard it, they felt that it was particularly amiable. It was much better than the old-fashioned old men they had met before. Well, since you all welcome me so much, I'll tell you all a piece of good news. Li Zhaxuan smiled mysteriously. He looked at the students below and said, in the next few days, you won't have to stand in line every day to train. You'll be much more relaxed because I'm going to teach you a set of fist techniques. Whether you know martial arts or not, you can learn it together with me. This set of fist techniques is called Tai Kai. I hope you can learn it well because it's not just a set of fist techniques. It contains the Tao of heaven and earth. Fist techniques. Yamacho wants to teach us fist techniques. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, the students exclaimed one after another. They didn't understand why Li Zishuan suddenly made such a decision. Of course, Cheng Chumo was an exception. This guy had known the news for a long time. It's good to learn fist techniques. It's better than standing in line every day. Yes. This is really good news. The students were extremely happy when they thought that Xian didn't have to train hard for the next 2 days. Okay. Quiet down. After a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan shouted in a deep voice. Then he began to explain, before I teach you fist techniques, I want to tell you what Tai Chi is. The so-called Tai Chi is the process of the universe from the infinite to the Tai Chi, and the process of all things. The Tai Chi is the state before heaven and earth were created and before yin and yang were separated. The Book of Changes once said, when Tai Chi existed, yin and yang were born. Tai Chi means that before heaven and earth were separated, primordial Chi was mixed into one. This Tai Chi contains the truth of heaven and earth. You must understand it well. Next, I'll show you once. You can remember as much as you can, don't force it. After that, Li Zishuan began to close his eyes and calm his mind. After a while, when his essence, Qi, and spirit reached the best state, he opened his eyes. He drew a circle with his toes and his hands formed a circle. The robe on his body also slowly danced with the agitation of his body's Qi. He looked quite like an expert. Tai Chi Yin and Yang Shen Li Ming, thousands of changes do not leave the principle. Defend and neutralize without bias. Only when you understand the loosening and tightening skills will you succeed. Li Zishuan recited the incantation to the students while he formed a circle with his hands. His body and movements gradually stretched out. Now his strength had reached the middle stage of Grand Master. In addition, after so many life and death struggles, his understanding of Tai Chi was far from what it was before. The most intuitive manifestation was that his every move now contained a trace of Tao. Ordinary people and people at low levels naturally couldn't see the difference, but Qin Qiong and Mo Huai, who were on the side of the field, saw the clues. This. Every move is Tao. Taoism has existed for thousands of years. I'm afraid such a person is extremely rare, isn't it? Qin Qiong looked at Li Zishuan, who was dancing on the rostrum. He was so shocked that he almost pulled his beard off. He muttered to himself in a low voice. Mo Huai was also shocked. He felt that this scene in front of him was even more shocking than when he saw Li Zishuan break through to the middle stage of Grand Master the day before yesterday. Tao follows nature. This is Tao following nature. It's a great fortune for Taoism to have such a person. If this Tai Chi is practiced deeply, it can definitely be called the supreme fist technique. I didn't expect Yamacho to so casually make it public. What a pity. Qin Qiong had come to his senses at this time. He smiled and said, Brother Mo, you worry too much. To reach Xiao Xian's level of mastery in Taiji fist, without the guidance of a master, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Others might only be able to grasp the form, but not the essence. Take this old man for example. After practicing for so long, I can't even reach 30% of Xiao Xian's mastery in Taiji fist. It can be seen that Tai Chi is not as easy to practice as it seems on the surface. Qin Qiong's words could be said to have revealed the secret. Tai Chi paid the most attention to the fist intent and one's own understanding. Among 100 people, there were 100 different understandings of Tai Chi, but only 1 or 2 of them could go a little further on the road of Tai Chi. General Qin's words are reasonable. I've learned a lot. When Mo Huai heard this, he felt relieved and cupped his hands with a smile. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the show, while the expert appreciates the skill. The two of them saw the skill clearly, but the students on the sports field were watching the show. However, this show was not ordinary. In their eyes, Li Zishuan's every move was full of poetry and painting, as if it had a natural feeling. Just looking at it made people feel very comfortable. Simply put, it was pleasing to the eye. At this moment, all the students were deeply intoxicated by the Tai Chi concept that Li Zishuan had drawn. They couldn't help but hold their breaths. Their minds moved with Li Zishuan's moving fists, as if they were in another world. Every move was Tao. Qin Qiong was right. This was Li Zexuan's current Tai Chi realm. Not only could he immerse his mind into the realm of forgetfulness, but he could also guide the minds of the people around him with lower martial arts realms into his Tai Chi realm to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth contained in the Tai Chi realm. However, Li Zexuan himself didn't know all of this. At this moment, he had entered the realm of forgetfulness and couldn't hear or see what was happening around him. He only subconsciously performed the Tai Chi in his mind. Li Zexuan was Tai Chi, and Tai Chi was Li Zexuan. After practicing Tai Chi for Qin Qiong at the Qin family, he finally merged with Tai Chi again to form a complete ball. Tai Chi had already fused into his body, accompanying the beating of his heart and even accompanying his breathing. There was fog around Li Zexuan. His body emitted heat, and the heat and fog condensed together. At this moment, a flock of birds flew over from the forest on the west side of the Cloud Mountain. They stopped in the air above the rostrum and actually started to dance with Li Zexuan's movements. Not a single bird made a sound during the process. Tao followed nature. Li Zexuan had really merged himself with nature. He penetrated his mind into every moment of his movements. He was light but not floating, soft but not soft. He was relaxed and heavy at the same time. It was as if he was floating in the water, floating in the Yangtze River. His waist was like a wheel, and his mind surged as he swam continuously. After a short 15 minutes, his entire body was drenched in sweat. His clothes were already soaked. However, his face was even redder, and his skin was even fairer. He appeared to be in a sparkling and translucent state. Arm support, knee support, mind support. If you don't support yourself, support yourself, support yourself, support yourself, support yourself. As the last fist technique was performed, Li Zexuan drew a circle in front of him with the tip of his foot. His body slowly retracted. He stood at attention and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This set of Taiji fist made him feel extremely satisfied. At this moment, the birds in the sky seemed to have just woken up from their sleep. They scattered and flew in all directions. The students below the stage were all still in a state of intoxication. When Li Zexuan came back to his senses and saw this, he just smiled and didn't say anything to disturb them. He hoped that the students would be able to realize something from his high-level demonstration. Taiji, light but not floating, soft but not soft. It is relaxed and heavy at the same time. What a magical fist technique. This little kid is full of secrets. Why have I never heard of such a profound fist technique in the Jianghu before? Under a big tree outside the sports field, a bearded man looked at Li Zexuan on the rostrum of the sports field and whispered to himself. That's right, this guy was the bearded man. He was the person who almost became the head of security of Yanghuang College. Needless to say, he must have snuck in while hiding from the college's guards. If Pang Feiji and Mo Zhong knew about this, they would definitely be pissed to death. Of course, no one would have thought that this famous pirate in the Jianghu would actually come to Yanghuang College to secretly learn. Wow. This Taiji fist looks really good. No, I have to learn it well. No, I think it's mainly because Yamacho is good at it. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to do it to this extent. Taiji is the birth of yin and yang. I seem to have thought of something unusual from this Taiji fist. After half a quarter of an hour, the students on the field began to come back to their senses. Suddenly, there was an endless wave of exclamations. Cheng Chumo scratched his head. His mind had just been brought into the Taiji realm by Li Zexuan. Then, he wandered around the Taiji realm and came back. He had some enlightenment in his heart, but he couldn't tell what it was. His realm was a little loose, but it was not enough for him to break through. He was in the temporary boundary between breaking through and not breaking through. To put it in layman's terms, it was like wanting to take a dump but couldn't do it after squatting for a long time. However, Cheng Chumo wasn't too discouraged. This was because he had learned so much just by watching Li Zexuan practice Taiji fist once. If he completely learned Li Zexuan's Taiji fist later on, with so much enlightenment, wouldn't it be easy to break through? Chapter 843. How about it? Do you want to learn Tai Chi? Looking at the stupefied students below, Yi Zichen said. Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and smiled. Yes. The students were silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into a tsunami of cheers. Li Zishuan looked so cool when he was practicing Tai Chi just now. Young people were all hot-blooded, and they all worshipped heroes. Although many people did not see the battle between Li Zishuan and the bearded man on Yunshan 2 days ago because they were on holiday, they more or less heard about it when school started yesterday. Today, they saw Li Zishuan's super high-level and magic fist technique demonstration with their own eyes. In their hearts, they had already regarded Li Zishuan as a hero who excelled in both the pen and the sword. Since you all want to learn, then do your best. All the instructors of the academy will follow suit and learn. In the future, you will be in charge of teaching the students of each class. This was not because Li Zishuan was lazy, but because he still had a lot of things to do. He could not teach Tai Chi every day here, so he said this. Yes, Yamacho. In the academy, usually no one would call Li Zishuan Marquis. When Pang Feiji and the other instructors heard this, they were all extremely excited. In fact, even if Li Zishuan didn't say it, they had already made up their minds to secretly learn it. Now that they could learn it openly, it couldn't be better. Okay, now we will start teaching Tai Chi, all of you, pay attention. After loudly reminding, Li Zishuan moved his left foot out, held his hands in a circle, and slowly recited the formula, Tai Chi Yin Yang Xian Li Ming, thousands of changes, thousands of transformations, but does not leave the sect. Defend and neutralize without bias, understand the loosening and tightening technique, then you will succeed. The students below followed suit, imitating Li Zishuan's movements and saying in unison, Tai Chi Yin Yang Xian Li Ming, thousands of changes, thousands of transformations, but does not leave the sect. Defend and neutralize without bias, understand the loosening and tightening technique, then you will succeed. Their movements were neat and uniform, and their chants shook the sky. The Yanghuang College teachers outside the field were all shocked by this spectacular scene. This Taiji fist is soft and gentle, the movements are not hard to remember, and the posture is generous and proper. In this old man's opinion, it is quite suitable for us old arms and legs to practice. Li Gang squinted his eyes. He was somewhat attracted by Li Zishuan's Taiji fist demonstration. As soon as he said he would do it, he began to imitate it. Yang Sailu, Wang Ji, and other older teachers of the academy also began to practice Tai Chi with Li Gang. However, when the two old men were sparring, they did not forget to bicker with each other. It's almost a month's time. Why aren't you preparing for the examination? Why are you still putting on an act here? I think you don't want to be a teacher of this academy anymore, do you? Yang Sailu seriously imitated Li Zishuan's movements and snorted lightly. Wang Ji's face froze, and he immediately retorted, "Oh, you don't have to worry, Yang Konggui. This old man is already prepared. You just wait to lose the bet, and then you will treat this old man to a month of wine tilde. Haha. You are really a toad yawning, what a big tone. Wait until you pass the Yamacho-S examination." Li Zishuan spent the entire morning teaching the 48 simplified forms of Yang's Tai Chi to the students one by one. Pang Feiji and the others all knew Kung Fu, so they naturally learned it faster than most of the students. Before lunch, they had already memorized the main points of each move. Li Zishuan was naturally happy and at ease. In the afternoon, he let Pang Feiji and the other instructors teach Tai Chi to the students. He himself patrolled around and personally guided the students who did not follow the rules. Of course, when he saw Li Gang, Yang Sailu, Wang Ji, and the others practicing Tai Chi, he could not help but feel a little strange. It felt like he had seen those old men and women practicing Tai Chi in the park in his previous life. He thought to himself, will this be the scenery of Yanghuang College in the future? Hey, little Xian, wait. During the break, Li Zishuan was about to leave the field and go to his office when he heard Cheng Chumo's voice behind him. He turned around and waited for Cheng Chumo to run over. He asked, "What's wrong? Ugly bull?" "Ha. Nothing big. I just wanted to ask, little Xian, are you busy? If you are not busy, can you teach me Tai Chi personally?" Cheng Chumo scratched his head and asked embarrassedly. "Why? Isn't Uncle Chin teaching class 1? Why don't you learn from anyone?" Li Zishuan said unhappily. What he meant was, don't be unreasonable and don't bother me. I am very busy. Cheng Chumo, of course, he did not understand Li Zishuan's meaning. He straightened his neck and said, no, I feel like I am about to break through, but Pang Feiji and Uncle Chin's Tai Chi is not as good as yours. Little Xian, please help me. If I don't break through soon, my dad will definitely not let me off easily. Li Zishuan looked at Cheng Chumo suspiciously. He did not expect Cheng Chumo to show signs of breaking through after watching Tai Chi for an entire morning. He thought to himself, when did this blockhead become enlightened? Okay. Come with me, I will give you a few pointers. Whether you can break through or not will depend on your luck. Martial arts is not something that can be forced. When the time comes, even if you don't break through, Uncle Cheng will definitely not do anything to you. Since Cheng Chumo said so, how could Li Zishuan not help him? After all, this guy was his first brother in Tang Dynasty. Haha. I knew you were a good friend, little Xian. When I break through, I will invite you to Drunken Immortal Restaurant for a drink. Cheng Chumo laughed proudly. Li Zishuan looked at this shameless guy in annoyance. Invite me to Drunken Immortal Restaurant for a meal? Do I need you to treat me to a meal at Drunken Immortal Restaurant? He was so King shameless. Master, can I go with you? Since the place where the two of them were talking was not far from Class 1's resting area, Iron Egg had already noticed the two of them whispering and followed them. When he heard that Li Zishuan was going to give Cheng Chumo special treatment, he quickly asked. Not only did Cheng Chumo want to break through, he also wanted to. Haha. 1 is teaching, 2 is still teaching. Come with me. Li Zishuan smiled and turned to walk out of the sports field. Cheng Chumo and Iron Egg naturally followed. After a while, they followed Li Zishuan to the open space in front of Guanghua Building, the main building of Yanghuang College. Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Cheng Chumo, saying, you attack me. Cheng Chumo was stunned, and then he quickly shook his head and said, damn it. Little Xian, do you think I'm stupid? You are now at the Grand Master middle stage. You want me to attack you? Isn't that asking me to die? No way. He had heard that Li Zishuan had beaten the half-step great grandmaster bearded man until his face was swollen. He would not be so stupid as to teach Li Zishuan a lesson. Chapter 844. In front of the main building of Yanghuang College. Hearing Cheng Chumo's words, Li Zishuan rolled his eyes helplessly and said, just attack when I tell you to. Do you still want to break through? Cheng Chumo still straightened his neck and refused. Although I want to break through, I don't want to get beaten up for no reason. Li Zishuan was furious. Useless. Don't worry, I'll use my body refinement realm true chi to take your attack. Stop wasting time and attack. Remember to watch my movements carefully. Cheng Chumo was overjoyed when he heard this. Normally, he would not have the chance to fight Li Zishuan on equal footing. Haha. This will do. Little Xian, take this. Cheng Chumo clenched his fists and concentrated his true chi in his dantian. After a roar, his whole body pounced on Li Zishuan and his fist flew directly towards Li Zishuan's chest. Speed, strength, angle. The three were all present and combined into one. Speaking of which, although Cheng Chumo's true chi was slightly lower, he was still one of the best in terms of strength among people of the same level. Whoosh! The fist was swift and fierce, with a trace of strong wind, and rushed directly towards Li Zishuan's chest. Iron Egg held his breath and stared at Li Zishuan without blinking. He wanted to see how his master would deal with this aggressive punch. Of course, he was not worried that his master would be hurt at all. In his eyes, his master was invincible, no matter who came. When Cheng Chumo's fist was 3 inches away from Li Zishuan's chest, Li Zishuan stretched out his hand, and then stretched out his palm and gently flicked it. Li Zishuan did not even use his true chi, but Cheng Chumo seemed to be out of control. After a circle, his attack missed. What's going on? I didn't feel you use your true chi, little Xian. How could you take my attack? After Cheng Chumo stabilized his body, he scratched his head and muttered with a puzzled face. What? Did you forget? Li Zishuan asked. Cheng Chumo frowned and thought for a moment, and said gloomily, I forgot. Again. Li Zishuan said. So, Cheng Chumo once again moved his dantian, clenched his hands into fists, and rushed at Li Zishuan with a faster speed, a heavier force, and a more tricky angle. Li Zishuan smiled, and when Cheng Chumo rushed in front of him, he stretched out his right hand. It was the same attack, but Cheng Chumo's punch seemed to have fallen into a swamp, and his body was also sent flying. Bang! The miserable Cheng Chumo fell to the ground on his butt. Did you forget? Li Zishuan asked again. Cheng Chumo frowned and carefully recalled Li Zishuan's movements just now. After a while, he still replied, I forgot. Again. Li Zishuan said. They did this 3 or 4 times. Cheng Chumo fell harder each time, and Li Zishuan seemed to be playing house every time. He didn't use much strength at all. Iron Egg next to him was stunned. He used all his mind to carefully watch Li Zishuan's every move, trying to imprint it in his heart. Did you forget? After countless times, Li Zishuan looked at Cheng Chumo lying on the ground and asked again. Cheng Chumo struggled to get up from the ground, and his face and hair were covered with a lot of dust. He said very awkwardly, I forgot. Li Zishuan didn't tell Cheng Chumo to do it again this time. At this moment, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Ah! Xiaoxian, do you want to do it again? I can definitely remember it. Seeing Li Zishuan's ugly face, Cheng Chumo felt a little guilty and asked weakly. Do it again, your sister. Do you think you're Zhong Wuji? Li Zishuan couldn't hold it in any longer and cursed loudly. In his previous life, he read Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. When Zhong Sanfeng was teaching Zhong Wuji the Taiji sword art, Zhong Sanfeng finished one sword art and asked, Child, did you see it clearly? Zhong Wuji said, I saw it clearly. Zhong Sanfeng said, do you remember it all? Zhong Wuji said, I forgot about half of it. Zhong Sanfeng said, okay, it's hard for you. Think about it yourself. Zhong Yuanji lowered his head and thought. After a while, Zhong Sanfeng asked, how is it now? Zhong Wuji said, I forgot about half of it. Later, Zhong Sanfeng demonstrated it again. Zhong Wuji said, there are still 3 moves that I didn't forget. Zhong Sanfeng didn't get angry. After a while, Zhong Wuji said, now I've forgotten all of it. I've forgotten everything. When everyone heard this, they were worried sick. They thought to themselves, is there something wrong with this child's brain? How can you forget all the martial arts that great master taught you? Unexpectedly, Zhong Sanfeng's old face bloomed with a smile, praising his grandson's talent. Li Zishuan still remembered the feeling of blood boiling when he saw this scene. But now that it was his turn, he knew that Zhong Sanfeng was deliberately showing off in the movie. Because he had demonstrated it to Cheng Chumo more than 3 times now, Cheng Chumo naturally forgot all of his answers. But he felt that Cheng Chumo didn't remember at all, not just forget. Zhong Wuji? Who's Zhong Wuji? Hearing Li Zishuan spit out such a ridiculous sentence, Cheng Chumo felt that his brain wasn't working well. It's your sister. I'll demonstrate it one last time. If you can't remember my movements, you won't be able to understand the concept of Taiji Fist. If you can't understand the concept, you can forget about breaking through. Li Zishuan said angrily. It's my sister. I don't have a sister. Besides, why isn't my sister's surname Cheng but Zhong? F***ck. So Xiaoxian, you're scolding my mother. This is too much. Cheng Chumo muttered to himself. This guy's brain circuit was really unique. He actually involved his parents in this matter. Iron Egg, who was next to him, was holding back his laughter. It was very difficult for him to hold it in. Li Zishuan really wanted to lift the top of this guy's head to see if there was a dung beetle inside. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Come and attack me. This is your last chance. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to curse and said with a livid face. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo hurriedly focused all of his attention, gathered all of his strength, and charged at Li Zishuan with an indomitable will. Li Zishuan's movements were still the same, but Cheng Chumo seemed to be enlightened this time. After he got up from the ground, he shouted, "Haha! I'll remember it, I'll remember it. I didn't forget it this time." The way he smiled made him look like a 200-pound child. "Oh, you remember it? Then tell me, what movements did I use just now? How did I neutralize your attacks? Li Zishuan glanced at the idiot and asked in annoyance. Chapter 845. The dusty Cheng Chumo seemed to have felt Li Zishuan's anger. He patted the dust off his body, and for a rare moment, his face became serious. Then he seriously thought for a long time and said, I attacked a total of 5 times, but Xiaoxian, you used the same moves and even the same strength to dissolve my attack. Li Zishuan nodded and said, yes, that's right. I used the same moves and the same strength. After getting the affirmation, Cheng Chumo gained a little more confidence and continued to say, but, Xiaoxian, you used the same moves, but the results were different every time. The first time, you only dissolved the strength of my fist and made me spin in a circle. The second time, I felt my whole body sink into a pile of mud and I couldn't move even if I wanted to. Then, you gently flicked me and I fell to the ground. The next few times, I fell in a different way and each time I fell harder than the last. Damn, Xiaoxian, don't you know how to be merciful? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and thought, if I were merciful, you wouldn't have learned anything. However, he was quite satisfied with Cheng Chumo's conclusion. Even a blockhead could be enlightened. Then, did you learn anything from our few exchanges? Li Zishuan pursed his lips and asked faintly. Learn? Cheng Chumo's eyes first showed a trace of confusion, then he fell into deep thought and stood still on the ground. Li Zishuan saw this and didn't disturb him. He and Iron Egg stood quietly by the side and waited. After about 15 minutes, Cheng Chumo finally returned to normal. His eyes were blazing. At least Li Zishuan and Iron Egg had known him for so long, but they had never seen him with such eyes. Cheng Chumo walked quickly to Li Zishuan and asked excitedly, I understood. Xiaoxian, you were teaching me how to use my strength. Am I right? This kid is worth teaching. Li Zishuan heard this and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, you guessed right. I didn't expect you to be enlightened, Tilda. In fact, if you only talk about strength, there are very few people who can beat you in the same realm. But although you are full of strength, there is no strength in your body. It's like writing. You have to use ink evenly, the thickness is appropriate, and the density is fine. Only then can you become a master. If you don't know how to use strength, even if you have the best ink and paper, the words you write will only be like a dog's scratch. Ugly bull, do you understand? The number of times Cheng Chumo was serious today was more than in the previous month. Maybe it was because Cheng Yarojin had pushed him too far. After listening to Li Zishuan's philosophical words, he pondered for a moment. After a while, he nodded and said, Xiaoxian, I understand. In fact, you borrowed my strength to hit me. I was wondering why you didn't use any zhenqi at all. Li Zishuan praised. Yes, Chumo, your eyesight has improved a lot today. Tai Chi emphasizes using softness to overcome hardness, borrowing strength to fight strength, and Taoism emphasizes the balance of yin and yang. Chumo, your brute strength is the yang of Tai Chi. What you lack now is the yin of Tai Chi. In other words, what you lack is the knack of using your strength. After you understand this, go and learn Tai Chi. I believe you will definitely gain a lot. Cheng Chumo had been with Li Zishuan for so long, but he had never received such praise before. He couldn't help but grin. Hee. I also think that my brain is working very well today. Since you said so, Xiaoxian, I will go back and learn Tai Chi from Uncle Qin now. Yes. Go. I have taught you everything that needs to be taught. As long as you put your heart into it, it will not be difficult for you to break through. Li Zishuan nodded. Cheng Chumo saluted Li Zishuan, then nodded to Iron Egg and turned to leave. Master, Iron Egg's lips moved. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Li Zishuan smiled and said, You boy, what's wrong? Are you moved? Do you want to break through as soon as possible? Iron Egg nodded embarrassedly and said, Yes. In fact, Li Zishuan was extremely unqualified as a master. When Iron Egg lived in the Li Mansion in Chang'an City, Li Zishuan often arranged some training tasks for him. Although it was very tiring, at least there was someone to guide him. However, after Yanghuang College opened, Iron Egg began to live on campus. Li Zishuan's guidance for him became less and less. He could only continue to train as before. Therefore, until now, He was still at the peak of the qi channeling realm and had not entered the body refining realm. As Li Zeshuan's disciple, he felt ashamed of himself. Haha. You brat, I did not rush you like Lu Guogong did. Why are you in such a hurry? Li Zeshuan laughed and scolded. To be honest, he wasn't worried about Tai Dan Er's cultivation base at all. He felt that it was best to let nature take its course. This was the same for him. He had never deliberately tried to raise his cultivation base from the beginning to the end. Master, Iron Egg did not want to embarrass you. Iron Egg lowered his head and said, Haha. I have never cared about other people's opinions. Cultivation, let nature take its course. Everyone's life is only a few decades. As long as you are happy, everything will be fine. Speaking of this, Li Zeshuan suddenly felt a little emotional in his heart. Iron Egg was silent. After a while, he said, Master, Iron Egg does not understand what you said. Iron Egg just wants to become stronger. When Master is in danger, Iron Egg can also help. Li Zeshuan felt warm in his heart. As a master, he had never intended to let his disciple protect him. However, when he heard Iron Egg's words, his heart was still touched. Haha. Since Iron Egg is so determined, then Master will also give you some advice. Thank you, Master. Iron Egg immediately thanked him happily. Li Zeshuan thought for a while and said, Iron Egg, you are different from Cheng Chumo. Chumo has a good family background and has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Not only did he take medicinal baths, but he was also personally trained and polished by Lu Guogong. His foundation is naturally deeper than yours. Tai Chi is yin and yang. Cheng Chumo only lacks yin and not yang. However, you lack both yin and yang. If you want to break through and practice Tai Chi as soon as possible, in addition to continuing to strengthen your training, you have to follow the methods I just told Cheng Chumo and learn to use strength. Only in this way can you go further on the path of Tai Chi. Iron Egg nodded seriously and said, Thank you, Master, for your teachings. Iron Egg will remember them. Li Zeshuan smiled and said, Okay. Go back and continue to learn Tai Chi. Yes, Master. Iron Egg responded and turned to leave. Chapter 846. Come out. You've been peeping for so long. Haven't you seen enough? After Iron Egg left, Li Zeshuan didn't leave immediately. He put his hands behind his back and said calmly to the air. Silence, complete silence. It seemed like Li Zeshuan heard wrongly. After 3 breaths, Li Zeshuan still didn't leave and stood rooted to the ground. Haha. The Marquis of Yong'an is so alert. I've only been here for a short while and you've already noticed me. Admirable. Admirable. A person suddenly jumped down from the tree behind Li Zeshuan. Who else could it be but the bearded man? Heh. Senior, are you also like this when you're a guest at Duke Wei's house? Li Zeshuan turned around and sneered at the bearded man. The bearded man was speechless. He was a pirate, but he wasn't a thief. How could he do this kind of sneaky and shady business often? From what I know, Senior came to the academy early in the morning, right? Li Zeshuan exposed the bearded man's lie mercilessly. Actually, when he was teaching Taiji Fist in the morning, he felt a little uncomfortable, as if someone was peeping on him. In the modern world, people often joked that if looks could kill, someone would definitely die a horrible death. In this life, at this moment, Li Zeshuan truly experienced the power of looks. Cough, 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 cough. The bearded man was instantly embarrassed after his lie was exposed. However, his face didn't even turn red. It was mainly because his face was dark, and it wasn't easy to see that he was red. I saw that the Marquis of Yong'an's fist technique was quite magical and was excited to see it. That's why I couldn't help but take a few more glances. The bearded man explained awkwardly. Haha. Then, Senior, have you heard of the saying Tao is not passed down to the wrong person, and Tao is not passed down to the wrong person? No matter how exquisite this Marquis Taiji Fist is, it's not very good for Senior to secretly learn it like this, right? Li Zeshuan didn't give up. He was very angry about the sudden intrusion of the bearded man. Yanghuang College was his blood, sweat, and tears. He wouldn't allow people with strong martial arts to treat this place as their own backyard, coming and going as they please. This Marquis Yong'en, you've already taught the Taiji fist to so many people. Regardless of the era, secretly learning from others was despised by the people of Jianghu. The bearded man wasn't willing to be labeled with such a label. Thus, he glared and defended himself. This Marquis only imparted it to people from Yanghuang College. Have I ever said that I would impart it to outsiders? Li Zishuan sneered. The bearded man's expression froze, and he was instantly speechless. Taking without permission was stealing, and he was learning without permission. It was no different from stealing. Hehe, you can't say it like that. I'm here today to tell you that I've decided to become a guard of Yanghuang College. In that case, I can't be considered an outsider, right? Suddenly, the bearded man's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile. Li Zishuan's expression didn't change, but he was shocked in his heart. He never thought that the curly-bearded guest would actually sacrifice a year of his freedom for a mere sea map. Was it really worth it? Senior, have you really thought it through? Li Zishuan stared at the bearded man and asked in a deep voice. Of course, I always mean what I say. The bearded man replied with a look of certainty. In fact, Li Zishuan was mistaken. The reason why the bearded man agreed to such a harsh request, other than the sea map, was that he saw hope for a breakthrough from Yanghuang College, Taiji Fist, and Li Zishuan. He had been stuck in the half-step Grandmaster realm for several years. To some extent, the bearded man's situation was very similar to Cheng Chumo's. They were both people who had strength, but couldn't use it in the right place. The theory of Taiji Yin and Yang that Li Zishuan had just told Cheng Chumo made the bearded man, who didn't have any hope of breaking through, suddenly see a tiny bit of hope. Therefore, he agreed to join Yanghuang College with Li Zishuan. Although becoming a guard didn't sound good, in order to break through, it was all worth it. It wasn't an exaggeration, because ordinary people would never be able to understand the desire of a top master to break through, especially now that there was only one Grandmaster left in the martial arts world of the Central Plains. The bearded man was eager to find a sense of existence. Senior, don't you think that being a guard in the college is a bit of an insult to your identity? Li Zishuan asked faintly. Insult? That's not necessarily true, right? If it was in the past, the bearded man would definitely feel that being a guard in Yanghuang College would weaken his prestige. However, after a few days of contact, he realized that Yanghuang College was really a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Ordinary people wouldn't think that a small mountain like Yunshan would have a Grandmaster Peak, a Grandmaster Middle Stage, whose combat strength was close to that of a Grandmaster Peak, and 30 to 40 experts in the Qi transformation realm. This strength could be regarded as the strength of a superior sect in the martial arts world. But don't forget that Yunshan wasn't a sect in the martial arts world. It was a place for academics, which was the most deceptive. 2 days ago, when the bearded man was beaten to the ground, he had cursed in his heart, "Say, why are you hiding so many experts in a place for teaching?" It made him fail to show off, and instead he was attacked, calling Li Zishuan a fraud. Rest assured, Marquis Yong'en. Since I've agreed to be a guard in Yanghuang College, I'll definitely do my best. In the future, if anyone dares to cause trouble in Yunshan, I'll teach them a lesson. The bearded man was a little worried that Li Zishuan wouldn't agree, so he quickly expressed his stance solemnly. In the eyes of many people, it was embarrassing for him to be a guard in Yanghuang College. However, the bearded man was thinking that if he, a half-step Grandmaster, wanted to be a guard in Yanghuang College and was rejected, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? All right. Since Senior insists, then I welcome you on behalf of Yanghuang College. Senior, you can call me Yamacho like everyone else in the future. Li Zishuan thought about it seriously and realized that this matter was beneficial to him, so he smiled and said to the bearded man. Haha. Then Yamacho, you can just call me Zhong-san in the future. In terms of strength, you and I should be on the same level. Zhong Zhongjian's surname was Zhong Xingsan, and his red beard was like a dragon. Hence, he was known as the bearded man. Zhong-san was a name that very few people would call him. In the martial arts world, strength had always been important, not age. Li Zishuan was already a middle-stage Grandmaster at a young age, so he was completely worthy of being on the same level as the bearded man. No, I'll call you Mr. Jong-san. In the future, other than being a guard in the college, I hope you can also be a martial arts instructor in the college. If there are any martial arts enthusiasts in the college who want to learn from you, I hope you can teach them. Chapter 847. With a different standpoint, one's attitude towards things would be different. When the bearded man barged into the Yunshan courtyard and wanted to kill Li Zexuan's entire family, Li Zexuan felt that this bearded man deserved to die. At that time, he had indeed intended to do so. Even if he didn't kill the bearded man, he would at least cripple him. In the end, Li Jing and Hong Funu came, so he had no choice but to stop. However, he still hated the bearded man. Yesterday, the bearded man came to Li Zexuan and asked for the sea map. He changed his arrogant and despotic attitude, causing Li Zexuan's attitude towards him to change slightly. Today, the bearded man took the initiative to ask to be the academy's guard. From now on, the academy had a half-step great grandmaster expert. This made Li Zexuan's mood very good, and he felt that this guy wasn't that annoying. Haha. Good. Yamacho, don't worry, I'm not that kind of petty person. Seeing that Li Zexuan's attitude towards him had started to become better, the bearded man was in a good mood and said with a smile. Li Zexuan nodded and then brought the bearded man to Guanghua building while chatting. They mainly talked about the bearded man's experiences on the sea. In his previous life, Li Zexuan had a lot of yearning for life on the sea after watching One Piece's anime. Now that he could listen to China's earliest pirate talk about life on the sea, it felt pretty good. The addition of a powerful bearded guard on Cloud Mountain caused quite a stir among the students. This was because many people had seen this bearded man before. He was the one who had been beaten up by Li Zexuan a few days ago and had come to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble. It was said that this bearded man had now become a guard of Cloud Mountain and was also a martial arts instructor. Thus, many students came to watch out of admiration. The next day. Mr. Jong-san, are you really the Feng Chen 3 heroes? Of course, it's the real deal. Mr. Jong-san, how is your relationship with Duke Wei? Medicine Master and I are sworn brothers. What do you think? Mr. Jong-san, are your martial arts very powerful? It's all right. Then what's your ranking in Jianghu? Well, no matter what, he should be in the top 5, right? Wow, that's amazing. But why were you beaten up by Yamacho that day? Mr. Jong-san, did you enjoy being beaten up by the Yamacho that day? The bearded guest originally felt that it was quite interesting to chat with these young students. However, he didn't know which brat had to mention which pot didn't boil and purposely dug a hole for him to jump into, causing him to fall into an incomparably awkward situation. Are you still feeling good? King awesome. He really wanted to grab that naughty student and beat him up while asking, can't you King have a good chat? Sigh, forget it. I'm a great man who doesn't mind petty people. I won't argue with a brat like you. It's time to go to the cafeteria. Speaking of which, the food at Yanghuang College was really good. In comparison, what he had eaten at Apothecary's house 2 days ago was simply like eating chaff. Hey, third brother, wait. Let's gather around the table for lunch. Let's have a good gathering tilde. Pang Feiji suddenly rushed out from behind and shouted towards the bearded guest. Speaking of which, it hasn't even been a day and Pang Feiji actually called him third brother. He was really shameless because at this age, the bearded guest was almost old enough to be his father. Haha. Good. Tell the brothers to come over. Today I'll treat Tilda. Order whatever you want to eat. The bearded guest laughed heartily. He was a pirate leader, of course he didn't lack money. Moreover, the food in the Yanghuang College cafeteria was not expensive at all. It was much cheaper than outside. Even if 40 or 50 people ate together, it wouldn't cost much. Okay. Pang Feiji, thank you third brother Tilda. Pang Feiji laughed. It wasn't that he liked to kneel down and lick someone's boots, but it was mainly because the bearded guest's strength was worthy of his respect. Moreover, he wanted the bearded guest to give him some pointers on martial arts. After all, he, Pang Feiji, had never seen a half-step grandmaster in his life. Now, not only did he see one, He even had the chance to work with him. If he didn't seize the opportunity to build a good relationship with the bearded guest, wouldn't there be something wrong with his brain? Compared to Pang Feiji and the bearded guest's leisure, Li Zishuan was extremely busy these 2 days. Currently, his main task was to conduct a teaching test for all the teachers in Yanghuang College. Of course, the first one to be tested was Wang Ji. Because of this old man had made a bet with Yang Sailu, saying that if he could pass Li Zishuan's test with full marks within a month, Yang Sailu would treat him to wine for a month. At that time, Yang Sailu didn't want to accept the bet, but Wang Ji purposely set a trap for him. Yang Sailu made up his mind and accepted the bet. Not only Yang Sailu, but Li Zishuan was also dragged down by Wang Ji. According to the bet, if Wang Ji passed the test with full marks, Li Zishuan would give Wang Ji a bucket of Drunken Immortal and 5 strings of cash every month as his monthly salary. Hey, I don't know how this old fellow's studies are going. Forget it. In order to maintain fairness and prevent old fellow Yang from gossiping, I have to do things by the book. I can't be sentimental. Yanghuang College, Principal's Office. Li Zishuan held a pencil and thought to himself. If you look closely, there was a small yellow thing at the tip of his pencil. If it wasn't an eraser, what else could it be? The workshop was doing rubber vulcanization experiments. Because of the ratio problem, the first experiment failed. However, Li Zishuan found a few large pieces of hard rubber in the waste rubber that they were going to throw away. It felt similar to the erasers used in his previous life, so he picked it up and used it as an eraser. According to historical records, in 1768, the French Mecca used rubber to make medical supplies and hoses. In 1770, the British chemist J. Priestley discovered that rubber could be used to erase pencil writing. At that time, the material used for this purpose was called rubber, and this term was still used. This was the world's first eraser. Li Zishuan was creating history every day. Needless to say, this thing can erase pencil writing very cleanly. This made it even more convenient to use a pencil. Li Zishuan had already asked the workshop to organize the production of pencils. With his head down, Li Zishuan seriously constructed a few sets of chemistry questions in his mind. Then, he picked some of the more difficult questions and quickly formed a test paper. I hope old fellow Wang can pass with full marks. Otherwise, wouldn't this month's hard work be in vain? Li Zishuan laughed in his heart. In this month, the most hardworking person in the academy was Wang Ji. This old fellow was also working hard in order to be able to drink alcohol every day. Every day, he was basically at 2 places, the dormitory and the cafeteria. It was very difficult to see him anywhere else. Of course, in this month, Li Zishuan was constantly harassed by Wang Ji. As long as he came to the academy, Wang Ji would come to him with a bunch of questions that he had prepared beforehand. The old man was so old, but he was so eager to learn. If it was in his previous life, he would definitely be on the news. However, everyone knew that this old fellow was working so hard because he wanted to drink alcohol in the future. Chapter 848. Mr. Wang, the duration of this exam is 1.5 hours, and the total score is 150 points. After 1.5 hours, regardless of whether you have finished answering the questions or not, I will collect the papers on time. The questions of this exam are difficult. After all, I wrote the questions for the teachers of Yanghuang College, not for the students. Naturally, the difficulty is higher. So, Mr. Wang, as long as you can score 135 points and above, you will pass. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan took the newly printed papers and called Wang Ji, Li Gang, and Yang Sailu to the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building. When Wang Ji heard this, his face suddenly showed dissatisfaction. What do you mean by only 135 points? This old man means what he says. You must get full marks to pass. Yang Sailu said with some amusement, I say, Wang Wugong, don't try to be brave anymore. Don't embarrass yourself when the time comes. Wang Ji blew his beard and stared at him. Yang Konggui, don't look down on me. This old man came prepared today. It's just a full mark. It's not a problem. Just remember the bet. Don't go back on your words when the time comes. Yang Sailu said angrily, bullshit. Isn't it just a few tales of wine? This old man will go back on his words. This old man only hopes that you won't disgrace us old guys. Li Gang held his forehead and said, okay, the two of you don't need to argue anymore. You're both people who have half a foot in the ground, why don't you act like an elder? Let's take the exam first. Don't waste time. As for the exam rules, since Wugong is so confident, let's follow the previous rules. In the face of these two old men who fought each other when they met, Li Gang was quite helpless in his heart. However, he also knew that these two people's characters had been like this for decades. They couldn't change even if they wanted to. He could only smooth things over in the middle. This is a great opportunity. If I win, I must win fair and square. I must make you, Yang Konggui, accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Wang Ji raised his chin and said proudly. He didn't know why, but when he thought about how Li Zishuan had told him that the questions this time were a little difficult, he felt a little guilty. But even if he lost, he still had to say what he had to say. Moreover, he had come prepared today. He, Wang Ji, had been known as a prodigy since he was young. He had devoted himself to studying a book for a month and felt that he had completely understood the first volume of chemistry. Perhaps this was the confidence of a prodigy. The Yamacho has good intentions, but you want to keep up appearances and suffer. You don't know how to appreciate the kindness of others. Fine, this way, this old man can save some money on wine, and the students of the academy won't be harmed by you, Wang Wugong tilde. Yang Sailu said snappily. However, his words sounded somewhat regretful for Wang Ji, because according to the previous bet, if Wang Ji could not obtain full marks, he had to take the initiative to leave the academy. All right. Since these gentlemen have all said so, then let's follow the previous rules. The bell for the first class in the afternoon is about to ring, and then the exam will officially begin. Mr. Wang, you can prepare first. At this point, Li Zishuan couldn't say anything. He estimated the time and told Wang Ji. Wang Ji nodded. He didn't take his chemistry textbook and notes to cram. He just sat there leisurely and began to close his eyes to rest. Li Zishuan looked at Li Gang and said, Mr. Li, I plan to test all the teachers in the academy on the day after tomorrow. I want to test their mastery of their respective subject. Other than the study of classics, I have roughly compiled the questions for the other 4 subjects. I'll have to trouble you and Mr. Yang to work on the classics together tilde. It wasn't that he looked down on classics, but that he didn't know anything about it. Of course, he didn't have the qualifications to give questions to the teachers in the classics department. Li Gang nodded and said, that's not a problem. But Yamacho, can you lend me the papers for the other 4 subjects so that I can know the difficulty and scope of the questions this time? Yang Sailu also echoed, yes, since the classics department is part of Yanghuang College, it should have the same requirements as the other department. Li Zishuan was already prepared. He took out a few rolls of rice paper from his sleeve and handed them to Li Gang. He said to the two of them, this exam for all the teachers in Yanghuang College must cover all the key knowledge points in the first volume of the textbooks of each department. And on this basis, try to connect the knowledge points in the books to reality as much as possible to increase the difficulty of the exam and test the ability of the teachers in the academy to deal with realistic problem. These are the questions for the other 4 subjects. You can take a look at them first. Li Gang and Yang Sailu each took 2 test papers and looked at them carefully. Although they were both great Confucians, they weren't pedantic Confucians. They had dabbled in other fields of knowledge outside of Confucianism. This month, they also read the textbooks for the other 4 subjects. Although they weren't proficient in them, they could still understand them generally. What's more, Li Zishuan even had the answers at the back of the paper. Wang Ji, who was closing his eyes, heard the conversation between the 3 of them. He knew that Wang Ji and Yang Sailu were holding the questions he was going to take in a while. His heart beat violently a few times. He wanted to move his head closer to take a look, but he held back. Li Zishuan, who was very observant, naturally noticed the slight change in Wang Ji's facial expression. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. This was really a stubborn and cute little old man. You 2 gentlemen can start to prepare for the exam when Mr. Wang is taking the exam. I have prepared a pen and paper for you. Li Zishuan said as he took out 2 sharpened pencils and handed them to Li Gang and Yang Xilu. Li Gang took it and couldn't help but frown. He had seen Li Zishuan use this kind of pen before, but he didn't know how to use it. Li Zishuan saw this and demonstrated the use of the pencil and eraser. He then smiled and said, in comparison, the pencil is lighter than the brush, and it can be modified at any time. Therefore, the Academy will try to promote the use of this kind of pen for the students in the future. Li Gang and Yang Xilu personally tried it. Although they weren't used to using a pencil for the first time, the pencil was indeed lighter and easier to modify, as Li Zishuan said. Well, if you can adapt to writing with a pencil, then it is indeed better than the brush. Li Gang praised. Clang, clang, clang tilde. At this moment, the bell of the Academy rang. Wang Ji immediately opened his eyes. Li Zishuan picked up the chemistry paper on the table and said, "Okay, the exam begins." After that, he handed the paper to Wang Ji, who was waiting for the exam. Chapter 849. The first question. Put a certain amount of anhydrous alcohol and oxygen in a completely closed container and ignite them. The reaction produces carbon dioxide, water vapor, and an unknown substance X. The mass before and after the reaction is measured. Anhydrous alcohol is 4.6 g and 0 g, oxygen is 8 g and 0 g, carbon dioxide is 0 g and 4 g, water is 0 g and 5.4 g, and substance X is 0 g and milligram. The value of M is underscore 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 underscore, and the molecular formula of substance X is underscore 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 underscore. Note: in order to facilitate future teaching, Li Zishuan unified the commonly used units at the beginning of the 4 textbooks. However, this is only the unification in writing. The unification in reality will depend on the joint efforts of Yanghuang College's teachers and students in the future. Although Wang Ji was prepared for the difficulty of the exam, the first question was such a practical application and calculation question. This surprised Wang Ji a little. Shouldn't they test the basic concepts first? However, this question mainly tested the law of conservation of mass in the chemical reaction process. He calculated a little and got the correct answer. At this time, he couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he also studied the new mathematics. Otherwise, how could he calculate so fast? The second question, on the 2 plates of the balance, put 2 glass cups A and B. The glass cups are filled with diluted sulfuric acid of different mass, but both contain 9.8 g of sulfuric acid. It is known that glass A is heavier than glass B. Now, put the same mass of iron and zinc into glass A and B, respectively. After the reaction, the balance will be balanced. Before the reaction, the biggest mass difference between glass A and glass B before the reaction is underscore 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 or underscore 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 underscore. Note: balance has been around since ancient times. It was produced early. In the late spring and autumn period, the manufacturing technology of balance and weights was quite sophisticated. Bamboo sheets were used as beams, silk threads were used as buttons, and a copper plate was suspended at both ends. Later, because it was more troublesome to weigh heavy objects, it was changed to quan. Balance is only used when weighing small objects. Although Wang Ji had never seen sulfuric acid and zinc before, he still knew their chemical reactions by heart. However, why does this question seem to be more abnormal than the previous one? It should also use the new mathematics knowledge, right? Wang Ji's heart began to race. Fortunately, he had done some research on modern mathematics. Otherwise, no matter how familiar he was with the chemistry textbook, he would have to kneel before this test paper. However, although Wang Ji had done some research on the new mathematics, he was far from being proficient in it. After solving a problem, he was already sweating profusely. It was as if he had run 10 miles. After finishing the second question, Wang Ji couldn't help but raise his head and look at Li Zishuan with a bit of bitterness in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Do I have a grudge against you? It was just a question. Was there a need to make it so difficult?" He wasn't being pretentious, but strictly speaking, Li Zishuan's question was somewhat out of line. Moreover, all the questions were biased towards practical applications. It was very difficult to get good grades just by reading books. Sigh, no matter how difficult it is, I have to give it my all. I can't lose this bet. Although he had only stayed in Yanghuang College for a month, Wang Ji felt that he had completely fallen in love with it. Not only did he like the environment, facilities, and delicious food, but he also liked the atmosphere of Yanghuang College. That positive, united, and progressive atmosphere. He didn't want to leave. The desire to live, this was also another kind of desire to live. The strong desire to live made Wang Ji's mind unprecedentedly clear. His thoughts also became active. Although most of the questions on the test paper were questions he had never seen before, he could always find a way to solve them. Just like that, he broke through all the obstacles. When there was still half an hour before the end of the exam, Wang Ji finally came to the last question. This was a question and answer question. A mixture of sodium carbonate, sodium bicarbonate, calcium oxide, and sodium hydroxide is 37.2 grams. After dissolving in enough water and fully reacting, the calcium ions, carbonate ions, and bicarbonate ions in the solution are all converted into precipitate. After evaporating the water in the reaction vessel, the final result is 39.0 grams of a white solid. What is the mass of sodium carbonate in the original mixture? The after effect of surpassing all the obstacles and performing exceedingly well was a headache. At this moment, when he saw the last big question, Wang Ji felt that his head was about to explode. This was because many of the substances in this question could react with each other. In fact, for a person like Li Zexuan who had received modern higher education, this problem was not difficult at all because it involved nothing more than a multi-step reaction and multi-substance cross-reaction. Calcium oxide reacts with water to form calcium hydroxide. Calcium hydroxide can react with sodium carbonate and sodium bicarbonate. As long as multiple chemical reaction formulas were combined into one and balanced to obtain a total chemical reaction formula, the whole problem would be solved without any difficulty. But for Wang Ji, who was a beginner in chemistry, he obviously didn't know this method. What should he do? He had to solve this question. After thinking for a long time, Wang Ji still couldn't think of a clever and simple way to solve this question. He gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and decided to use the stupidest way to solve this question, which was to use the method of equations. Isn't it just that there are a lot of unknowns? No problem, solve it. I don't believe that I can't solve it by today. Wang Ji secretly made up his mind. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Was this a chemistry exam or a mathematics exam? In order to calculate, he used 3 pieces of draft paper. Fortunately, he used the pencil that Li Zexuan gave him. If he used a brush, Wang Ji felt that he didn't need to take the exam anymore. Just grinding the ink would be exhausting. Clang, clang, clang tilde. Okay, time's up. Mr. Wang, please stop writing tilde. At 4 in the afternoon, the gongs and drums of the academy sounded. Li Zexuan immediately stood up and said. At this time, Wang Ji just finished writing the last word. He took a deep breath. He originally thought that 3 hours was more than enough, but now he didn't even have time to check and had to hand in the paper. Haha tilde. Wang Wugong, how did you do? As soon as Wang Ji handed in the paper, Yang Sailu immediately asked. It was hard to tell whether that tone was filled with schadenfreude or concern. I can't. I'll talk about other things in the future. This old man has a terrible headache now. I have to go back and have a good rest tilde. Yamacho, Wenji, Kongui, this old man will take his leave first tilde. Wang Ji frowned and scratched his head. He stood up and said with a painful expression. He had used too much of his brain for this exam. Mr. Wang, are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to call a doctor for you? Li Zexuan asked with a worried expression. He didn't want to ruin a genius like Wang Ji because of an exam. No need. This old man just feels a little tired. I should be fine after a sleep tilde. Wang Ji waved his hand. Chapter 850. Wang Ji overused his brain and had to go back to rest. Li Zexuan was worried that something would happen to him, so he quickly arranged for a guard to go to Wang Ji's dormitory to take care of him. He also ordered the guard to report if there was anything unusual. Seeing that it was still early, Li Zishuan, Li Gang, and Yang Sailu worked together to review the test paper left by Wang Ji. The fill-in-the-blank questions and multiple-choice questions had a unique answer. There was nothing to dispute, so it was very fast. To Li Zishuan's surprise, Wang Ji actually did everything correctly. One must know that in this test, Li Zishuan specifically set a few trap questions. Even in modern times, 70 to 80% of students would fall into those traps, but Wang Ji actually ran around the trap and escaped. This was too inconceivable. Then it was the question and answer at the back. This part was different because the answers to the question and answer questions were generally more flexible, so this part was personally reviewed by Li Zishuan. Looking at the scribbled handwriting on the test paper, one could probably imagine that Wang Ji's heart was a little nervous at that time. These were not very important. The important thing was that basically, Wang Ji used his own method to solve every big question. Although the answers given by Li Zishuan were different, the process and the final result were all correct. This meant that Wang Ji had completely understood the first volume of chemistry and had his own unique understanding of it. When Li Zishuan saw the dense process of solving the last question, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What is this? I gave the chemistry question. How did this old guy solve it as a math question? There were so many unknowns. Just looking at it gave me a headache. Also, wasn't this old guy busy reading chemistry recently? How did he even solve the linear equation of multiple variables? He really knows how to play. He didn't know that during the exam, Wang Ji was still complaining about why he changed the chemistry question to the mathematics question. The most important thing was that Wang Ji solved it correctly. What else could he say? It could only be said that a prodigy was indeed a prodigy. He was really outstanding. What is this old guy's brain made of? How is it that you can still learn things so quickly at such an old age? After marking the last question, Li Zishuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Yamacho, what do you think? How did Wang Wugong do with the last 4 questions? Are there any mistakes? Seeing Li Zishuan put down the pen, Yang Sailu hurriedly asked. Li Zishuan came back to his senses. Instead of answering, he asked, Mr. Yang, are you hoping that Mr. Wang will make a mistake? Or is there no mistake? Yang Sailu wanted to say something, but he immediately shut his mouth. When Li Zishuan saw this, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. These two little old men clearly belonged to the love-hate type. Although they usually bickered with each other, if there really came a day when one of them had to leave, the other would definitely not have the heart or be reluctant to part with him. Alright, Yamacho, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me how you did on the exam tilde. Li Gang chimed in from the side. Li Zishuan nodded, put away the smile on his face, and said solemnly, both of you have just seen that Mr. Wang did not make any mistakes in the first 4 questions. Just now, I carefully reviewed the last 4 questions and found that although Mr. Wang's solution was different from the answers I gave, his way of solving the questions was completely correct, and there were no problems with the final answers. Therefore, I think that Mr. Wang should get full marks in this exam tilde. Both of you can take a closer look. If you have any objections, you can raise them now tilde. After saying that, he handed the second half of Wang Ji's exam paper to Li Gang. Li Gang quickly waved his hand and said, no need. This old man is not proficient in chemistry. Besides, with Yamacho's character, this old man believes that you would not do such a dishonorable thing. Since you said that Wang Wugong did not make any mistakes, then he should get full marks. This old man has no objections. Li Zishuan smiled and looked at Yang Sailu. The latter pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and said, this old man also has no objections. Let's give Wang Wugong full marks. Listening to his tone towards the end, it suddenly became a little lighter. Since both of you have no objections, then Mr. Wang has passed this exam. From now on, Mr. Wang will be promoted from the acting head of the chemistry group to the head of the chemistry group. His monthly salary will be a bucket of immortal drunken wine and 5 strings of cash. Li Zishuan turned around and wrote 150 on the exam paper, then laughed loudly. Sigh. Wang Wugong is lucky. But this old man will have to spend a lot of money to buy wine tilde. Yang Sailu sighed and walked out with his hands behind his back. But why did his tone sound like he was relieved of a burden? Mr. Li, I'll have to trouble you and Mr. Yang with the questions for the study of classics section. It's best if you can finish it before sunset tomorrow because all the teachers will be taking the exam the day after tomorrow. After Yang Sailu left, Li Zishuan said to Li Gang, "Ian, don't worry. I will not delay your work." Li Gang stroked his beard and smiled faintly. "Young master, Xiaobing already knows how to read the map. He has gathered a group of close friends and is planning to go to Hadong Road together." The next day, in the morning, Forbert brought the young man who came to Li Zishuan's house to Li Zishuan's courtyard and said excitedly, "En, you are a fast learner. Xiaobing, are these the helpers you found?" Li Zishuan sighed with emotion, then looked at the few youths behind Fu Bin and asked. Fu Bin quickly replied, "Yes, young master. This is Biaozi. He is good at martial arts. These two are his subordinates. Biaozi has some connections in Hadong Road. With his help, I should be able to avoid a lot of trouble. Nice to meet you, Marquis." After Fu Bin finished his introduction, the three men behind him quickly stepped forward and bowed to Li Zishuan respectfully. Biaozi. Li Zishuan remembered. In this life, his memory was very good. He remembered a few months ago when he asked San Bao to find some hooligans to deal with Kui Shanyu and the other 8 Imperial College professors. The leader of the hooligans that San Bao found was called Brother Biaozi. Although he was not sure if it was the same person, this person in front of him looked ferocious. Even if he was not the Brother Biaozi that San Bao hired, there was an 80% chance that he had a similar identity. Since Xiaobing had chosen all of you to go with him, it means that Xiaobing trusts all of you. All of you must do your best to help him. Of course, all of you will be rewarded. Li Zishuan calmly said to Biaozi and the rest. "We understand. Marquis, don't worry. Everyone in Chang'an knows that I, Biaozi, am the most loyal to my friends. The most trustworthy. We will do our best to help Bin." Chapter 851. Xiaobing, when you get there, don't take the initiative to make trouble. You are going there to do things, not to make trouble. If I find out that you are using my name to make trouble, I will not let you off easily. In the study, Li Zishuan said to Fu Bin and Biaozi sternly. Since ancient times, people are not afraid of godlike opponents, but they are afraid of pig-like teammates. It is not uncommon for a superior to be tricked by arrogant and despotic subordinates. Moreover, Li Zishuan still knew nothing about Biaozi and his subordinates. He still had to teach them a lesson. Fu Bin and Biaozi were shocked. Fu Bin solemnly cupped his hands and said, "Young master, don't worry. I will not take the initiative to make trouble and trouble you. Biaozi then cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, don't worry. When we go to Hadong, my brothers and I will listen to Bin's orders and will not make trouble. Li Zishuan nodded. "Well, that's good. But not making trouble does not mean that you are afraid of trouble. If someone takes the initiative to make trouble, you don't have to swallow your anger. Just act according to the situation. Thank you, young master. Thank you, Marquis. The two of them cupped their hands and thanked him. Li Zishuan then asked someone to give Fu Bin 500 strings of cash for travel and expenses when they arrived at the place. The few of them then bowed and bid farewell. According to the original plan, they would depart for Hadong Road tomorrow. "Oh, how long have I been sleeping?" Yanghuang College, teacher's dormitory. Accompanied by a painful groan, Wang Ji sat up from the bed and rubbed his forehead. He looked at the sky outside the window and muttered to himself in a daze. "Mr. Wang, you are awake. Are you hungry now? I will go to the cafeteria to bring you something to eat." Hearing the movement in the room, a young guard outside the room hurriedly pushed open the door and came in, saying in a hurry. Wang Ji took a closer look and roughly recognized that the person in front of him was from Yanghuang College, so he asked, "How long have I been sleeping? What time is it now?" The guard replied, "Mr. Wang, you've been asleep for more than a day. It's now 9:15 in the morning. If you didn't wake up, Yamacho would have gone to call the imperial physician." Wang Ji was stunned, then he smiled bitterly and said, I'm old. His body couldn't take it anymore. An exam actually made this old man sleep for an entire day. My body is getting more and more useless tilde. The guard hurriedly said, Mr. Wang is now the pillar of the academy. Your examination yesterday shocked the entire academy. How can you say that you're useless? Exam? Oh, that's right. How did I do yesterday? Are the results out yet? Only then did Wang Ji remember the soul-stirring exam yesterday. He patted his head, looked up, and asked nervously. Although he should be able to guess that the results of yesterday's exam weren't bad from what the guard had just said, it was only reassuring to hear such things with his own ears. The guard smiled and said, Mr. Wang, you scored full marks in yesterday's exam. Now, all the teachers in the academy are envious of you. Haha. Is that so? After Wang Ji heard that, he actually laughed foolishly. The heavens had taken pity on him. He had studied tirelessly for the past month, and he had finally gained something. He had won this bet. And he had won beautifully. He had won impeccably by everyone. Growl, growl tilde. At this moment, Wang Ji's stomach suddenly let out an untimely growl. The guard stood up straight and said, Mr. Wang, you haven't eaten anything for a day. I'll go to the cafeteria to get you some food tilde. Wang Ji was in a great mood at this moment when he suddenly heard the good news. The old man rubbed his stomach, got out of bed, and laughed heartily. Haha tilde. No need, no need. Someone will naturally bring good wine and dishes to entertain this old man at noon. This old man has to save his stomach to eat his good wine and delicacies. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me during this period. This old man is fine now. You can go and do your work tilde. If Yang Sailu heard this shameless words, he would definitely vomit blood. No one would have thought that this old man would do such a shameless thing just to eat a little more of Yang Sailu's wine and dishes. The guard obviously did not expect this situation. He could not help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead, and quickly left. Mr. Wang, oh, no, it should be Group Leader Wang. Congratulations. I heard that the questions set by Yamacho this time were extremely difficult. I didn't expect you to score full marks and win first place. That's really admirable tilde. Although it could not be ruled out that other teachers would also score full marks, Wang Ji's score was still the first. There was nothing wrong with that. It was not inappropriate to say that he scored full marks in advance. Returning to Guanghua Building from the dormitory, Wang Ji could not avoid meeting some teachers from the academy. Naturally, he heard some compliments and congratulatory words. Haha, I was just lucky tilde. Group Leader Wang, this is your ability. How can you say that it's luck? You're too modest. Oh, really? Maybe tilde. Wang Ji subconsciously wanted to say something more modest, but when he thought about how he was able to answer all the super abnormal questions on the test paper yesterday, all of which proved that his strength was indeed outstanding, he pinched his beard and said with a smug face. The person opposite him suddenly looked confused. Damn it, old Wang did not play by the rules at all. How could he answer this question? Group Leader Wang tilde. Group Leader Wang, are you feeling better? Group Leader Wang, you were really amazing yesterday tilde. In the office of the chemistry department of Yanghuang College, a group of teachers who were urgently reviewing and preparing for tomorrow's exam saw Wang Ji come in. They quickly got up and greeted him enthusiastically. In the past, Wang Ji was only the acting group leader of the chemistry department of the academy. In yesterday's exam, Wang Ji passed with full marks. Not only did he keep his identity as a teacher of Yanghuang College, but he also removed the word acting group leader from his position. This meant that all the teachers in this office would have to listen to Wang Ji's orders in the future. Of course, they had to be polite when their leader came. Some of them couldn't help but have their own plans. They really wanted to ask Wang Ji what the exam questions were yesterday so that they could prepare in advance. However, Wang Ji rarely spoke to them in the past, and their friendship wasn't at that level. It was really difficult for them to ask such a question. Haha tilde. We are all preparing for tomorrow's exam tilde. Prepare well. The only information that the old madam can leak to you is that tomorrow's exam questions are not simple. You have to be based on the textbook, but not limited to the textbook tilde. I hope that you can all get good results tomorrow. Don't embarrass our chemistry department tilde. Chapter 852. Although Wang Ji really wanted the teachers of the chemistry department to shine in the academy's examination, he couldn't do something like leaking the examination questions. When the teachers in the office heard what Wang Ji said, they couldn't help but frown. Since ancient times, there has always been competition in places with people. Yanghuang College was the same. In tomorrow's exam, if the teachers from the chemistry department scored lower than the other departments, wouldn't that mean that their chemistry department was the weakest? Or rather, their chemistry department's teachers were the weakest? How could that be? Although these people didn't have to be like Wang Ji who didn't get full marks, they still felt a bit of pressure in their hearts when they thought of the teachers from the other departments. Don't worry, Leader Wang. We will do our best. The teachers cupped their hands and quickly returned to their seats to continue reading. Wang Ji smiled, then turned around and walked out of the door, heading towards Yang Sailu's office. Oh! Wang Wugong, you're finally awake. Yang Sailu, who was compiling the study of classics test paper, put down his pen when he saw Wang Ji enter. He looked at Wang Ji at the door and said, "Hey, what's wrong? Looks like you really want to treat this old man to a drink." Wang Ji walked in and sat across from Yang Sailu without any hesitation. He said with a smile on his face. Yang Sailu's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Now the whole academy is talking about how you, Wang Wugong, passed the examination with full marks. Can't you be more reserved and set a good example for the other teachers in the academy?" Wang Ji did not care at all and chuckled as he said, Eating and drinking is a matter of course. How did this old man become a bad example? Could it be that you, Yang Sailu, want to go back on your words? Bullshit. Do you think this old man will go back on his words? Hey, is that so? That's great. This old man is hungry now. Konggui, let's go to your house for a drink. Wait. It's not even noon yet. Why are you in such a hurry? This old man won't go back on his words. Hey, it's almost time. Let's go. I've been sleeping for the whole day. I'm starving. Brother Konggui, let's go. But, what's there to but? Even if Yamacho saw it, they would understand. Let's go. Phew tilde. Using softness to conquer strength, borrowing strength to fight strength, every move and stance of the Taiji fist, the main technique of exerting force, is actually all in these two sentences. On the sports field, the students were still practicing Taiji fist. Compared to 2 days ago, most of the students were getting better at it. Even though it was break time, Cheng Chumo was still standing at the back of the team, gesturing to himself. Speaking of which, if it was the old Cheng Chumo, there was a 200% chance that he would not be so diligent. Study hard. Train hard. These words had nothing to do with him. However, ever since Li Zexuan personally tutored him that day, this fellow seemed to have fallen into a trance. Li Tai, Li Chengqian, Qin Huayu, and the others could see Cheng Chumo gesturing with his arms all the time every day. It looked somewhat similar to Taiji fist. When they saw Cheng Chumo like this, they often could not help but tease him. However, the strange thing was that Cheng Chumo actually allowed them to tease him. He did not even talk back. It looked like he had really changed. At this moment, seeing that Cheng Chumo had fallen into a trance again and was still mumbling something, Li Tai, who was not far away, could not help but twitch his mouth. He could not understand why this guy was suddenly obsessed with Taiji fist. Although Li Zexuan's Taiji fist was indeed very good that day, after so many days, the little fatty felt that he had been deceived. This was because the Taiji fist they were practicing looked completely different from the fist technique that Li Zexuan had practiced that day. They were all Taiji fist. Li Zexuan had practiced it smoothly and elegantly that day. But what about these students? Each and every one of them was weak and listless. Li Tai even wanted to give up on learning Taiji fist now. There were many students who had the same thoughts as him. However, no matter how others looked at Taiji fist, there were 2 students who had always placed Taiji fist in the most important position and practiced it crazily. These 2 people were Cheng Chumo and Tai Ta. It moved. It actually moved. The movements of Taiji fist had long been engraved in Cheng Chumo's heart. At this moment, he suddenly felt the fluctuation of the genuine qi in his body. The acupoints in his body, which had been calm for many years, suddenly produced a change. Cheng Chumo finally could not help but cry out loudly. Then, ignoring the surprised looks of the surrounding students, he directly sat cross-legged on the grass and began to meditate. What is Brother Cho Nyo doing? Why does it seem like he is about to break through? Yuchi Baolin, who was also a martial artist, scratched his head and said uncertainly. Hearing this, Li Tai was shocked. He looked at Cheng Chumo, who was sitting cross-legged, and could not help but click his tongue in wonder. His attitude toward Taiji Fist had changed greatly, because he knew in his heart that Cheng Chumo had broken through because of Taiji Fist. Oh, Mangzi, help me take care of him. At this moment, Iron Egg, who was standing slightly in front, suddenly sat cross-legged. His actions were exactly the same as Cheng Chumo's. Iron Egg, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Wang Meng was a little confused and asked. Don't make a sound, Iron Egg and Cho Nyo are breaking through. Qin Qiong, who was resting outside the field, noticed the commotion and whispered to Wang Meng. Wang Meng was shocked and hurriedly covered his mouth. Because of Bruiser and Cheng Chumo's sudden breakthroughs, the class break, which was supposed to be only 15 minutes long, lasted for half an hour before it ended. Haha. I finally broke through. Haha, now I don't have to worry about getting beaten up tilde. After about half an hour, Cheng Chumo opened his eyes and laughed heartily. He had an epiphany while practicing Taiji Fist, and broke through to the Qi transformation realm in one fell swoop, finally escaping Cheng Yaojin's pursuit. At the same time, Iron Egg, who was not far away, also opened his eyes. The sudden epiphany allowed him to directly break through from the Qi Gatherer realm to the Body Refinement realm. One had to know that he had only been practicing martial arts for half a year. It was not easy for him to make such progress. Not bad, not bad. Little Xian's Taiji Fist is indeed unique. Qin Qiong, who had been greatly benefited by Taiji Fist, sighed with emotion after seeing this. Tai Chi, this is truly a miraculous fist technique. Not far away, the elusive bearded guest also noticed the commotion. He narrowed his eyes and muttered in a low voice. Chapter 853. Master, there's good news. In the Cheng residence, as soon as Cheng Yaojin returned home, housekeeper Liang welcomed him with a face full of joy. What good news could there be? Look at how happy you are, old Liang. Cheng Yaojin looked at housekeeper Liang suspiciously and asked casually. Housekeeper Liang smiled and said, Master, there's news from the academy. Eldest young master broke through to the Qi transformation realm this morning. As the housekeeper of Cheng Yaojin, old Liang was clearly very familiar with the Jianghu martial artists' realms. Cheng Yaojin was in the middle of taking off the crown on his head. This thing was quite hot to wear, but he had to wear it during morning court. At this moment, when he suddenly heard this, his hands that were taking off the crown froze. His eyes were as big as copper bells. That brat broke through to the next realm? Old Liang, your news is correct, right? Cheng Yaojin asked in disbelief. As his father, how could he not know Cheng Chumo's character? He was usually the idle type. If you asked him to practice martial arts seriously, it was as if you wanted to kill him. If you were not careful, this brat would run away again. That was why Cheng Chumo had been stuck in the body refining realm for 3 to 4 years without any progress. This was actually nothing much. The second generation of the rich in Chang'an were all like this. Most of them were not even as good as Cheng Chumo. However, the problem occurred this spring. A shockingly talented Xiao Ning suddenly came to Chang'an. Not only was he at the peak of the Qi transformation realm at such a young age, he even broke through to the Grandmaster realm within 3 months. He was catching up to the older generation of warlords. What was even more unacceptable was that this young man actually broke through to the next realm after 3 months. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. With such an outstanding role model, Cheng Chumo was immediately dissatisfied with his son and even gave him an ultimatum. This was also one of the reasons why Cheng Chumo had been working so hard to break through recently. Master, it can't be wrong. Ever since eldest young master went to Yanghuang College, I've been paying attention to the news there. This news was just sent back by the people below. It can't be wrong. Old Liang's wrinkled face was smiling. Now that Cheng Chumo had broken through and escaped Cheng Chumo's pursuit, He was happy from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had watched Cheng Chumo grow up. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Cheng Yarojin wiped his mouth and suddenly laughed like a lunatic. His voice was loud and the birds in the Cheng residence's courtyard were frightened by his laughter and scattered in all directions. You just came back, what's wrong with you? If the neighbors heard this, they would think that the great Duke of Lu had gone mad. Madame Cheng, who was resting in the backyard, came out at this moment and said angrily to Yarojin Cheng. Cough cough. The smug Cheng Yarojin immediately shut his mouth. He rubbed his nose and looked embarrassed. Ah, madam, good news. Our Cho-ox has broken through today. Ha ha. This brat still needs someone to keep an eye on him. How long has it been since he entered Yanghuang College? It hasn't even been a month, right? Then he became a Qi transformation expert. Ha ha. Madame Cheng rolled her eyes and said, breakthrough, breakthrough? All you think about is letting Cho-ox break through. Don't you see how tanned your son is? Isn't it good to study in the academy? Why must he participate in some military training? Yarojin Cheng waved his hand and said, Hey, madam, you can't say that. If I, Cheng Yaojin's son, were to be spoiled like a woman, then how would I, old Cheng, go out and meet people? Little Xian did a good job with this military training. Next year, send Chu Liang too. It's good that the two brothers can take care of each other. You dare, Tilda? Madame Cheng immediately glared and said angrily, It's fine if you torture Chu Mo all day, but now you want to torture Chu Liang too? I don't agree, Tilda. Yarojin Cheng said angrily. What does a girl like you know? What future can Chu Liang have by staying at home all day? A loving mother will spoil her son, Tilda. Hey hey hey. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fist. Let me go, Tilda. Let me in quickly. This is not the forbidden area of the imperial city. Who are you to stop me? I'm your Yamacho's grandaunt. Open the door quickly, Tilda. In the afternoon, a beautiful woman in a red dress came to the entrance of Yanghuang College. She wanted to enter the college, but the guards at the entrance did not allow her to. Then, the woman immediately scolded. Hearing her tone and looking at her appearance, who else could it be but Hong Funu? How dare you, Tilda? How dare you insult the Yamacho? Seeing that you're a woman, I'll let you go this time. I advise you to leave quickly, or I'll take you to Chang'an to see the officials, Tilda. Coincidentally, the guard guarding the gate today was not there when Li Zishuan fought with the bearded man. Naturally, he did not see Li Jing, Hong Funu, and the others who came last. So, when he saw that the woman in red dared to call herself Li Zishuan's grandaunt, how could he sit by and do nothing? If he did not see that Hong Funu was a woman, he would have drawn his sword. Ph Tilda. I'll stand here and not move. Why don't you try to catch me? Hong Funu raised her chin and snorted. You, Tilda. Fine, Tilda. Then I'll do as you wish and send you to the officials, Tilda. The guard was furious and was about to attack when suddenly, a shout came from inside. Mo Feng, stop. Then, he saw Mo Zhong rushing over. The guard turned his head and said, Senior brother, this woman spoke rudely to the Yamacho. I was about to, okay, I got it. Mo Zhong waved his hand and looked at Hong Funu. He cupped his hands and said, My junior brother has never seen you before. I hope you won't take offense if he offends you, Tilda. Then, he turned around and said to the guard, Mo Feng, this is a senior of the Yamacho. If you come to the college in the future, you're not allowed to be rude, Tilda. Now, apologize to Senior Hong Funu, Tilda. During the last battle, Mo Zhong was at the scene. Of course, he recognized Hong Funu. Ah, senior brother, she's really. Mo Feng was a little dumbfounded, but he felt that he did not do anything wrong. It was hard for him to apologize. Okay, it's not brother Mo Feng's fault. Mo Zhong, you two go do what you need to do. She's here to look for me, Tilda. How could the powerful bearded guest, who was also one of the guards of Yanghuang College, not detect such a commotion in front of the gate? At this moment, he strode to the front of the academy and spoke in a deep voice. Okay, Tilda. Then I'll have to trouble third brother here, Tilda. Mo Zhong knew about the relationship between the bearded guest and Hong Funu. When he saw this, he cupped his hands at the bearded guest and retreated far away with Mo Feng. Third brother Tilda? Big brother, how can they call you third brother? Seeing the bearded guest come out, Hong Funu, who was overjoyed, could not help but exclaim. Chapter 854. Ahem. Chu Chen, why are you here? In front of Yanghuang College's main gate. Hearing Hong Funu ask about the origin of his third brother, the bearded man was a little embarrassed. He coughed dryly and changed the topic. Me. Big brother, you still have the nerve to ask me why I'm here? Last night, Brother Jing and I waited for you for a long time, but you didn't come back. This morning, Brother Jing didn't even go to morning court and brought people to look for you. I thought that you might come to Yanghuang College again, so I came to look for you. Big brother, what are you doing here? Are you unhappy at home? Is that why you came here? Hong Funu was angry when she heard the bearded man's question. In the face of this bombardment, the bearded man regretted purposely changing the topic. Hong Funu's questions were obviously more difficult to answer than before. No, I'm not unhappy. The medicine master, you, and I have reunited after a long time. We're happy. Chu Chen, I'll be staying at Yanghuang College from now on. I have some things to do here. If you and the medicine master want to catch up with Big Brother, you can come to the college directly to look for him. If there's nothing important on a normal day, you can go about your own business. The bearded man didn't want Hong Funu to know that he was a guard at the college, so he could only speak vaguely. But how could Hong Funu be so easily fooled? What? Big brother, you want to stay at the college? Why? Is it because Li Zexuan is not willing to give you the C-map and is using it to blackmail you? The quick-witted Hong Funu hit the nail on the head. Her guess was very close to the correct answer. Obviously, when the bearded man was at their house, he had already told them about the C-map. The bearded man was obviously stunned. After thinking about it, he denied it. Of course not. Although Big Brother needs the C-map, he will definitely not be blackmailed by others. Think about it, Chu Chen. Who in the world can blackmail your big brother? Hong Funu felt that it was reasonable. She was very confident in the bearded man's personal strength. Generally speaking, as long as he wasn't surrounded by a regular army, there weren't many people in the world who could threaten him. Then Big Brother, why are you staying here? Hong Fu Nu stroked the beautiful hair on her forehead and asked. After delaying for so long, the bearded man had already thought of an excuse. He pretended to be mysterious and said in a low voice, Chu Chen, this Yanghuang College has something that can improve Big Brother's martial arts, so Big Brother must stay here. Don't ask about the specifics, be careful of others hearing it, understand? Hong Funu, who had been obsessed with the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality this year, heard the bearded man's words and subconsciously thought that the Yanghuang Academy had elixirs similar to the True Soul Elixir and the Heavenly Fate Elixir in the mortal that could improve one's skills. She immediately narrowed her eyes and looked at the bearded man with a everyone knows look. Big brother, you don't have to say any more. I already know. I just didn't expect that such a desolate place like Cloud Mountain would produce such immortal elixirs. Li Zexuan's methods are indeed extraordinary. The curly-bearded guest was dumbfounded when he heard this. What spiritual pills? Where did this come from? However, since Hong Funu could fill in the gaps in his words, he was naturally happy to see it. Yes. Chu Chen, since you understand this, you should go back first. By the way, tell Medicine Master not to look for Big Brother anymore. He should focus on his future. The current emperor is a rare wise emperor. Let him assist him well. The bearded man put on the attitude of an elder brother and said earnestly, Okay, then I'll go. Big brother, take care. Brother Jing and I will come to see you often. Hong Funu hesitated for a moment and was about to leave. Yes, you and Medicine Master also take care. October 19th, Yanghuang College calendar, Friday, cloudy weather. Today was a good day, at least for the students of Yanghuang College. Because almost all the teachers in the college had to take the exam or be invigilators, they really didn't have any teachers to control them. Although there were still instructors by their side, compared to before, there were no Li Zexuan, Li Gang, Yang Sailu, and the others patrolling the field. The pressure on their bodies was suddenly reduced by a lot. Hey, after today, I'll be officially free from the sea of suffering. This military training has really tortured me, Sun Zifan said as he lay on the grass and let out a long breath. Haha. In your dreams. I heard from the Yamacho that on the last day of the military training, all the classes will be put together to test their results. But today, the teachers of the college have to take the exam. I guess this test results will have to be postponed to next Monday. Li Tai mercilessly poured a bucket of cold water on Sun Zifan's head. The latter's heart instantly turned cold. Damn, do you have to be so ruthless? Putting aside whether this was ruthless or not, the teachers of Yanghuang College were all complaining that Li Zishuan's questions were so ruthless. This exam involved the 5 major departments of Yanghuang College, with a total of more than 70 teachers. Even the leaders of the departments, such as Ma Ju, Xu Hongji, Mo Huai, and Xiao Dayan, personally participated in the exam. Wang Ji, the leader of the chemistry department, had finished the exam the day before yesterday. Before the exam, almost every department's leader had mobilized their teachers. Although Li Zishuan didn't say what kind of punishment would be given to the students who did the worst in the exam, no one was willing to be the worst. Moreover, during the recent military training of Yanghuang College, these teachers had more or less seen the students sweating profusely on the field. Many of them were affected by it. Just think about it. The students were already working so hard, so how could they, as teachers, be willing to degrade and be the last in the class? They had to fight for the first place. However, when the exam papers were handed out, they realized how perverted the questions were this time. They finally understood why Wang Ji slept for an entire day after taking the exam the day before yesterday. It was because these questions were too difficult. Physics, chemistry, and geography. These 3 subjects' exam papers were more or less mixed with some new mathematics knowledge. If you only looked at the textbooks of this subject and didn't look at the mathematics, you would definitely not be able to get a high score. Then, did that mean that the teachers of the science department had the most advantage? Of course not. The questions of the mathematics department were some more tricky mathematics questions. They were more realistic, but naturally more troublesome to solve. Then, did the classics have an advantage? Obviously not. This time, the classics questions were different from the usual questions. They combined the classics with life. Many of the questions, if you didn't look at them carefully a few times, you wouldn't be able to grasp the meaning they were trying to express. Therefore, the teachers of the 5 departments fell into the big hole dug by Li Zishuan this time. Whoever could climb out of the hole would be the winner. Chapter 855. Many people might subconsciously think that it was impossible to finish a course in a month. This was because when they were in school, they spent an entire semester to finish every course. How could they possibly finish a course in a month? However, don't forget that when they were in school, they had to study more than 1 course in a semester. Usually, there were at least 3 or 4 courses, and at most 7 or 8 courses. What about the teachers in Yanghuang College? They only needed to study 1 course. Oh, that wasn't entirely correct. This was because the teachers in the other departments, in addition to studying the teaching materials of the subject, also had to roughly learn about the new mathematics. This was originally stipulated by Li Zishuan. However, even so, their learning tasks were far less than the modern students. Therefore, from this perspective, it wasn't impossible to finish a course in a month. Moreover, the teachers in the academy were all working hard this month. Under such a dense learning atmosphere, basically all of the teachers were able to grasp at least 70 to 80% of the knowledge of the subject. With more than 70 teachers, 1 classroom definitely couldn't fit all of them. This time, the examination was divided into 2 examination halls. Li Zishuan was personally invigilating the examination hall in the first examination hall. As for the second examination hall, it was jointly invigilated by Li Gang, Yang Sailu, and Wang Ji. The current Li Zishuan's mental strength was no longer the same as it was in the past. Even the slightest movement around him couldn't escape his perception. Therefore, even if he was the only invigilator in the entire examination hall, he wasn't worried that others would be able to cheat under his watch. Tang Yu, if those 2 eyes of yours continue to wander around, it'll be like 2 rotating earths. Before you make a big mistake, quickly pull back from the precipice. Sima Fu, do your own test properly. Don't have any evil thoughts. If you have evil thoughts now, how are you going to educate your students in the future? Sun Zhongwen, what's wrong with your neck? Do you want me to call the imperial physician to treat it for you? Eyes in 6 directions, ears in 8 directions. He was referring to Li Zishuan's current state. Those who rolled their eyes, raised their heads, and craned their necks were all called out by Li Zishuan. It was not that these people were cheating, but they were just a little bit restless. Li Zishuan's purpose was to nip these restless people in the bud. After all, it wasn't easy to recruit a teacher. He couldn't let them go down the wrong path and ruin the reputation of the teaching team. However, it was inevitable that some people would be wrongly accused. When the middle-aged teacher named Sun Zhongwen heard Li Zishuan calling his name, he immediately became anxious. Yamacho, my neck was stiff when I slept last night. If you don't believe me, you can come and take a look. I really didn't have any evil thought. Li Zishuan saw the way this guy was talking to him with his head tilted, and he couldn't help but find it funny. Yes, I know. I've wronged you. You can continue answering the questions. Oh. Sun Zhongwen answered in a muffled voice, and then lowered his head laboriously. Although there was such a small episode, none of the teachers dared to let their guard down. They were conquered by Li Zishuan's keen eyesight. Under this 360-degree, omnidirectional, and tight surveillance, anyone who wanted to plagiarize would be courting death. A few people who wanted to take the crooked path immediately put away their little schemes and began to do the test questions seriously. Li Zishuan was secretly pleased. In his previous life, he was the flower bud of the motherland. Being invigilated by the teachers was a common occurrence. In this life, he was the one invigilating the teachers. The changes in the world were truly unpredictable. In the other examination room, although the 3 old men were not as observant as Li Zishuan, they had the advantage of numbers, so there were no signs of cheating. At 9:45 a.m., the gongs and drums of the academy rang, and the examination rooms on both sides collected the papers at the same time. No matter if they had finished the exam or not, the papers in their hands were all collected. Phew. The exam is finally over. Brother Ma, how did you do? I heard that the classics exam was set by old Mr. Li and Mr. Yang. I don't think it was very difficult, right? Xu Hongji put away his pencil. The academy had already started to use pencils everywhere, stood up, and asked Ma Ju with a smile. Ma Ju shook his head. There was no joy or sadness on his face. He only said faintly, "Hehe, I thought so too, but after finishing the exam, I became uncertain." The exam this time was not easy. Brother Xu, how did you do? You are a grandmaster in mathematics, so you should have done well. Xu Hongji smiled bitterly and said, with my little knowledge, how could I dare to call myself a grandmaster in mathematics? Yamacho is the real grandmaster in mathematics. In my opinion, all the exams this time were difficult. After all, we are going to be teaching students in the future. Yamacho also has high hopes for the students in the academy, so he has to be strict with us. Immediately organize all the teachers to mark the exam papers. First, paste the names of all the exam papers. Then, cross-mark the exam papers between the different departments. Then, let the team leaders of each department conduct a review. Finally, if there are any problems, let me do the final review. In the academy's conference room, Li Zishuan pointed to the stack of exam papers on the table and said to Yang Sailu beside him, "Okay, I understand, I will arrange it now." Yang Sailu nodded and was about to assign tasks to the teachers of each department. "Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Mr. Yang, wait a moment." Li Zishuan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly stopped Yang Sailu. He added, "Immediately inform all the students that there will be no rest on Saturday and Sunday this week. There will be a military training exercise next Monday. After the exercise, there will be a 3-day break, and classes will officially start after that. The class with the last performance will be responsible for cleaning the academy for a month." Yang Sailu was stunned. "Yamacho, you mean there will be no rest this week? If the students know about this, won't they make a fuss?" Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and replied calmly, "It's just a temporary break, not a permanent break. I want to see who dares to make a fuss. Mr. Yang, you just have to arrange for someone to inform the students tilde. Don't worry about the rest tilde. Yang Sailu could only nod in agreement. In fact, according to the original plan, Li Zishuan originally planned to hold the military training exercise this Friday. However, many unexpected things happened this week. He had too many things to do, so he could only postpone the military training exercise. If he really wanted to calculate, the students didn't lose out. They even had an extra day of break tilde. Yamacho, is this exercise really that necessary? Wang Ji was a straightforward person and didn't know how to hide anything. He felt that Li Zishuan was doing some meaningless face engineering, so he directly asked. He didn't care if his words would make Li Zishuan angry. Chapter 856. In the meeting room of Guanghua Building. Hearing Wang Ji's accusation, Li Zishuan smiled meaningfully and said, "Of course it's necessary. The students have been training hard for a month. It's time to show us the results and let them see it for themselves. Military training is a learning experience, but it is also a test. I hope that they can bring this spirit of military training to their future studies." Li Gang couldn't help but nod. Well, I agree with Yamacho's point of view. A military training performance is equivalent to posting the students' exam results and letting them compare with each other. It's also good to leave a deep impression on them. You have to know that there are a lot of playboys in this batch of students. We have to let them remember this month's military training. Wang Ji was silent for a while before nodding in agreement. On the field, the students were practicing Tai Chi compared to a few days ago when they first came into contact with Taiji Fist. Most of them did not have much enthusiasm for it now. Ultimately, it was because after a few days of learning, they still could not perform the same artistic conception as when Li Zishuan performed Taiji Fist. They felt discouraged. However, there were still some people who were obsessed with learning Tai Chi. Most of these students were from the special training class. Yesterday, Cheng Chumo and Iron Egg both broke through to the next realm. Although there was no direct evidence to prove that it was because of Tai Chi, humans always like to daydream, especially those who like to have dreams. What if I also broke through after practicing Tai Chi? Would I also have a chance to reach the level of a grandmaster in this life? Therefore, with this belief, the students in the special training class who had a foundation in Kung Fu were very serious when learning Tai Chi. However, they were wrong. Tai Chi wasn't that magical. It didn't mean that practicing Tai Chi would improve one's Kung Fu. Qin Qiong broke through to the next realm because of Tai Chi. That was because he happened to be recovering from his internal injuries. Coupled with his many years of Kung Fu comprehension, he broke through to the next realm. The reason why Cheng Chumo and Iron Egg broke through to the next realm because of Taiji was, to a certain extent, a kind of accumulation. After a month of arduous military training, all the muscles in their bodies were fully trained, and their bodies were in a state of hunger. At this time, Li Zishuan happened to teach them the essence of Tai Chi step by step. The two of them crazily absorbed the nutrients and comprehended the Tao in Tai Chi. Only then did they break through the realm. It could be said that the three of them had broken through due to special reasons and special conditions. It wasn't just because he had practiced Taiji Fist. It was almost lunchtime. Unexpectedly, Yang Sailu, the teaching director of the academy, came to the sports ground. Under his arrangement, the students of the academy gathered in the middle of the field. Yang Sailu was now on the rostrum. He said in a deep voice, "I've just received a notice from Yamacho. All the teachers and students of the academy will not rest this weekend. The military training will continue as usual. The academy will hold a military training exercise next Monday. The class with the lowest grades will clean the academy for a month." Whoosh tilde. When they heard that Yang Sailu wouldn't have a weekend off, the students immediately exploded. "What? Are you kidding me? I already packed my things last night and was ready to go home today. Now you're telling me that we won't have a weekend off? How can this be? Yeah. Why do they have to hold a military training exercise? They've already been trained. What's the point of putting on an exercise? Isn't this unnecessary?" "Exactly. So what if it's a joint exercise? It's also taking up our rest time. This is unfair. I don't agree." After coming to Yanghuang College for so long, The students had already gotten used to the 2-day rest schedule every 5 days. Why were they able to persevere through the long and painful military training? Wasn't it because they could rest for 2 days after enduring 5 days of military training? It was precisely because there was hope in life that they persisted. Now, the students thought that the military training was about to end. Who knew that Yang Sailu would come to them and tell them that there would be another 3 days of military training without rest in between? Most of them couldn't accept this. Therefore, as soon as Yang Sailu finished speaking, there was immediately a wave of opposition from below. Yang Sailu had already expected this situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to announce this in person. He was afraid that the people below wouldn't be able to control the situation. Okay, everyone quiet down. Although there's no holiday this weekend, after the military training exercise next Monday, the college will have 3 days of holiday. If you have any objections, you can go directly to Yamacho. If you don't have any objections, continue to train seriously. Instructors of each class, in the next 2 days, take the students to practice military posture, formation, and formation. Monday's exercise will include all of these activities, including Taiji Fis. Yang Sailu cleared his throat and said loudly. Seeing that Yang Sailu said that they would go to Yamacho if they didn't agree, the students below immediately fell silent. Who didn't know that Yanghuang College's Yamacho was a peerless, ferocious person who even dared to beat up the Feng Chen 3 heroes? Asking them to go to Li Zishuan to reason with him? Wasn't that just asking for *T, death? Moreover, although there was no holiday this weekend, after the exercise next Monday, they could take 3 days off. It seemed that it wasn't that hard to accept. Therefore, as soon as Yang Sailu finished speaking, the students who were shouting suddenly quieted down. Seeing this, Yang Sailu smiled satisfactorily and left the rostrum. Things were progressing more smoothly than he expected. The main reason was that Li Zishuan's fierce reputation was too widespread. Young master, in the afternoon, Forbert sent someone to deliver a big bag and a small bag. I don't know what's inside, but young mistress said to wait for you to come back before opening it. In the evening, Li Zishuan returned to the Yunshan residence and saw 2 bags on the stone table in front of the door. 1 big bag and 1 small bag. Xiao Shi went up and explained with a smile. Forbert sent something? Then it must be something good. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. He walked to the stone table and quickly opened the bigger bag. He saw 8 beehive-shaped pillows of the same size. Hey! Looks like the workshop's rubber technology has made some progress. Li Zishuan exclaimed in his heart. 2 days ago, Forbert sent news that the workshop's rubber research was not going well. It was estimated that the main problem was the ratio of sulfur. The rubber produced did not meet the requirements, so the things that Li Zishuan asked him to make would be made later. Li Zishuan did not blame him. He asked someone to pass a message to Forbert, asking him to take his time and not rush. He did not expect to make something today. Young master, what is this? Why does it look like a hornet's nest? Xiao Shi looked into the bag and asked curiously. Chapter 857. There's good stuff inside. With it, Xiao Shi, you can have beautiful dreams every day. In front of the Yunshan courtyard, Li Zishuan held a natural latex pillow and smiled at Xiao Shi. As for the benefits of natural latex pillows, Li Zishuan, who had experienced the bombardment of the information age, could give a lot of information. For example, antimites, anti-allergy, lowering blood pressure, strong elasticity, designed according to the principles of ergonomics, effectively promoting sleep, reducing snoring, suitable for asthma patients, and so on. Cough cough, of course, it was all thanks to his classmate who opened a latex pillow factory during his undergraduate studies. Under the influence of his classmate, he knew more about natural latex pillows. Tilda. Young master is lying again. Xiao Shi, don't believe him. Xiao He, who ran out of the house, heard Li Zishuan and immediately pulled Xiao Shi and snorted. This girl had never been easy to fool. Li Zishuan didn't mind. He held the pillow with one hand and patted it with the other hand. After realizing that the elasticity was not bad, he smiled and said, He. So, Xiao He, you don't believe me? Xiao He pouted and said, Of course I don't believe you. How can such a small thing make people have beautiful dreams every day? Young master, we're not 3-year-old kids. How can we be fooled so easily? Then, Xiaoxi, do you believe me? Xiaoxi believes young master. Xiaoxi thought for a while and nodded crisply. Having such a teammate, Xiaohe couldn't help but stomp her feet. Li Zishuan laughed. If you believe it, then it's true. If you don't believe it, then it's not true. Here, this is a latex pillow. Xiaoxi, take it, young master will give you one. Use this as a pillow at night and I guarantee you a good dream. As for Xiaohe, there's no one, haha. Thank you, young master. Young master, can you give one to Xiaohe too? Xiaoxi happily took the pillow and hesitated for a moment before saying. Xiaohe used her hand to touch the pillow in Xiaoxi's hand. After feeling the amazing elasticity, she regretted what she said just now. When she heard Xiaoxi pleading for her, she quickly looked at Li Zishuan and used her eyes to express that she also wanted one. Enough, husband. Don't tease her anymore. Han Yushi walked out of the house at this moment and scolded him. After marrying into the Li family for so long, she had already become quite familiar with the two girls. They were basically as close as sisters. Haha, alright, I won't tease you anymore. Take one for yourself. Seeing Han Yushi's Yushi, Xiaohe Yushi, Xiao, and Xiaohe Yushi. Thank you, young master. Xiaohe was afraid that Li Zishuan would change his mind, so she quickly took out a pillow from her bag and walked into the room with Xiaoxi. She must have brought the pillow into her room. Husband, it's not like we don't have pillows at home. Why did you ask Forbert to go through so much trouble for this? Han Yushi looked at the 6 pillows in the bag and said softly. Hihi. Wife, this pillow is different from the pillows at home. It has many benefits for the body. You will know when the time comes. You, me, father, mother, and Lana will each have one. I will get someone to send the last one to Lord Taishan so that he can enjoy our workshop's newest product. Li Zishuan picked up the bag and passed it to Han Yushi. Husband, you are so nice. Thank you, husband. Although she wasn't sure if this latex pillow really had many benefits, the fact that Li Zishuan could think of Han Tianhu when he had something good meant that he really had her in his heart. This was enough to make Han Yushi very happy. Husband is so nice. Wife, shouldn't you repay husband well? Li Zishuan whispered into Han Yushi's ear and laughed mischievously. Husband. I just said a few words and you are being naughty again. Didn't Forbert send 2 bags over? Quickly open the other one and see what's inside. Han Yushi pouted coquettishly, then looked at the other bag and said. It should be a new toy, right? Let me open it and take a look. Li Zishuan had no choice but to stop joking. He went forward and opened the other bag. He saw a round ball inside. It was about the size of a modern soccer ball, but this ball was pure white. Husband, what is this? Is this a ball to be kicked? Seeing the ball in Li Zishuan's hand, Han Yushi's eyes lit up. She looked at Li Zishuan and said eagerly. Wife, how do you know this ball is to be kicked? Li Zishuan asked with some surprise. He had watched a lot of ancient TV dramas in his previous life. He knew that in ancient times, Kuju had become popular among the noble class. However, in his impression, the Kuju used to kick in ancient times was mostly the kind of solid ball sewn with fur. It looked cumbersome, not to mention kicking it. He estimated that if he kicked it hard, his foot would hurt for a few days. After all, there were no professional sneakers in ancient times. But the ball in his hand now looked very different from the Kuju in ancient TV dramas. However, Han Yushi actually saw the use of this ball at a glance. This made Li Zishuan surprised. Husband, I have seen Liu Haojian's family play with a ball similar to this a long time ago. I heard that the light hollow ball is sold at a high price in Chang'an City. Ordinary rich people are reluctant to buy it. I don't know where Liu Haojian got it from. After listening to Li Zishuan's question, Han Yushi seriously recalled for a long time and answered. Oh, so hollow balls have been sold in Chang'an City for a long time? Li Zishuan was very surprised. The wisdom of the ancient people had once again refreshed his understanding. He always thought that hollow balls were the patent of modern people. He didn't expect that the ancestors had already made them. The brainless ancient TV dramas in his previous life were really harmful. Han Yushi nodded and said, "Yes, husband." This concubine remembers that it was sold in the early years of Wuda. However, the quantity was relatively small. Only some of the truly high-ranking officials and aristocrats would buy it. Ordinary people could only play with those solid meatballs. Husband, can you lend me this ball to take a look? Han Yushi's eyes were very bright as she looked at the ball. Li Zexuan's heart moved and asked, "Wife, did you also like to play football in the past?" Once the words came out, Han Yushi's cheeks instantly turned red. She bit her lips and said softly, "When I was young, I was naughty with Hongling and Asyong a few times." "Husband, do you think I'm not gentle?" Li Zexuan laughed and said, "I wouldn't dare. My wife is naturally the most gentle and virtuous in my heart. It just so happens that my husband also likes to play football. Later on, let's have a football game in our residence, haha tilde." Chapter 858. During the Han Dynasty, Kuju had already become popular. At that time, there were two kinds of balls that people kicked. One was simple to make and directly used hair or wool to entangle it. It was called Maro Wan. It was less durable and could not be kicked too far. The other kind was what Yang Shigu of the Tang Dynasty said, using wei as the ball, using the material as the substance. Wei was soft leather that was sewn into a ball and stuffed with animal hair. This kind of solid ball easily reminded us of the plastic bag-wrapped ball that we used to kick when we were young. However, it was more advanced than Maro Wan. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, this kind of ball was commonly used in the Xuchang Imperial Palace. Sports historians believed that this kind of solid ball with a leather shell had appeared in the Song Dynasty. At that time, the word Ju was changed and there was a Ju dance during the sacrificial ceremony. In the Tang Dynasty, the production of football had a qualitative improvement. It changed from a solid ball to a ball that could be inflated. There were many mentions in the poems of the Tang Dynasty. For example, Gui Shizi in Dari Xiupai poem said, 8 sharp pieces cut the waves into a ball, in the fire and in the water needed. Zhong Wupa in Fu on Balloons said, follow the rules wholeheartedly, in the beginning the square becomes round, use fake hands to fill the seam, in the end it will not overflow. Xu Jian, who was highly valued during the Tang Xuanzong, also described in records of beginning studies, today use the skin, with the cell as the inner, and with the breath closed, and then kick. Combining these materials, it could be seen that the football of the Tang Dynasty was more commonly called a ball than a ju. The leather had to go through many processes such as water kneading and fire roasting. When the ball was made, the leather was first cut into squares and then the 8 pieces of leather were sewn together to form the outer shell. Of course, the outer shell would definitely not be as round as the football made with 32 pieces of leather today. The most important point was that the ball of the Tang Dynasty already had inner bladder, which was the urine of animals. This should be the earliest inner bladder ball in the world. According to the world's sports history, the British invented the inflated ball in the 11th century, which was 300 to 400 years later than the Chinese. The ball of the Tang Dynasty had to be blown with the mouth. After that, the ball could be tied up and the outer shell sewn together. The elasticity of a balloon was definitely much better than a solid ball. It could be kicked higher and was more entertaining. Therefore, the great progress of this equipment led to a major change in the rules of the Tang Dynasty compared to the Han Dynasty. There was a folk game where several people kicked each other. It was called white fight, surrounding and jumping, not making them fall to the ground. Missing a step is a shame, not falling for a long time is a joy. There was also a pure competition to see who could kick the ball higher. It was called Kuju. In Wang Wei's The Matter east of Hansha City, there was a phrase, Kuju flying birds repeatedly. It was referring to this kind of game. After entering the Tang Dynasty, power-based players who could withstand falling and carrying were no longer popular. China's ancient football was locked into the technical style. Instead of the Han Dynasty having 6 goals per side, the 2 sides shared 1 goal. The low goal was changed to a high goal. The side that kicked the ball through the most holes in the net was the winner. The direct confrontation between the two sides became an indirect confrontation. Therefore, from the Tang dynasty onwards, long-distance dribbling attacks no longer appeared. Players were more concerned about stopping the ball and shooting skills. Of course, Li Zishuan did not know about these situations, and he did not need to know. What he wanted to do was to bring modern football and its rules to the Tang dynasty. Wouldn't it be great if the Celestial Empire could hold another World Cup every 4 years? Anyone who did not come was not giving the Great Tang face, and if they did not give the Great Tang face, husband, this ball is lighter and more flexible than the hollow ball sold in Chang'an. How did Forbert and the others do it? Han Yushi took the ball from Li Zishuan's hands and tried it. She was surprised. Li Zishuan smiled naturally and said, "Haha, this is made by the workshop with the latest technology and materials. In the whole Great Tang, only our family can do it. Even if other people know the method, they can't do it." Haha. Han Yushi returned the ball to Li Zishuan and asked, "Husband, are you going to give this ball to the students?" As Li Zishuan's pillow, Han Yushi knew that her husband was not interested in making money now. Therefore, she guessed that this kind of light and flexible ball should be specially made by Li Zishuan for fun. Yes, that's right. If we don't give those little bastards some entertainment, they will always be so bored that they will cause trouble. Li Zishuan put away the football and walked into the house with Han Yushi as he replied. In fact, the football was not all prepared for the students. It was also prepared for himself. He also wanted to play football. In his previous life, he was a fake football fan. Because his body was weak, he could not take it after running for a while. Therefore, he was just a fan off the field. Usually, he only watched football games and rarely played in the field. Of course, he only watched football games of other countries. It was not that he was not patriotic, but it was his country's football. In this life, he was strong, rich, and in a high position. He wanted to develop football in the Great Tang and build a strong football country to make up for the regrets of his previous life. If he wanted to promote football, of course, he had to start from the academy. After all, more than half of the second generation of officials in Chang'an gathered here. But husband, isn't the academy a place for students to study? Han Yushi asked. Hey, I don't know if my wife has heard of combining work and rest. And I think that only students who know how to play will have good grades. If they don't even know how to play, how can they study? Haha, I'll add some patterns to this ball. My wife, go ahead. The next day, Saturday. The students who were supposed to be on holiday were still bitterly undergoing military training in school. It was worth mentioning that some parents saw that their children did not return home yesterday and were afraid that there would be an accident. Last night, they personally went to Yanghuang College to inquire about the situation. After knowing that the academy was on holiday, they left with peace of mind. Through word of mouth, more and more people knew that Yanghuang College was on holiday. The parents who had not yet gone to Yanghuang College to inquire about the situation also saved an extra trip. Sigh, boring. If it was in the past, I would still be lying in bed sleeping. The evil military training, the evil reassignment tilde. During the break between classes, Sun Zifan lay on the grass on his back and sighed with a tired expression. It's boring, but there are only a few days left. After that, we can officially start classes. By then, it should be much more interesting tilde. Li Tai rubbed his increasingly shriveled stomach and said in a muffled voice. The belly that he was proud of in the past was gone. Lan are you? F***ck, I'm going to pee. It's time for military training again tilde. Sun Zifan suddenly stood up from the grass like a carp rolling on the ground. Coincidentally, at this moment, a black and white ball-shaped object whizzed over and hit Sun Zifan in the face in the blink of an eye. Bam tilde. The little funny guy just got up and fell down magnificently again. Chapter 859. F***ck. Which idiot kicked me in the face? Sun Zifan, who was lying on the ground, recovered from the sudden attack of the unidentified flying object. He opened his mouth and was about to curse, but when he opened his eyes, he immediately stopped the curse that was about to come out of his mouth. It's little sister Lan. Why are you here to play tilde? That's right, What entered his eyes at this moment was a little girl in pink with bright eyes and white teeth. Who else could it be other than Lan Er? In the past, when Li Zexuan was teaching at the Imperial College, he would occasionally bring Lan Er to the Imperial College. In addition, the current Yanghuang College was very close to Li Zexuan's courtyard, so Lan Er would come here to play from time to time. Therefore, Sun Zifan knew that this little girl was Li Zexuan's biological sister. It was precisely because of this that he hurriedly stopped the curse that was about to come out of his mouth. "Ah, little brother, you know me? I'm sorry, Lan Er didn't do it on purpose. Are you okay?" Sun Zifan knew Lan Er, but Lan Er didn't know him. The little girl was first surprised, then quickly asked with an apologetic expression. "Ha tilde. No. I'm not. Hey, Lan Er, don't worry about him. This guy has rough skin and thick flesh. What can happen to him? Can you tell Brother Qingqiu where this ball came from tilde?" Sun Zifan was just about to politely say that he was fine when Li Tai, who was beside him, interrupted. This guy was still holding the ball that Lan Er had just kicked over. F***CK, Qingqiu, what do you mean? How do you know that I'm fine? Sun Zifan, who felt ignored, jumped up and said angrily. His head was still dizzy, and his eyes were still swollen. The ball just now hit his eye socket. If the perpetrator was someone else, he would definitely have punched and kicked him directly. Why would he be so polite? It was just that Sun Zifan felt a little strange in his heart. Lan Er was just a little girl. How could she have so much strength to kick the ball so fast? What's wrong? Could it be that Lan Er kicked you and hurt you tilde? Besides, do you look like you have something to do? Li Tai did not know the inside story. He rolled his eyes and retorted. Sun Zifan was at a loss for words. He wanted to say that he had something to do, but with Lan Er standing in front of him, how could he say that? "Hey, Sister Lan Er, quickly tell Brother Qingqiu where you bought this ball. Does the Curious Interest Pavilion sell it?" Li Tai glanced at Sun Zifan proudly before smiling at Lan Er. Li Tai took a liking to such a delicate, light, and bouncy ball at first glance. Although he was not very good at playing football, he loved to play football since he was young. Therefore, when the ball just flew over, his eyes basically did not move away. "Of course not. Brother Qingqiu, give me back the ball." Lan Er snatched the ball over and said proudly. "Sun Zifan, did Lan Er kick you just now? What do you think? Are you all right?" At this moment, Li Zexuan walked over and asked Sun Zifan, who had one eye blue. Just now, he was playing football with Lan Er at the side of the field. It was the kind of simple kicking. He was careless and did not control his strength well, causing the ball to fly to Lan Er's side at a faster speed. Lan Er's foot just touched the ball, and before she could exert any strength, the huge rebound force caused the ball to fly out at an extremely fast speed. It just happened to hit Sun Zifan, who had just climbed up from the grass. Other people were shot while lying down, but he was still hit when he climbed up. It could only be said that when some people were unlucky, even drinking cold water would get stuck in their teeth. It's fine, it's fine. Yamacho, don't worry, it's fine." Sun Zifan saw that Li Zexuan had also come and hurriedly waved his hand. Li Tai could only put away the idea of fooling the little lowly at this moment. If Li Zexuan did not come, he was prepared to trick the ball from Lan Er's hand. Now, the original plan could only be ruined. "Are you really all right? If there's something wrong, I can take you to see a doctor." Li Zexuan asked again to confirm. In the end, this matter was his fault. Although he was in a high position, he was not unreasonable and liked to receive special treatment. Sun Zifan's eyes lit up when he heard that he could be released for medical treatment. He was tempted, but after thinking about it, he still shook his head and said, "Yamacho, don't worry, it's really fine." His injury was not serious. He did not want to make Li Zexuan feel that he was deceived because of the doctor's diagnosis. The loss outweighed the gain. "Okay, since you're fine, then the two of you should focus on your military training. Don't embarrass me during next week's military training joint performance." Class 1 of Yanghuang College was personally taught by Li Zexuan. Although he was now the Yamacho of the entire academy and should logically treat all the students of the academy equally, he still had special feelings for Class 1 in his heart. Hey, I know, Yamacho, don't worry, we definitely won't embarrass you, Tilda. Sun Zifan smiled knowingly and hurriedly guaranteed when he felt the kindness in Li Zhuan's words towards Class 1. Li Zhuan smiled, took the football from Lan Er's hand, and was about to leave with the little girl. Hey Tilda. Yamacho, where can this ball be sold, Tilda? I want to buy one too, Tilda. Li Tai did not expect Li Zhuan to leave so quickly. He hurriedly shouted behind him. This thing is not sold outside for the time being. Chinkyu, if you want to play, wait until after school in the afternoon, Tilda. Li Zhuan smiled. Hey Tilda. This is good stuff, I want to play with it after school, Tilda. Cheng Chumo appeared out of nowhere and said excitedly. Damn, Cho Nyo, why are you everywhere, Tilda? Lan Er, wait outside for Big Brother for a while. Big Brother is going in to do something, Tilda. Li Zhuan brought Lan Er into Guanghua building, gave Lan Er some instructions, and then walked towards Yang Sailu's office. Yo Tilda. Yamacho is here. Yang Sailu, who was sitting in the office sorting out documents, hurriedly got up and said. Yes, Mr. Yang, have the test papers been graded? Li Zhuan nodded and walked into the office and asked. Hee Tilda. Yamacho, you came at the right time, the results of this exam have just been compiled, and you came. Here, this is the summary of the results of this exam, Tilda. Yang Sailu said as he handed over a piece of paper filled with forms. He learned this method of using forms to record information from Li Zhuan. Li Zhuan took the form and began to read it seriously. With just a quick glance, he memorized the results of all the teachers in the academy. Yang Sailu was wondering if Li Zhuan had finished reading in such a short time, but then he heard Li Zhuan say, yes, they're all not bad, Tilda. Although the questions of this exam were difficult, there were still a lot of teachers who scored high. For example, Ma Ju from the economics department scored 99 points, Xu Hongji from the mathematics department scored 98 points, Mo Huai from the physics department scored 100 points, and Xiao Dian from the geography department scored 98 points. They were the highest scorers in their respective departments, which also showed how wise Li Zhuan was when he chose them to be the department leaders. Chapter 860. Other than the leaders of each department, the rest of the ordinary teachers also did well. There were 28 people who scored above 90 points, 65 people who scored above 80 points, and 5 teachers who scored above 70 points. Overall, the teachers of the academy did well in this exam. This shows that they have worked hard this month. Later, I'll have to trouble Mr. Yang to inform them that the results of this exam will be included in the year-end assessment. Teachers who scored below 80 points are not allowed to rest on weekends for the next month. Continue to recharge, continue to study the teaching materials of this subject. Li Zhuan said as he handed the report card to Yang Sailu. Yang Sailu was stunned. Included in the year-end assessment. This. Yamacho, you didn't tell them before, Tilda. Li Zhuan smiled faintly. Why should I tell them? Since I'm a teacher of Yanghuang College, I have to treat everything seriously. Whether it's included in the year-end assessment or not, I have to treat everyone equally. I can't take the exam just for the sake of the exam, Tilda. Yang Sailu instantly understood Li Zhuan's intention. He couldn't help but praise. Wonderful. Wonderful. I didn't expect Yamacho to be able to use the human heart to treat people at such a young age. I'm impressed, Tilda. Using the human heart to treat people? Old Man Yang's analogy is quite appropriate. Li Zhuan sighed in his heart. Then, he said, Mr. Yang, you flatter me. I'm just following my heart. I don't have such a profound plan. Since the exam is over, Mr. Yang, you can arrange for the departments to start preparing for the normal classes. I won't disturb you, Tilda. I'll do it as soon as possible, Tilda. Yang Sailu replied. Li Zhuan nodded, then turned around and went out to find Lan Er. In the evening, the bell rang to signal the end of the school day. In the principal's office, Li Zhuan habitually got up to pack his things and prepared to go home for dinner. There was a series of knocks on the door, followed by Cheng Chumo, Li Tai, Li Chengqian, and the others. Zhong Sun Chong, Fang Yizhi, and Chu Yanfu were among them. Hey, Yamacho, didn't we agree to play football after school? Why are you running away? Who else but Cheng Chumo would dare to speak to Li Zishuan so rudely? However, this guy knew that he had to protect Li Zishuan's dignity as a Yamacho in front of others, so he didn't call him by his name. Instead, he called him Yamacho. Li Zishuan was speechless. He did say that they would play football after school, but he said that they would play football after dinner. These F***king bastards obviously didn't even eat before coming over to harass him. They were really so focused that they forgot to eat and sleep. They weren't this enthusiastic when they were studying. Run your ass. I'm going home for dinner. Why are you saying that I'm running away? Li Zishuan said angrily. Cheng Chumo took 2 steps back and laughed. I'm just kidding, he. Besides, we haven't eaten yet. Yamacho, are you not embarrassed to eat by yourself? Eating and drinking is a matter of course. Why would I be embarrassed? Li Zishuan said lightly. Li Chengqian saw that Cheng Chumo was making things worse, so he took over the conversation and said, Xiaoxian, you can go back to eat first. As for that ball, I wonder if you can lend it to us to play with? This kid finally spoke like a human. Li Zishuan nodded and took out the black and white football from under the table. He handed it to Li Chengqian and said, you guys can go ahead and play. When I go down later, I'll ask Mo Zhong and the others to move the net to the sports field. I'll teach you guys how to play after I go home and eat. Li Chengqian took it, but Cheng Chumo said smugly, hey, Yamacho, you're looking down on us. Take me for example. I've been playing since I was 6 years old. You actually said that you're going to teach us how to play, haha. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy. He rolled his eyes and said, you won't say that when the time comes. Then he left the office. Hey, what do you mean? Yamacho, you have to be clear. Cheng Chumo asked with some dissatisfaction, but he didn't get any answer at all. Hey, what do you mean? Yamacho, you have to be clear. Clear my ass. If you want to play, then don't play. If you don't play, then we'll play. Damn it. Li Tai took the football from Li Chengqian's hands and said angrily. After listening to Li Zishuan say damn it for so long, he finally had the chance to test it on someone else. It felt so good. Cheng Chumo was furious. F***ck. Chinkyu, why are you talking to Xiaoxian now? F***ck, wait for me. Half an hour later, Li Zishuan had dinner in the courtyard and went to the sports field of the academy. Because it wasn't appropriate for him to do strenuous exercise after dinner, he didn't eat much at night. What? You're saying that a martial arts grandmaster can feel hungry? Isn't that nonsense? A martial arts grandmaster's legs were just a little awesome. He wasn't a god, so of course he would feel hungry. At this time, on the sports field, Cheng Chumo, Li Tai, and Li Chengqian were playing in full swing. However, Li Zishuan had never seen them play like this before. It wasn't even played like this in period dramas. The few of them kicked the ball in front of each other, and the side who received the ball had to pass it to the other side before it fell to the ground. It seemed that the purpose of this style of play was to kick the ball back and forth so that the ball would never fall to the ground. Actually, the scientific name of this style of play was white hit. Although this style of play lacked competitive spirit and looked boring, it still tested the ability of a player's legs. After all, to make the ball never fall to the ground, strength, angle, and timing of the kick were all indispensable. What surprised Li Zishuan was that Li Tai, this damn fat otaku, could actually walk a few rounds between Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin. Looking at the way he played the ball, it looked like he had some form of play. It didn't match his previous fat otaku image at all. F***ck, Cheng Chumo, why are you using so much strength? Who the F***ck can catch this kind of ball? F***cku, this ball is yours. F***ck. Sun Zifan, did you not eat dinner? You pass the ball like a girl. This ball is yours. F***cku tilde. Li Zishuan was speechless. This little fatty kept saying F***cku and F***cku. Where did he learn this from? Why did he sound so similar to the young lady in Chen Xiong 630 in his previous life? This kid, in my opinion, other people shouldn't call him Wei Wang. They should call him Sister Wang in the future. Li Zishuan mischievously thought in his heart. Okay, stop. I'll teach you the real way to play football. Chapter 861. Yamacho is here. Li Zhuan's shout from the side of the field made this group of youths who were in the midst of kicking the ball instantly stop what they were doing. Yamacho, this ball is so easy to kick. Even the best ball workshop in Chang'an can't make a ball with such good elasticity. Is this a new product from Chitsu Pavilion? Are you selling it? Li Tai lifted the ball with the tip of his foot. He moved closer to Li Zhuan and said with shining eyes. Sell? You're thinking too much. This ball is not for sale at the moment. Currently, rubber was a non-renewable resource for Li Zhuan. He didn't want to waste it on football. At least, before he found a stable source of rubber, he wouldn't let the workshop mass-produce footballs to sell. Ah, why not? Even if this thing is rare, you can sell it at a higher price. If you don't want to make money, Yamacho, are you stupid? Li Tai said unwillingly when he heard this. Because he and Li Chengqian owned shares in Chitsu Pavilion, their monthly dividends were comparable to their previous year's income. Therefore, the little fatty was not short of money now. Are you itching for a beating now? Do you want me to help you loosen your muscles? Li Zhuan glared at the little fatty and said angrily. Yes, yes, yes. Qingqiu is itching for a beating. Yamacho, help him loosen his muscles. Cheng Chumo shouted. Cheng Chumo was already unhappy with Li Tai's your sister, but he couldn't scold back because Li Tai's sister was Changle. How could he scold her? Li Tai was furious. Damn. Cheng Chumo, you. Enough. I'm not here to listen to you bastards bicker. I'm here to teach you how to play football. Li Zhuan clapped his hands to signal the two of them to shut up. Then he said, no matter what you called this type of ball in the past, from now on, it only has one name, and that is football. Football, as the name suggests, is a ball that is kicked by the feet. Under normal circumstances, it is not allowed to be touched by the hand. At this point, Li Zhuan snatched the football from Li Tai's hands and stepped on it. The way you play football is completely different from the way you played it before. In the future, Yanghuang College would hold football matches from time to time. The goal of the match was to shoot the ball into the opponent's goal as much as possible. Every goal scored would earn 1 point. At the end of the match, the team with the most points would be the winner. If the score is the same within the legal time of the match, it would be decided according to the rules of the match. The winner could be decided by drawing lots, playing overtime, or shooting a 12-yard penalty shot. Li Zhuan saw the puzzled looks on the faces of the guys in front of him, so he turned around and pointed to the white net on the other side of the field. He said, there. That's the goal. Every side has its own goal. If you want to win the match, you must break through the encirclement and kick the ball into the opponent's goal. Do you understand? The goal was not technically difficult. The workshop made it in 1 day. Hey, this is interesting. Yamacho, is there a prize for winning or losing the match? Li Zhuan introduced this new way of playing football. Li Tai was enraptured when he heard Li Tai. He laughed. Prize? Damn, does this little fatty want to bet on the ball or win the match himself? Why does it feel like it's the former? Li Zhuan looked at him indifferently and said, since it's a match, of course there will be a prize if you win. I say, you brat, aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? I'm talking to you about the rules of football. Hee hee. It's good that there's a prize. It's more exciting when there's a prize. Li Tai did not care about Li Zhuan's criticism and muttered to himself. Yamacho, how many people can each side have in this football match? Zhong Sun Chong had been in the academy for a long time, and he finally spoke to Li Zhuan. Li Zhuan shifted his gaze to Zhong Sun Chong's face. Of course, he knew that this ordinary-looking young man in front of him was the son of the current prime minister, the old fox who would have power over the court in the future. He had always been wary of Zhong Sun Wuji. As for Kui Shanfu who often bit him, he had never taken him to heart. Because a dog that did not bark was the most threatening. He would bite you if you were caught off guard. Hehe, that's a good question. In this football match, each side can have a maximum of 11 players, including a goalkeeper who will stand in front of the goal to block the ball. In the football match, other than the goalkeeper who can use his hand to touch the ball in his own penalty area, Every player on the field can only use their other body parts other than their hands to control the ball. Of course, it's another case for out-of-bounds balls. Other than that, once a player's hand touches the ball, it's considered a foul. Li Zishuan chuckled and answered. What happens if it's a foul? Chu Yanfu also asked. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, as for the definition of a foul, it's more complicated. I'll explain it to you in detail later during the match. Let's talk about the referee first. In every match, there must be at least one referee. The referee's role is to take corresponding action when a player commits a foul. Depending on the severity of the foul, the referee can show a yellow card or a red card to the player. If the academy receives a red card or accumulates 3 yellow cards, the player will be directly sent off the field. F***CK. So troublesome. Yamacho, let's play a game first. Let's talk about these rules while we play. There were too many rules. Cheng Chumo's head was a little dizzy after listening to them. Finally, he couldn't help but shout. Li Zishuan glanced at this guy and thought that some things really had to be combined with reality to make people remember clearly. So he nodded and said, okay. Then let's try to play a game first. If there's a foul, I'll blow the bamboo whistle directly, and then I'll tell you where the foul is. Okay. Let's play a game first. Sun Zifan shouted. He already had this idea, but he wasn't as brave as Cheng Chumo and didn't say it directly. The others naturally didn't have any objections. Li Zishuan looked and said, there are a total of 8 people here. You 4 can be a team. Divide into 2 teams and experience what football is like first. Okay. I'll be in a team with Cheng Chumo. I'll be in a team with Green Sparrow. In a moment, the 8 people were instantly divided into 2 teams. Cheng Chumo, Sun Zifan, Yuchi Baolin, and Zhongsun Chong were in one team. Li Tai, Li Chengqian, Li Ku, and Chu Yanfu were in the other team. This wasn't a regular game, and Li Zishuan didn't let them choose sides by tossing copper coins. Seeing that the 2 teams had chosen sides, Li Zishuan placed the ball in the center of the field, pointed at Cheng Chumo, and said, you'll kick off. Hee. This is good. I'll do it. Cheng Chumo excitedly came to the football as if he had won the lottery. He looked at the opposite goal, took a deep breath, gathered his internal strength, and kicked out like lightning. Go for me. Li Zishuan didn't even have time to react before the football rushed directly from the midfield to the opponent's goal. To be precise, it flew directly to the opponent's goalkeeper, Chu Yanfu. F***CK. Are you F***King acting in Kung Fu football? Chapter 862. Huff. Cheng Chumo had just made an unexpected breakthrough 2 days ago, and he was feeling smug at the moment. His kick was really powerful, and he used up all the strength in his body. He wanted to see what kind of effect a kick with all his strength would have. The football whistled in the wind, and it even stirred up some leaves on the ground as it moved forward. It was like a tornado passing through. It was powerful and unstoppable. Oh, wow, that's awesome. Sun Zifan, who was in the same team as Cheng Chumo, couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, he could even imagine the following situation in his mind. With Cheng Chumo leading them, they would be invincible, give the opponent a 5-0 score, and finally win. At this moment, he was really glad that he had made a wise decision to team up with Cheng Chumo, but Chu Yanfu, who was standing in front of the goal, was about to cry. Damn it, I'm here to play football, not to play with my life. He wasn't stupid. He knew that if this ball hit him, he would definitely be seriously injured and would have to lie in bed for at least a few months. Dodge. Almost subconsciously, Chu Yanfu wanted to dodge this lightning-fast ball. But driven by Cheng Chumo's immense inner strength, this lightning-fast ball arrived at a distance of 10 feet in front of the goal in the blink of an eye. How could Chu Yanfu have a chance to dodge? Bam! Just as Chu Yanfu was feeling a little desperate, a handsome young man suddenly flew in front of the goal. Yes, he did fly over. The young man swung his right foot in the air and kicked the slightly upper half of the football. With a bang, the football quickly bounced back, but it didn't hit the opponent's goalkeeper, Yuchi Baolin. Instead, it flew to a place outside the field where there was no one. Huff. Scared me to death. Chu Yanfu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and patted his chest with a look of lingering fear. Only then did he have time to look at the young man who had blocked the ball for him. Who else could it be other than Li Ku? Among their team members, only Li Ku knew martial arts. Moreover, his martial arts attainment was higher than Cheng Chumo's. Thank you. Han. Wang. Raw tilde. Chu Yanfu stepped forward and was about to thank Li Ku when he heard an extremely miserable howl from the other side of the field. Everyone couldn't help but look over. They saw Cheng Chumo lying on the grass with both hands hugging his butt and shouting, "Oh, stop hitting me, I know I was wrong tilde." And behind him, Li Zishuan was fiercely kicking his butt. "I told you to use your inner strength. It was just for fun. Who the hell asked you to use your internal energy? F***CKU. What if someone gets hurt?" Li Zishuan cursed loudly as he fought. He did this for Cheng Chumo's own good. That guy's kick, which contained internal energy, made the football rush to the other side of the goal at high speed. If Li Ku had not flown over to block at the crucial moment, according to the trajectory of the football, the ball should have hit Chu Yanfu's lower left abdomen. Although it was not fatal, it would have seriously injured Chu Yanfu. How could this be? Who was Chu Yanfu? He was the son of Chu Suiliang, the head of the secretariat. Chu Suiliang was good at calligraphy and had a very high reputation among the scholars. If his son was seriously injured because of playing football in the academy, the repercussions would be no small matter. Even if Cheng Chumo was not afraid of anything, he would not want to get into such big trouble. At that time, Li Zishuan would also be blamed for negligence of duty. Moreover, it was Li Chengqian who had personally asked Chu Suiliang to help inscribe the plaque for Strange Interest Pavilion. At that time, Li Zishuan was still a nobody. Although Chu Suiliang was willing to inscribe the plaque for him because of Li Chengqian's face, he still had to accept this favor. At this time, Li Zishuan had made a move at the crucial moment to save Chu Yanfu from danger. In order to prevent Chu Yanfu from holding a grudge against Cheng Chumo, Li Zishuan had to make the first move. With a flying kick, he directly kicked the unprepared Cheng Chumo to the ground. In order to help Chu Yanfu vent his anger, he put on a fierce look and kicked Cheng Chumo's butt with all his strength. He was not worried about kicking Cheng Chumo. After all, the butt was the most fleshy part of the human body. It was not easy to kick it. Otherwise, when you did something wrong when you were young, your parents would only spank you. That was the logic. Yes. Who told you to be dishonest? You used internal energy to play football. Damn you. You deserve to be spanked. Our sister king also ran over to join in the fun. It was rare to have a chance to kick Cheng Chumo's butt for free. How could he let go of this opportunity? Sun Zifan looked hesitant. He also wanted to join in the fun, but Cheng Chumo was his teammate. How could he have the nerve to do something like beating his teammate? In the distance, Chu Yanfu saw that Li Zishuan and Li Tai had personally helped him vent his anger. He did not feel that Cheng Chumo was deliberately targeting him and wanted to injure him seriously. That was because there was no enmity between him and Cheng Chumo. The two of them even had some friendship. Cheng Chumo had no reason to use underhanded means. Oh, it was underhanded means. He probably did not control his strength well for a moment. Quickly go and apologize to Chu Yanfu. If you can't ask for forgiveness, you can forget about playing football for the rest of your life. Li Zishuan kicked a few more times and said sternly to Cheng Chumo. After all, this guy had almost seriously injured him. If he did not give a decent punishment, it would be hard to convince the crowd. Ouch. Okay. Yamacho, stop kicking. I'll go and apologize. Cheng Chumo scrambled to his feet. When he was lying on the ground, he also understood the consequences of his hot-headed kick. If he had seriously injured Chu Yanfu, Cheng Chumo would definitely beat him to death when he went back. Moreover, with the label of harming a fellow disciple, he would not be able to stay in the academy in the future. Cheng Chumo limped to Chu Yanfu and said sincerely, "Yanfu, I was wrong just now. You know, I just broke through 2 days ago and was excited. I didn't control my strength when I kicked you. I swear, I didn't mean to target you." Before he could finish, Chu Yanfu waved his hand to stop him. I know you didn't mean to target me, Cho-ox, and I didn't take it to heart. It's just a game. You don't have to take it to heart. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo grinned and said, Hey, Yenfu, you're straightforward. I'll recognize you as my brother. In the future, at the academy, recognize your head. I asked you to apologize, but you came to recognize me as your brother. Li Zishuan slapped the back of Cheng Chumo's head. Cheng Chumo cried out in pain and said, Yamacho, I've apologized. Yenfu has forgiven me. Chu Yenfu hurriedly said, Yamacho, please forgive Cho-ox. I didn't blame him. Li Zishuan looked at the two of them, thought for a while, and said, From now on, in regular football matches, players are not allowed to use martial arts on the field. The academy will set up a football association in the future. Players who use martial arts on the field without permission will be banned for life in the entire Tang Empire. Chapter 863. After reprimanding Cheng Chumo, Li Zishuan guided the group of players for half an hour to familiarize them with the rules of football. During this period of time, no one dared to use their internal strength without permission. However, those who knew Kung Fu had an advantage over ordinary people in terms of reaction time and speed even if they didn't use their internal strength. Fortunately, both sides had players who knew Kung Fu. Cheng Chumo's side had 2 players who knew Kung Fu. Li Chengqian's side only had 1 player, and that was Li Ku. Compared to Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, Li Ku was born in the royal family and had been practicing Kung Fu since he was a child. Naturally, the resources he had were incomparable to the other 2 players. In addition, Li Ku was gifted and talented in Kung Fu. His Kung Fu foundation and attainments were naturally more solid. Therefore, although their side had fewer players who knew Kung Fu, with Li Ku's outstanding individual ability, both sides were still evenly matched. In the end, they tied with a score of 2-2. The score of 2-2 in half an hour, and so many goals were scored mainly because each team only had 3 players who were fighting on the field. The field was so big that it was not easy to defend. Many times, a single player could go straight in and attack the enemy directly. That was why so many goals were scored. Beep tilde. Li Zishuan blew his bamboo whistle and made a stop gesture. The 8 players on the field stopped what they were doing and gathered in front of Li Zishuan. Ha! Yamacho, this way of playing is too King exciting. Let's play another game. It's not satisfying at all. Football was a very magical sport. In his previous life, it was known as the world's #1 sport. It was the most influential sport in the world of sports. Football is war, modern football coach, General Michel's words. Every man fantasizes about war from a young age. Football is the game with the highest degree of simulation of war. Moreover, it is a war between 2 armies, a war of cold weapons on the battlefield. That kind of grand narrative is very romantic and exciting for men. Compared to the previous style of kicking around and not letting the ball fall to the ground, the current style of football was undoubtedly more addictive. After Cheng Chumo finished playing football for half an hour, his adrenaline soared. He was already in a very excited state. He still felt like he wanted to continue, so he suggested to Li Zishuan. Yes, Yamacho. How long had it been? Why don't we play a little longer? Sun Zifan chimed in. He was having a good time just now. Although the 2 goals on their side were scored by Cheng Chumo, he had an assist, which was enough for him to be happy for a while. The rest of the people also looked at Li Zishuan eagerly. Their gazes spoke for themselves. Li Zishuan scanned the crowd and said, I didn't say I won't kick. Now, all of you are almost clear about the basic rules of football, but there are still too few of you to show the charm of football. Go and find some more people now. At least get 2 full teams, then we'll play another game. If we can't get them together, then we'll have to play another game. Football was the perfect and concentrated embodiment of many elements, but the final measurement was extremely simple and clear. A real war was a direct confrontation of the comprehensive abilities of 2 countries, but all kinds of factors would eventually translate into the cruel and clear result of victory or defeat. Football was the sport that tested the most comprehensive ability, speed, strength, skill, and teamwork. Now, each team only had 4 people, so they definitely couldn't show the charm of football. Get them together. Get them together. Don't play tomorrow, play today. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Li Tai hurriedly shouted. Yes, yes, yes. Yamacho, don't worry. We'll definitely get them together. We'll go and find them now. In less than a quarter of an hour, we'll definitely be able to get 2 teams together. Sun Zifan hurriedly echoed. What he thought to himself was that it would be too easy to find a few people who could play football. If it really didn't work, they could just kidnap them. The few of them could also kidnap a group of people. Yes. Then you guys go and come back quickly. Li Zishuan didn't care about what they thought. He just waved his hand and said, Yamacho, I also want to play football. Do you think I can do it? I've been in Bingzhou's football club for 2 years. I'm very good at it. Cheng Chumo and the others were about to excitedly pull people over to play football when a student with a medium build and a slightly tanned face ran over from the side of the field. The student first bowed to Li Zishuan, and then begged eagerly. Then, before Li Zishuan had time to answer, a group of students outside the field ran directly to him and said as they ran, Yamacho, do you think I can do it? I've been playing football since I was 5 years old, and I clearly remember the rules you just said. I'm the most suitable. Yamacho. Yamacho. I also clearly remember the rules you just said. I'm the most suitable. Please choose me. Choose me. Choose me. The field suddenly became a mess. As it turned out, the small-scale football match that Li Zishuan had just organized had attracted quite a number of students who had just finished eating and were preparing to return to the dormitory to watch it. The dazzling passing of the ball, the intense and thrilling running of the ball, as well as the exciting kicking of the ball, all of these made their blood boil and they cried out in satisfaction. Even if it was only a small-scale 4v4 football game, they felt that it was wonderful. At this moment, when they heard that Li Zishuan wanted to recruit people into the team and have a formal 11v11 football game, how could the students who had been watching outside the field for so long hold back? One must know that there was only one chance. If they missed it, there wouldn't be another chance. There wouldn't be such a bouncy ball anywhere else, and there wouldn't be such an interesting football game. Cheng Chumo and the others were relieved when they saw this. The group of people who came from outside the field could definitely make up 2 full teams. Li Zishuan was stunned. He had expected that football would be popular with the majority of students, but he didn't expect that the first official appearance of football would be treated so warmly by the students. Apart from this, what surprised him even more was that from what he heard from these students, each and every one of them was a soccer expert. How could there be so many students who knew how to play football among the students of Yanghuang College? What was going on? Okay. We'll follow the order in which you just ran over. The top 14 who came here and have a foundation in football will be randomly added to these 2 teams. The captain of the first team will be Cheng Chumo, and the captain of the second team will be Li Ku. As for the rest of the students who didn't make it into the team this time, please leave the field to watch the game. You'll have plenty of chances in the future. Li Zishuan didn't have time to think about why so many students knew how to play football. He looked at the sky and directly ordered, Yes. Yamacho. Whether it was those who received the admission ticket or those who wanted to leave, they all responded and began to carry out Li Zishuan's orders. Chapter 864. The Tang people actually loved to play football. The reason why there were so many students who were good at playing football was because of the Tang people's love for football. In the Tang dynasty, there was a traditional festival that had disappeared today, the Cold Food Festival. It was 105 days after the winter solstice and 1 or 2 days before the Qingming festival. It was said that it was to commemorate Jie Zitui, who would rather be burned to death in the mountains than accept rewards during the spring and autumn period. According to tradition, there was a ban on fireworks and only cold food on this day. In the Qin, Han, and Sui dynasties, there were more activities such as mourning, trekking, swinging, and kuju. In the Tang dynasty, the trend of cold food kuju reached its peak, and it almost became a legal football day. If you didn't go to the suburbs to play football, it would be as if the day didn't pass. In the Tang dynasty, Xuchang poet Wang Jian wrote in a poem, Palace Ci. The night's makeup remains until tomorrow, always standing by the bright sunflower tree. Cold food kuju's wife, Long Bai, first scatter the money in the treasury. This poem had a high citation rate in many ancient sports research articles. The Bai Da in the poem was a very popular non-goal kicking game during the Tang and Song dynasties. It was played by 2 or more people. Bai Juyi from Xinjiang also wrote a poem, Cold Food at Luo Qiao. It described the scene on the football field, Kuju's dust doesn't rise, splashing fire on the rain. Other than that, famous poets such as Wang Wei, Li Bai, Liu Yuxi, and Wei Yingwu all mentioned cold food Kuju in their works. Due to the widespread of cold food Kuju in the Tang dynasty, Du Fu, who had been wandering all his life, wrote a poem, Qingming. In his later years, he lamented that 10 years of Kuju will bring the chick far away, 10,000 miles of swing customs will be the same. Du Fu was born in Gongyi and had been to Luoyang, Shaanxi, Sichuan, Hubei, and other places. This showed that these places had the custom of cold food Kuju. The Tang people's love for football could be seen from this. It was completely understandable that so many young people who liked to play football were born in such a big environment. There were many football experts in the Tang dynasty. Although they weren't as famous as the Song dynasty, there were still many of them. For example, Yang Jian and Wu Chongshuan were guests of the Tang Zhongzong's son, Crown Prince Li Zhongjuan. It was also because of this football atmosphere in the Tang dynasty that the Song dynasty produced Jiao Qiu and Liu Sanfu. Beep tilde. Li Zishuan blew the whistle and gestured for the game to start. Li Chengqian's side got the right to kick off. Li Tai saw that the other side had so many more players and knew that with his strength, there was no way he could directly break through. He did a side pass and passed the football to Li Chengqian's feet, who was only 10 steps away from him in the front left. Then, he quickly ran forward to provide support. After experiencing Li Zishuan's teachings, Li Tai already knew that in a football match, one could not show off one's bravery. This was a game of 11 people. It would be difficult for one person to have the last laugh if he or she relied solely on one person's recklessness. After Li Chengqian received the ball, he did not dare to be careless because Cheng Chumo was rushing towards him. With that speed, as long as he dared to dribble a few steps, Cheng Chumo would definitely be able to catch up and intercept the ball. On the field, there was no such thing as a crown prince or a minister. Cheng Chumo would definitely not be courteous to him. As a member of the royal family, Li Chengqian had the best and most exquisite ball to play with since he was young. He also loved to play football since he was young, so his basic skills were relatively solid. He looked up and aimed a direction. Then, with a cross pass, he accurately passed the football to Li Huairen's feet. This was a method that they had just researched to deal with players like Cheng Chumo, who had extremely strong individual abilities. It was to continuously pass the ball. This tactic, which emphasized absolute ball control, was somewhat similar to the tiki-taka tactic that Guardiola used during his time as Barcelona's coach in modern time. However, tactics were not the decisive factor in the outcome of a game. The key was whether the players cooperated well with each other. Huairen. Catch the ball. After playing for so long, Li Chengqian's blood was already boiling. At this moment, he no longer had the image of a cultured and refined crown prince. His voice had also become louder. That's right. Li Huairen happened to be in the group of people who had just joined. Li Xiaogong was a martial arts grandmaster. Even if his son was not as good, he would at least be much better than the average person. There was no problem with Li Chengqian's prediction of where the football would land. He even left a small margin for Li Huairen. However, Li Huairen had just come on the field. It was his first time experiencing such a formal football match. His reactions in various parts of his body could not keep up with the rhythm. When he heard Li Chengqian calling for him, he subconsciously paused. With that pause, the distance between him and the football had become a little too far. It was too late to chase forward because Sun Zifan had already taken the opportunity to close in on the football. Oh, wow! The Crown Prince team's ball has been stolen. This little guy's reaction is really fast. Now that Sun Zifan and Li Tai had successfully lost weight, no one called them Little Fatty anymore. Good ball. This should be considered a mistake in Crown Prince's pass, right? What a pity. T. It was obviously that student who was stunned for a moment and could not keep up with His Highness Crown Prince's pass. Do you know how to watch the game? If you don't talk nonsense. After seeing Sun Zifan steal the football, the onlookers outside the field exclaimed, sighed, and cheered loudly. In any case, it was very lively. These people did not have the opportunity to play in person. They could only watch from the sidelines as they competed with Li Chengqian, the country's heir to the throne. The situation here was in full swing, constantly attracting students who had finished eating and were passing by. After a while, the field was already surrounded by a circle of people. There were even some teachers from Yanghuang College. Now that they had just finished their exams, they also had time to come out and watch the fun. Beautiful. Zifan, quickly pass it to me. Cheng Chumo saw Sun Zifan steal the football and hurriedly waved to the latter while shouting loudly at the same time. Needless to say, Sun Zifan knew that Cheng Chumo was their team's most important scoring player. After grabbing the ball, he did not hesitate to pinpoint Cheng Chumo's position and passed the ball over. He and Cheng Chumo were only 3 feet apart. At such a close distance, of course, it was more reliable and effective to pass the ball over. The football was seen drawing a straight line on the grass and was about to roll to Cheng Chumo's feet. Suddenly, a dark shadow blocked the football's path. This surefire pass was actually stolen. Wow! There was an uproar outside the field. It's King of Han. So fast. I heard that King of Han knows martial arts. He used martial arts, right? Bullsh *T. What do you know? King of Han relied entirely on his body's reaction. If he used martial arts, do you think that a master like Yamacho would not be able to see it? That's right. Can you be more powerful than Yamacho? What a beautiful grab. Good job, His Highness King of Han. Look. His Highness King of Han is going to counterattack. This is straightforward. He is going to break through the opponent's defense line alone. The onlookers outside the field were completely affected by the players' every move on the field. They sometimes cheered, sometimes shouted, and sometimes sighed. This college under the setting sun was once again filled with vitality at night. Chapter 865. On the field. Li Ku was like a cheetah running with the ball. His legs were crisscrossing at a very fast frequency. From afar, one could only see the after-images of his legs crisscrossing, as well as the wisps of grass splashing behind him. Previously, when Cheng Chumo's players saw that they had control of the ball and that Cheng Chumo was about to dribble the ball to attack the opponent's goal, they began to press toward the other half of the field. But who knew that Li Ku would come out halfway and intercept the pass that they were sure to get? As a result, they had no choice but to brake and turn the car around to chase after Li Ku. But since Li Ku was able to intercept Cheng Chumo's ball, how could he be so easy to catch up with? What's more, these people had to change directions midway, so their speed was naturally even slower. Li Ku used his excellent physical reaction to shake off the 3 defenders in the opponent's back half of the field. Then, the entire back half of the field was suddenly flat. Li Ku was delighted and began to pass the ball long and wide. While maintaining a high speed, he also ensured that he had control of the ball. At this time, he didn't need to make any fancy moves. He only needed to make wide movements, rush to the opponent's goal in the shortest time possible, and finish the shot. Otherwise, when Cheng Chumo caught up, the result would be hard to say. Oh, wow! Han Wang is only 70 to 80 feet away from the goal. He should be about to shoot. Shoot! Why is he shooting? What kind of game were they playing? Why haven't I seen it before? It sounded like he had just arrived and didn't know the rules of the football game. You just arrived, right? This game is a new invention by Yamacho. As long as the ball is kicked into the opponent's goal, it's a score. The team with the most points wins. Oh, I see. That's quite interesting. Look, His Highness Han Wang is going to shoot. This is more ambiguous than words. At this time, Li Ku was already 5 feet away from the opponent's goal. Logically speaking, it was not very safe to shoot from this position, but it was too late because Cheng Chumo had already caught up from behind. After all, Cheng Chumo's legs were longer than his, and he was running without the ball. It would only take a little time for him to catch up with him. At this time, Cheng Chumo was less than 5 steps away from Li Ku. He was within reach. Fortunately, Cheng Chumo, a football noob, did not know about foul tactics. Otherwise, he would have reached out to grab Li Ku's clothes. Feeling the movement behind him, Li Ku did not dare to continue dribbling. He slightly adjusted his body's center of gravity and suddenly accelerated forward. He kicked hard at the rolling football in front of him. Boom! The football was hit by a huge force and made a dull sound. Then, it ran towards the opponent's goal at an even faster speed. Bao Lin, be careful. The stadium was like a battlefield, and the situation could change at any moment. Just a moment ago, Cheng Chumo's side was attacking the opponent's goal. But in the blink of an eye, they had changed from the attacking side to the defending side. Cheng Chumo could not stop him in time. Seeing that Li Ku had already raised his right foot and started to shoot, he shouted in the direction of the goal, "Shot! Shot! That ball is so fast." It should be said that His Highness King of Han's counterattack is so fast. It all happened in the blink of an eye. What a thrilling way to play. Just looking at it makes my blood boil. If I could play in person, wouldn't that be awesome? Hey. First of all, you have to have a ball with good elasticity like that. Otherwise, after this match, it would be strange if his leg was crippled. What's wrong? Can't you buy this ball? Since it was brought by Sir, it should be sold at Curious House, right? So what if it's expensive? Why can't I buy it? Ha. You're thinking too much. Just now, His Highness King of Wei went to Yamacho to buy a football, but he couldn't buy one. How can you be richer and more capable than His Highness King of Wei? Hey. Stop talking nonsense. Look, King of Han is going to score. This ball is definitely going in. On the field. The goalkeeper, Yuchi Baolin, had already realized that something bad was going to happen after Li Ku bypassed the 3 players in the backfield. After all, he only looked honest, but he was not really stupid. At that moment, he was already prepared. In the face of Li Ku's sudden shot, his eyes were fixed on the ball flying in the air without blinking. At the same time, he was calculating in his mind where the ball was going to shoot towards the goal. Top left corner. When the ball was less than 2 feet away from the goal, Yuchi Baolin moved. He bent his knees slightly, and the developed muscles on his legs bulged instantly. Then, he stomped his feet hard on the ground, and his whole body immediately bounced up from the ground, heading straight for the ball's landing point. Li Zishuan did not allow the players to use martial arts, which meant that they were not allowed to use internal energy. Yuchi Baolin had no choice but to use the jumping power of his legs. If he could use martial arts, Yuchi Baolin would definitely be able to defend this simple goal with his lightness skills. Whoosh whoosh. The ball made a whooshing sound in the air, and the landing point seemed to be exactly where Yuchi Baolin's hands were at the top left corner of the goal. Naturally, Li Ku also noticed this. He covered his face and looked extremely regretful. The players on the field, as well as the spectators outside the field, all held their breaths at this moment. They stared unblinkingly in the direction of the goal and guessed in their hearts whether or not the ball would enter the goal. He blocked it. He definitely blocked it. Cheng Chumo had already stopped running. He saw that the ball was getting closer and closer to Yuchi Baolin's palms. He waved his arms excitedly and roared in a low voice. Yuchi Baolin had the same idea as Cheng Chumo, because his hands could already feel the strong wind from the ball. Hey! I blocked Xiao Ku's shot. The corner of Yuchi Baolin's mouth drew a curve. Sigh. King of Han's shot has been blocked. The spectators outside the field also let out sighs at that moment. Everyone felt that the ball would definitely not go in. Even Li Ku, the initiator of the shot, felt the same way. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. The ball that was about to touch Yuchi Baolin's palms suddenly changed direction in the air and flew toward the bottom right of the goal at high speed. Bam! The ball went in. Boom! Everyone inside and outside the field exploded, and their eyes widened. F***CK. What's going on? Xiaoku, what did you do to the ball? Cheng Chumo's mouth was agape as he asked Li Ku loudly with a puzzled look. He looked at Li Ku again and saw that the lad was also dumbfounded at that moment. This ball. How did it change direction? How did His Highness King of Han make such a kick? Could His Highness King of Han have violated the rules by using his inner strength? Don't talk nonsense. That's not a joke. The students outside the field were first surprised, then puzzled, and then began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 866. I didn't use my internal strength. The discussion of the surrounding students naturally reached the ears of the players on the field. Cheng Chumo's players looked at Li Ku with strange eyes, but many people just looked and didn't dare to say what was in their hearts. After all, Li Ku was the son of the emperor. This identity was enough to make many people afraid. Hearing the discussion of the students outside the field and feeling the strange eyes of the other players next to him, Li Ku hurriedly defended himself with red eyes. But the players with strange eyes just looked away and didn't say whether they believed it or not. Li Ku was so wronged that he was about to cry. After all, he was only a 7 or 8-year-old child. After all, he really didn't use his internal strength just now. Suddenly being criticized by the ring name, it was inevitable that his heart couldn't bear it. What's wrong? What do you mean by this? Little Ku said that he didn't use his internal strength, so he didn't use his internal strength. Would he lie to you, Tilda? Just as Li Ku's emotions were about to collapse, Li Tai came over and patted Li Ku's shoulder, shouting to the surrounding players. I also believe in Little Ku, Tilda. Li Chengqian also came over and supported his brother, but most of the players on Cheng Chumo's side, as well as the onlooking students outside the field, were still in disbelief. Because the goal just now was really strange. If it wasn't for the use of internal strength, they really couldn't think of any other reason. I also believe in Little Ku, Tilda. At this time, Cheng Chumo spoke. Although he didn't understand why the football suddenly changed direction in the air, he believed that Li Ku wouldn't violate the rules just set by Li Zishuan for such an insignificant game. Even he, the captain, had expressed his opinion. The other players naturally couldn't say anything, but they still had doubts in their hearts. Beep Tilda. While many people were hesitant about this goal, Li Zishuan jogged over, blew the bamboo whistle, and made a gesture that said, "The goal is valid." The field suddenly boiled over again. What does Yamacho mean by this gesture? Stupid. Yamacho is saying that Hanwang's goal is valid and doesn't count as a foul. Then, doesn't that mean that Hanwang didn't use martial arts just now? Aren't you spouting nonsense? If the king of Han used martial arts, how could Yamacho still make such a judgment? That's true. But if the king of Han didn't use martial arts, how can you explain the ball just now? F***CK. If you ask me, who should I ask? Li Zishuan's judgment completely shattered the guesses of some of the conspiracy theorist audience members. For Li Ku, it was a timely reign. Thank you, Yamacho, for your trust. Li Ku walked up to Li Zishuan and solemnly cupped his hands in thanks. If he hadn't experienced that moment just now, he would never know how important it was to have the trust of others. Li Zishuan smiled and said gently, "Little Ku, you didn't use any internal energy just now, so the punishment is reasonable. You don't have to thank me. Li Ku's goal just now was not a problem. Besides, even if Li Ku secretly used his internal energy, it was impossible to hide it from the eyes of a martial arts grandmaster. The goal just now was just a curveball." For Li Zishuan, who often watched football games in his previous life, this kind of curveball was not a rare phenomenon. But for Li Ku to be able to kick this kind of ball for the first time, he was still a little surprised. Li Ku thought for a moment and asked hesitantly, "But, Yamacho, that ball just now?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "What? You don't know what happened to that ball just now?" Seeing Li Ku's expression, Li Zishuan finally understood. This kid didn't know how to kick a curveball. Just now, it was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. It was just a coincidence. Well, yes, Yamacho. Regarding that ball just now, I also have a lot of doubts in my heart. Realizing that Li Zishuan did not suspect whether he used his internal energy from the beginning to the end, Li Ku's mood gradually relaxed. He then gathered his courage and spoke his true thoughts. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, Sun Zifan, and the others who were beside him also focused their attention. Obviously, they also didn't understand why the ball suddenly changed direction. Li Zishuan didn't want to waste any time. He organized his words and simply explained. "Little Ku, The reason why your ball changed direction was mainly because you didn't kick the ball in the center when you kicked it. If I want to explain it to you clearly, I have to use relevant knowledge of physics. Today I will only briefly explain it to you. When you learn physics in the future, you can naturally bring what I said to the books to verify it. Little Ku, your ball just now, I call it a curveball. This kind of ball appears mainly because the direction of your strength when you kick the ball did not pass through the center of the ball. The ball will produce a corresponding rotation. Under the effect of air resistance, the rotating ball will travel a distance around its rotation axis. When the ball is close to the goal or the opponent's player, there is a possibility that it will make a sharp turn. This has nothing to do with the use of internal energy. If the direction of your strength is wrong, even if you inject internal energy into the ball, it won't suddenly change direction like just now. This explanation made everyone confused. After that, many people were speechless. They didn't expect that playing a ball or watching a game could be related to learning. Li Zhuan, Yanghuang College's Yamacho, was a bit too competent. But this way, it could be said that Li Ku was completely cleared of suspicion, so the kid was smiling very happily at the moment. Okay, let's not talk too much. Continue to play. The score is now 1 o'clock. Cheng Chumo, you start. Hurry up. Li Zhuan looked at the sky and quickly said. Cheng Chumo immediately became spirited and quickly agreed. Then he shouted a few times behind him, nothing more than to let his team work harder and quickly equalize the score. In the following game, there was nothing unexpected. The only thing worth mentioning was that the newly joined players, after a few minutes of practice, their cooperation with each other became smoother and smoother. Li Zhuan felt that with the strength and cooperation of these little guys now, it wouldn't be a problem for them to play in some school or city teams in his previous life. This could only be said that the Tang dynasty's football environment was too good, even better than modern China's. As a result, too many young people who were good at playing football were cultivated, so the quality of the players on both teams was quite good. In the end, the score of the two teams was 2-1. Cheng Chumo's team won with a 1-goal lead, mainly because Li Huairan gradually became more active towards the end. He and Li Ku formed a double striker strategy, which made it difficult for the defenders on Cheng Chumo's side to defend. Beep. Li Zhuan blew the whistle to end the game, then said, "Okay, everyone is dismissed. We'll play again in the future." Chapter 867. Tense, hot-blooded, exciting. This unique game left a deep impression on the teachers and students of Yanghuang College. Whether it was on the field or off the field, their hearts were surging at the moment. Compared to the goalless style they used in the past, Li Zhuan's current style of play was undoubtedly more competitive and more gripping. That's it. Yamacho, give us another quarter of an hour, and our team will definitely equalize the score. Cheng Chumo looked at the temporary scoreboard that Li Zhuan made on the sidelines and shouted unwillingly. Hey! Toad yawns, what a big tone. Even if I give you another half an hour, you won't have a chance to equalize the score because we have little Ku and Huairan, haha. As the winner, of course, he had the right to ridicule. How could Li Tai give up such an opportunity? Damn. That's because I didn't do my best just now. If you have the ability, give us another quarter of an hour to try. Cheng Chumo straightened his neck and said angrily with a red face. After working hard for more than an hour, they finally lost by a goal. Of course, he was very unconvinced in his heart. Shut up. I said it's over, so it's over. Is there any room for bargaining? Hurry up and go eat. Seeing that the two of them began to bicker again, Li Zhuan angrily rebuked. Oh. The two of them responded sullenly and could only obediently retreat to their respective teams. Li Zhuan took the football from Li Chengqian and then prepared to go home. Hey. Yamacho. How do I get a football? Li Tai's eyes were fixed on the football spinning around. In the end, he couldn't help but chase after it and ask loudly. Immediately, the surroundings quieted down. Everyone shifted their gaze to Li Zhuan. Obviously, everyone wanted to know the answer to this question. Li Zhuan paused. He thought for a while and said, in the next few days, the academy will introduce a batch of footballs. The students of the academy can rent them for free, but only within the academy. At present, all the footballs are only for rent and not for sale. It's impossible to buy them with money. However, in the future, the academy would reward the top 3 in the monthly exams and football competitions with a football. If you want it, go fight for it yourself. After saying that, he walked out of the field without looking back. F***ck. This trick again tilde. Couldn't they just sell it directly? It's not like I'm lacking in money tilde. Li Tai kicked the grass and complained gloomily. Hey, isn't this exactly what you want? Chinkyu, your grades are so good. You even got first place in the entrance exam. What are you worried about? Sun Zifan pursed his lips and said. F***ck, the academy is full of experts now. Who can guarantee that they will get first place every time? Zifan, you brat, it's easy for you to say that. Then Chinkyu, you can wait until after the monthly exams and buy a football from the students who got it. You're not lacking in money tilde, Sun Zifan suggested in a strange tone. Li Tai was a little tempted after hearing it. However, after thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, F***ck, no way. It's true that I'm rich, but I don't want to be taken advantage of. Isn't it just the top 3 in the monthly exams? It's a piece of cake tilde. The football match ended. However, the exciting process of the football match had been passed around by the students of Yanghuang College. During the military training the day after, people could always be heard discussing the football match between classes. Moreover, the scene of the discussion was quite intense. In this era where there was a lack of entertainment, the appearance of football which combined sports and entertainment captured the hearts of many students and even teachers. Of course, the words that Li Zishuan had said before he left yesterday had stirred the minds of many students. The reward of being able to get a football for the top 10 in the monthly exam was really too tempting. Even those students who didn't like sports could sell the football to others if they got into the top 10. Li Zishuan also said that this thing was now a priceless item. If they really wanted to sell it, the price would naturally not be low. Therefore, this was a very generous profit tilde. Many students who were confident in their own strength were holding back their anger. They secretly made up their minds that after the military training, they must study hard day and night and get into the top 3 in the monthly exams. This was the real books have their own houses of gold tilde. Xiaomao, is your little shop almost ready tilde? In the afternoon, Li Zishuan came to the academy. When he passed by a small fork in the road behind the bishop, he saw some people going in and out of a small house. When he walked over to take a look, he saw Jiyu Xiaomao inside. He thought for a moment and knew what was going on, so he smiled and said, tilde. It's almost ready. Yamacho, please come in and have a seat tilde. When Jiyu Xiaomao saw that it was Li Zishuan, he hurriedly went forward and greeted him enthusiastically. Dad, this is the Yamacho of our academy. This little shop of yours is also a gift from the Yamacho tilde. The old man next to him looked at Li Zishuan with a puzzled face. Jiyu Xiaomao hurriedly introduced him. The old man was shocked. He staggered 2 steps and went forward to Bo and said, This old man greets the Marquis of Yong'an. Marquis has done a great favor for our Jiyu family. Everyone in the Jiyu family is deeply grateful to you. It was obvious that the old man was very emotional. He couldn't even speak clearly. Uncle Jiyu, you don't have to be so polite. Jiyu Xiaomao deserves all of this. Who asked him to be so hardworking? Li Zishuan helped the old man up and said with a smile. Jiyu Xiaomao was a little embarrassed by the praise and scratched his head. When the old man heard that his son was praised by Marquis personally, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Xiaomao doesn't have any other abilities except for his strength. Marquis, you gave him such a high salary. If he doesn't work hard, I will break his legs. Look at my memory. Marquis, quickly come in and drink some water. How can you keep standing outside tilde? Girl, quickly pour a cup of herbal tea for Marquis. A girl's voice immediately sounded in the house. Yes, Dad. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't refuse. He knew that the girl inside should be Jiyu Xiaomao's sister. This kid had told him before. Because the Jiyu family was poor and Jiyu Xiaomao's mother was bedridden for many years, a large portion of the family's money was used to treat her illness. They couldn't even gather a decent dowry for his sister. That was why she was still unmarried at the age of 18. In the eyes of modern people, this situation would definitely be ridiculous. But that was the truth. In this era, it was common for girls to be unable to get married because they couldn't afford the dowry. It was the complete opposite of modern society. In modern society, it was the man who couldn't gather the dowry. Marquis, quick, please come in. Chapter 868. The last time Li Zexuan saw Jiyu Xiaomao was a month ago. At that time, the second phase of the Academy's project had just started. Jiyu Xiaomao was still the vice-captain of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment. Li Tai had always been the captain. By chance, Li Zexuan found out about Jiyu Xiaomao's simple ideals. Therefore, after the second phase of the Academy's project was completed, Li Zexuan allocated a small house from the Academy, about 50 square meters in modern times. It was neither small nor big, for Jiyu Xiaomao to open a shop. Speaking of which, this small house was originally a small warehouse used to temporarily store equipment. It was located between the teaching building and the dormitory building. The location was not bad and was suitable for Jiyu Xiaomao to open a shop. It wasn't that Li Zexuan was stingy and didn't want to give him a big house, but with Jiyu Xiaomao's current wealth, even if he was given a big house, he wouldn't be able to fill it with good. After entering the small house, Li Zexuan sat down and looked around. He saw that there were shelves with all kinds of goods on them. There were candied fruits, nuts, and other snacks. There were also daily necessities like soap operas, sweat towels, and wooden basins. The layout of this place was like a modern supermarket. This idea was also what Li Zexuan told Jiyu Xiaomao. A supermarket was a product that surpassed the times and could definitely make money in the Tang dynasty. When Li Zexuan had just transmigrated, he had also thought of setting up a supermarket. However, for a transmigrator like him, there were too many ways to make money. Therefore, he didn't have the time to do this. Li Zexuan saw that Jiyu Xiaomao was a rather down-to-earth lad, so he gave this valuable idea to him. Uncle Jiyu, I heard that Xiaomao's mother has been sick. How is she now? Li Zexuan looked around the furnishings in the house and asked with a smile. Being called Uncle Jiyu by Li Zexuan again and again, the old man was very flattered. He didn't know where to put his hands. At this moment, he hurriedly replied, "What did my wife do to make Marquis remember her?" Previously, Jiyu Xiaomao worked here and brought home a lot of money. This child has been filial since he was young. After he received the money, he ignored his mother's dissuasion and invited a doctor from Chang'an City's Huachun Hall to help treat her. He even bought a lot of medicine. His mother's condition is basically stable now. We can only rest and see if the root of the illness can be cured. Li Zexuan nodded as he listened. He looked at Jiyu Xiaomao and said, "Xiaomao, your family is relying on you now. Oh, it should be your store. You have to do a good job in the future. Not only do you want your parents and sister to live well, but you also want to bring convenience to all the teachers and students of the academy. Do you understand? When Divine Doctor Sun comes to Chang'an again, I will ask him to take a look at your mother." A woman stood behind the door. She was Jiyu Xiaomao's sister. When she heard Li Zexuan mention her, she could not help but look up at Li Zexuan. It was not that she had any improper thoughts about Li Zexuan. It was just pure admiration. After all, which girl did not worship heroes? Li Zexuan was young, but his reputation had spread far and wide. He was a combination of wisdom, bravery, and handsome. He was simply an excellent candidate for a husband. This girl knew her own family. She knew that there was no possibility between her and Li Zexuan, so she did not have such thoughts from beginning to end. She only hoped that her brother could learn from Li Zexuan and become someone as powerful as Li Zexuan in the future. "Thank you, Yamacho. Don't worry. I will definitely do my best and make this store a good one," Jiyu Xiaomao promised seriously. "Marquis, don't worry. If Xiaomao does not provide convenience to the students and teachers of the academy, this old man will be the first to not listen to him." The old man also quickly promised. "Haha, fine. It's not that serious. I still trust Xiaomao." Li Zexuan chuckled. After that, he chatted with the father and son for a while, then got up and said goodbye. After all, they still had to busy themselves with cleaning the store. Hey, Yamacho, can you help me inscribe a few words on my store? Just as Li Zishuan was about to leave, Jiyu Xiaomao stammered and asked loudly. Li Zishuan immediately froze on the spot. Inscribe words? What did this kid mean? Was he deliberately messing with him? The reason why he thought so was because Li Zishuan had been here for so long, but he had never inscribed words on anyone's store before. Although his calligraphy was now quite good and was better than most people's, compared to famous calligraphers like Chu Suiliang and Yu Shinan, it was still a far cry, okay? How could he show it to others? Ahem. Xiaomao, do you want me to ask Dr. Chu to inscribe a few words for you? Li Zishuan coughed dryly and said. Jiyu Xiaomao trembled and quickly waved his hand. Yamacho, no need, no need. My store was given to me by you, of course, you have to give it a name yourself. This kid was really stubborn. He didn't even want Chu Suiliang's calligraphy. Li Zishuan had no choice but to nod. All right, bring me a brush and paper. Hey, Yamacho, please wait a moment. Jiyu Xiaomao agreed excitedly. After a while, he brought over a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Li Zishuan wondered if this kid had prepared beforehand. Li Zishuan picked up the brush and was stunned again. What should he write? At this moment, the names of many modern supermarkets appeared in his mind: Walmart, Artimart, China Resources Wanjia, Balian, Wumart. But it would be too much of a joke to write down these names, because most of these names did not have any meaning to them. He couldn't harm Jiyu Xiaomao because of his whims. I got it. Li Zishuan's mind flashed with inspiration. He focused his mind and calmed his breathing. With a slight movement of his wrist, he wrote the 4 words Yojia Store on the paper. He was using regular script. In his previous life, he had practiced more regular script, so he was relatively good at it. There's small shop. Hey, Yamacho, that's a good name. After staying in Yanghuang College for a long time, Jiyu Xiaomao could recognize a few simple words. He carefully put away the paper and laughed. Li Zishuan said happily, Kid, tell me, what's so good about this name? Anyway, as long as it's Yamacho, it's definitely good. Jiyu Xiaomao stuttered for a long time, but couldn't say anything. He could only laugh foolishly. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Xiaomao, a real man should not let down the heavens, the earth, the parents, the wife, the children, and the brothers and sisters. I hope you can use this store to let your family live a good life. After saying that, Li Zishuan nodded to old Jiyu and turned to leave. Chapter 869. It was a cloudy Monday, October 22nd of the first year of Zhengguan. It was a refreshing autumn day. Suddenly, people realized that the sky was bluer and the air was colder. If one slept at night without a quilt, they would feel cold. It was already late autumn. Many trees on the Cloud Mountain had begun to shed their leaves. Some mountain paths were covered with a thick layer of leaves, giving the pedestrians a sense of desolation. Beep tilde. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Today was the day of the military training at Yanghuang College. Early in the morning, the students were gathered on the field by the instructors of each class after breakfast. For a moment, all kinds of slogans were heard. Feiji, are there any students absent today? Li Zishuan turned his head and asked in a low voice. Marquis, no students are absent today. Pang Feiji cupped his hands and answered. Okay. When the teachers of the college arrive, the military training exercise will officially begin. Inform Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and ask the guards of the college to stay alert. No outsiders are allowed to come in and make trouble today. Li Zishuan nodded and ordered. Pang Feiji smiled and said, Hey, Marquis, you worry too much. Third brother is now a guard of the college. Who dares to make trouble here? Third brother? Li Zishuan was stunned. It took him a while to remember who the third brother was. He couldn't help but find it funny and said, It seems that you are close to Mr. Zhong. You even called him third brother. In terms of experience in the martial arts world, you should call Mr. Zhong third master. You are so rude. Pang Feiji chuckled and didn't know how to respond to Li Zishuan's words. Uncle Cheng? At this moment, Li Zishuan exclaimed. He quickly stepped forward and saw a man coming from the opposite side. Who else could it be but Cheng Yarojin? Uncle Cheng, shouldn't you be in the morning court now? How come you have time to come here? Li Zishuan stepped forward and asked in confusion. Today is not the imperial court's day off. Why did this old demon wander here? Cough, cough tilde. Cheng Yarojin sniffled and covered his mouth with his hand as he coughed twice. This old man caught a cold yesterday and has already requested for a day's leave from His Majesty. I also heard that your place is very lively today, so I came over to take a look. What? Don't you welcome me? Demoness Cheng would catch a cold? Li Zishuan's eyes widened. Of course, he was very suspicious, but he couldn't ask, right? He could only say, Uncle Cheng, what are you talking about? Of course I welcome you with open arms. Little rascal. Cheng Yarojin scolded with a smile, and then said seriously, Chumo is here, thanks to you, Xiao Xian. This little rascal used to be idle all day long and did not do anything serious. Only the academy can help him improve. Li Zishuan knew that Cheng Yarojin was talking about Cheng Chumo's breakthrough a few days ago with the help of Tai Chi. He smiled and said, Uncle Cheng, you're too polite. The Cheng and Li families are already inseparable. Why do you need to thank me? Cheng Yarojin laughed and said, Haha, what a good inseparable. Then I won't thank you for giving me the recipe for the century egg. Otherwise, I'll think that I'm pretentious. You're right, our families are already inseparable. Chumo has made a good brother. In the end, Cheng Yarojin couldn't help but feel emotional. When he first heard of Li Zishuan, it was because of the chicken that Cheng Chumo brought back for him. After that, he saw that Li Zishuan was quite good at martial arts, so he thought that there would be no harm for his son to make friends with this young talent. But who knew that this young man's rise was so fast that it was beyond everyone's imagination? At this moment, he really felt that his son was a fool for a fool. Uncle Cheng, please come up. The military training exercise is about to start. Speaking of which, you've taught these students before, so you can take a look at the results of their training. Li Zishuan invited him. Although he knew that Cheng Yarojin was here today for this. Haha. No rush, no rush. You'll take a while. I'll say a few words to second brother Qin before I come back. You go ahead. Cheng Yarojin waved his hand and went to find Qin Qiong. At 8:15 a.m., all the students of the 16 classes had gathered. Li Zishuan, Cheng Yarojin, Li Gang, Yang Sailu, Mo Huai, and the other core teachers of Yanghuang College went up to the rostrum. Cheng Yarojin was here to watch the show, while Li Gang and the others were here to be judges. Previously, it was said that the last class in the military training exercise would clean the academy for a month. The last class was judged by the judges. As the chief instructor, Qin Qiong was, of course, commanding from below. Reporting to Yamacho, all 641 students of Yanghuang College have gathered. Shall we start the military training exercise? Pang Feiji was wearing a camouflage uniform. His back was very straight, and he looked very energetic. He raised his head and looked at Li Zishuan on the rostrum and shouted loudly. The first batch of students of Yanghuang College originally had 640 people. However, after Li Chengqian came to the academy to supervise the military training with the students, the number of people participating in the military training exercise increased to 641. The autumn wind whistled. Looking at the 600 students lined up neatly below him, Li Zishuan's heart was filled with a sense of heroism. He suddenly felt the majesty and desolation of an autumn soldier on the battlefield. Let's start the military training exercise. Li Zishuan said each word clearly and powerfully. Yes. Pang Feiji answered loudly. Students of the first class, all of you, stand at attention, look to the right, look forward, listen to my command, turn right, and walk in unison. The general flow of the military training exercise this time was for each class to walk out of the field, stand at attention on the track, and perform actions such as standing at attention. Then, they would walk in unison, run in unison, and change formations. Finally, all the classes would perform a round of Taiji fist on the field. The judges would give the 16 classes marks based on their performance. Under Pang Feiji's lead, the first class of students walked to the rostrum in unison. Throughout the process, none of them fell out of rhythm. The width of their arm movements were all exactly the same. Li Zishuan, Cheng Yarojin, and the others stood on the rostrum and looked at it with delight. I used to say that this kid was only training some useless things. Now, it seems, although it's still not very useful, it's really King beautiful. Cheng Yarojin thought to himself as he stroked his beard. Stand at attention. Swoosh. At ease. Swoosh. Pang Feige's every command was met with the sound of uniform movements. All the teachers present were moved. Those teachers who had previously been rather critical of Li Zishuan's military training regime were completely silent at this moment. Every command was executed in unison. Their momentum was majestic, and they could topple mountains and overturn seas. The students' mental outlook had been completely changed by this 1 month of military training,